Hello everyone and welcome to the start of our F1 2002 career mode, where, as you will have seen in the intro, we have joined Ferrari. Yes, it was quite a crazy winter break. If you missed out on the video that went live last week from Brazil, I would highly recommend going back and checking out. We had the season finale of 2001, myself versus Jacques Villeneuve, McLaren versus Williams. Overall, it's safe to say 2001 was a pretty good season. I certainly thought so. We went to Ron Dennis at the end of the year, requested a fairly sensible salary, I thought, and he turned around and went, no. Clearly, the performances that David Coulthard had put in right at the end of last season, McLaren felt he was still the driver they wanted to focus on in the future, and ultimately, I'm not going to settle for number 2 status, especially being the reigning world champion. So just like Damon Hill winning the world title with Williams in 1996 and immediately leaving, or obviously Michael Schumacher doing the same in 1995 from Benetton to Ferrari, I'm going to become the 3rd driver in recent times to win a world championship and immediately leave that team. And of course, hindsight is a beautiful thing, but the real-life F2002 Ferrari was an absolute beast as well. Michael Schumacher got a podium in every single race of the 2002 season. Let's see if he can do the same inside this series then. But taking a look then at our driver lineups, Williams have kept their lineup exactly the same. Villeneuve and Heinz-Harald as we head into 2002. Of course, they won the Constructors last year. Why would they feel need to change? Obviously, we have gone to Ferrari alongside the Michael. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how 2 world champions stack up against each other over the course of the campaign. McLaren, obviously, they've kept David Coulthard, and he's joined by Marc Genet, ready for the new season. So that's going to be a very, very interesting lineup as we head into 2002. Jaguar have finally changed their lineup inside this game. Sadly, Jan Magnussen is gone, but he has been replaced by Mark Webber, who joins Rubens Barrichello over there. Ralf Schumacher has a new teammate in Takuma Sato over at Jordan. Renault now, of course, have taken over from the Benetton team. They have Jenson Button and Alexander Wurz with the organisation. Sauber, interestingly, have signed the first female driver since the 1970s. Yes, Danica Patrick. We love to hate on her in real life. I'm sure I'm going to be throwing the same kind of beef her way as we head into the season. But she is going to be racing it down at Sauber alongside Jarno Trulli there. BAR have got 2 new drivers in Zolt Baumgartner and Anthony Davidson as we head into the new year. Kimi Räikkönen has gone to Minardi alongside Fernando Alonso, and Arrows have been bought out by Toyota. Obviously, they've kept Juan Pablo Montoya inside the team, but then a big money signing in Giancarlo Fisichella as well then. So, yeah, plenty of movement as we head into the new year. Of course, as always, we do like to change the calendar up just a little bit as well. We kickstart the year, as we have to, in Albert Park before we return straight to Europe for the Dutch Grand Prix, Barcelona, Monaco, and then we head for the inaugural Azerbaijan Grand Prix in Baku before we head across to Montreal, back to the French Grand Prix, Austria, Silverstone, Hungary, Belgium, Italy, and then the flyaway season begins with the Singapore Grand Prix, followed up by Japan, the USA, and of course the season finale out in Brazil. It's going to be an interesting season. I'm really looking forward to it. Get yourself subscribed if you're new around here, and I guess let's head into qualifying then, ready for the first race of 2002. Well, let's head in then, ready for our first ever qualifying lap in the Ferrari F2002. I must admit, I'm a little bit scared for this season. It was a big risk coming to the team, obviously, that struggled so much throughout 2001. You know, we were in talks with Williams as well about potentially replacing Frentzen and, you know, kind of creating a Williams super team over the winter break. But, yeah, obviously didn't really fancy going up alongside Jacques Villeneuve with all the beef I've had with him in previous years. But Michael Schumacher then immediately back on the pace. Of course, Ferrari did get that 1 win last season out in Singapore, so it wasn't, you know, completely a write-off of a campaign, but yes, certainly not what the Ferrari team would have wanted there. And if we can come back this year and absolutely nail the regs immediately, genuinely going into it when I sign with a new team, I've got no idea how good their performance is going to be early on. So, you know, it is genuinely a gamble when we move to a new team inside this mod. But making our way then down in towards the final couple of corners. Car feeling fairly agile. Definitely hasn't quite got the same front end as the McLaren had, but feels pretty good for the most part there, and definitely has a bit more straight line speed as well. Just struggling a bit with that understeer through the final corner. It is going to be Frentzen that takes the first pole position of the year. I believe we line up 7th. Well, there we go then to kickstart 2002. Williams, they've maintained, you know, the status quo being the fastest team on the grid there with a front row lockout, but Ferrari are back. Michael Schumacher lines up less than 2 tenths away from the pole. McLaren's tucking just behind him there. For us to be 7th, you know, a new team, everything like that. Not quite where I would have wanted to be, but it's not the end of the world there, as Mark Webber on debut qualifies just behind his teammate, Danica Patrick as well, will line up 11th on the grid, ready for the opening race of the year. Toyota, they will be a bit gutted to be down in P15 and P16. They had a big budget as we head into the new season, and Jordan as well. You know, we spoke about it in 2001. Is that team's pace? You know, are the resources just starting to fall away from them?
Formula One on ITV in association with Texaco.
No more testing, no more practice. This is the real deal. And it's make or break here at Albert Park, home of the Australian Grand Prix since 1996. And home to round 1 of this year's Formula One World Championship. Just south of Melbourne's downtown business centre is the one and only Albert Park circuit. 3.3 miles of public roads, closed for the weekend of course, make for a bumpy circuit with little undulation. There are 16 corners around the lake and a couple of good passing opportunities here as well, thanks in part to the DRS zones into turns 1, 3 and 13. A new season then, a clean slate where anything could happen. Anthony Davidson is with me today as we get another year of Formula One underway.
We're into those tense few minutes before the first race then. Everyone's a little bit nervous about reliability. They haven't been running in the hot, turbulent wake of other cars in practice, and they've not been pushing at 100% for long durations. Let's hope no one has to deal with any nasty surprises.
Well, here we are then down on the grid, ready for the opening race of the 2002 season. And I must admit, I'm a little bit nervous for this, but hopefully we can kickstart a successful campaign with Ferrari as well. And I think the good news, there's no rain. I think the last 2 Australian Grand Prix we've had have both been rain affected, which have ultimately just caused chaos here. So hopefully this weekend we can be a little bit more back to normal. Of course, not too sure how fuel efficient the Ferrari is going to be, so I'm going to give ourselves a few extra laps in the tank just in case as well there. But I think the red suits me in the car as well. So yeah, Schumacher starting a little bit higher up. Can he get a podium just like he did, obviously, IRL in every race throughout this campaign? It is 5 red lights on the grid for the Australian Grand Prix. And the 2002 Formula One season is go there and, well, we're not going anywhere on the run down towards turn 1. Bogging down horrendously on the way in. Rubens Barrichello, Mark Webber. Whoa! Where did Jenson Button come from in all of that? Just out of nowhere. What on earth was that? We're riding on board then with Jenson Button in towards turn 1. I mean, this was just a jump scare. I mean, look how... I mean, he was trying to avoid, I think, the BAR initially, and then the Sauber car, but... I mean, that was just so optimistic. It's unbelievable. And already we got 2 cars out. Luckily, I was not one of them. Well, I'm sure the hometown supporters will be gutted that Mark Webber won't see the checkered flag. I mean, he won't even see turn 2. in his first ever Formula 1 race there, and after a decent qualifying session, that's a really, really disappointing end to the afternoon for him. Because obviously we ended up right at the rear of the field, I'm going to take the gamble. I'm going to try and pit to go onto the hards to see how far we can take them in this GP. We've basically got nothing to lose early on in this race. I mean, just wrong place, wrong time down at turn 1. I guess we're going to have to try and make some overtakes today. Safety car coming in then at the end of lap 3. I believe it is still both Williams at the front of the order there. I think it's Frentzen that still leads the way ahead of his teammate Jacques Villeneuve. If he could start the season strong, that would be really, really important for him and the Williams team. And anyway, trying to put the power down then through these final couple of corners. We need to obviously try and make some moves pretty quickly here for the restart. And first one then is going to be the Minardi of Fernando Alonso. Let's see. I mean, we've definitely got straight line speed on him down in towards turn 1. He's going to try and outbrake us, though, into the corner there. Very, very optimistic into the apex. Luckily, we'll read that on the exit of the turn there and move our way back round him and up into P17. Toyota as well, they'll be pretty disappointed with a lack of pace in that car. A huge development budget has gone in for the start of 2002, and you know, the board back in Japan, they will want to see a return on investment over the course of the year. Giancarlo Fisichella, it's not a bad name in this sport right now, but yeah, down in P16, and hopefully I'm going to relegate it to P17 pretty soon as we try. Oh, that was a bit aggressive. We'll get the car slowed down, though. Keep it between the white lines. I guess that's a move. And Kimi Räikkönen then in the other Minardi. It is so nice to have a car that is so ridiculously fast in a straight line. As around the outside of the flying fin we will go. The only remaining fin, of course, now inside this series. But we'll make the move happen. We go up into P15 here. This is the great thing about these old cars, where they were so light. You can afford to be quite aggressive with your overtaking manoeuvres. You can brake so late into the corners. Ralf Schumacher then, maybe it's been a bit of a mistake sticking by Jordan as we move into 2002. They're a team that showed so much promise in the last couple of years, but yeah, early on, that car was really not working. Of course, we all know IRL, that this was already kind of the beginning of the end for the Jordan Formula 1 team, but again, hindsight is a beautiful, beautiful thing. The joy of having a car with so much power and straight line speed anyways. In fact, obviously now, you can basically just make moves anywhere, and having a car that's great through the corners, of course, is fantastic and allows you to close up on other cars, but yeah, this thing at the moment feels like a very, very decent little all-rounder. I would say, upgrade-wise, emphasis should probably be on the aero. Definitely understeers a bit more than the McLaren that we had last season. And I'm sure by saying that, Enzo is rolling in his grave. But Frentzen, yeah, continuing to set new fastest laps at the front of the order. We have got to remember, though, we are overtaking the slowest cars on the grid, as Juan Pablo Montoya just in front of us now in that second of the Toyotas. Could this be a long-term, you know, big play by the Colombian? Effectively, obviously, Toyota buying out that Arrows team. They've kept his contract in place, though, ready for 2002. I mean, imagine Montoya in a Toyota IRL. That would be a clash of culture like we've never seen before. I know I'm going to get asked about it. I apologise for the liveries on the Renaults and the Saubers being all a little bit mixed up, and kind of, I think they look a bit oddly kind of interesting. But yeah, they definitely obviously don't look like the real-life cars. Unfortunately, it's just one of the limitations of this mod, that if they looked normal for some reason, the game would just crash frequently. So I've had to lower their graphics. You can kind of see what it's meant to look like. But yeah, as we try and have a look around the outside of our sole remaining Renault in this Grand Prix, yeah, I think it is just the Renaults and the Saubers that look like it. But still a bit of a pain there as we close up then. Danica Patrick in a very first Formula 1 Grand Prix running up inside the top 10 right now. Hopefully we are about to relegate her, though, out of those positions. Of course, some of you might think it's a very odd move, but she was genuinely linked to Jaguar, I believe, for 2003, back when Bobby Rahal was working with the team and she was part of his academy program. So whether she would have necessarily made it to a Formula 1 kind of race seat, she could have very... You know, it was a very good chance she would have been like a reserve driver or a test driver or something. Well, BAR then, 2000 we joined the team, and they really did put all of their effort into that car, you know, try and give us that shot at a World Drivers' Championship. Obviously didn't come off. We obviously left the team for 2001, and it was quite clear that they had no development budget ready for the 2001 season. But luckily they kind of, it seemed like very early on accepted that, knew that 2001 was going to be a tough year, and obviously kind of gambled on 2002 being a bit of a resurgence there, and so far looking very, very good for them. Anthony Davidson running comfortably up in, I believe, 6th place still, and Zolt Baumgartner as well. 2 rookies, let's not forget, both running up in the points early on in this GP. It would be nice to see BAR back fighting again. Jarno Trulli up next, and of course Sauber still powered by Ferrari engines, and this was back in the day when, yeah, I'm going to say Ferrari used to swing their weight around, or just a little bit more. Make a tiny bit of contact there with him. We've just lost the end plate on the cars. I thought he might just be letting us by, but apparently not. And again, Sauber, a team that had a really strong 2001 season relative to what they thought they might do. So this is a positive again to see their cars up and around the points early on here. I mean, it can't be long before Jarno Trulli is into the pit lane, but if we can make the move happen before then, that would be quite good. Seems like the cars as well are built a little bit stronger in 2002, so that might allow us, you know, to be a bit more risky in our wheel-to-wheel combat. Not quite Schumacher risky, but risky. So there we go. Mark Genet, David Coulthard, I believe, and maybe a couple of others. Anthony Davidson as well. Jacques Villeneuve all into the pit lane. So we're going to start gaining a few more spots then here. Undecided whether we're going to be able to try and get to the end of the race or not on this strategy. But yeah, we've really kind of got ourselves back up to where we should have been in this Grand Prix. I think we're going to see 3 very dominant teams again in 2002. But as long as those 3 teams are close in terms of performance, I don't mind. But there we go, Michael Schumacher then also into the pit lane at the end of lap 11. And Rubens Barrichello heavily linked to this Ferrari seat for the new year until we stepped in. He also dives into the pit lane there. So does Frentzen. So we're going to be out into the lead of the Grand Prix. Zolt Baumgartner is going to be able to P2 with Danica Patrick up into 3rd then. So quite the mixed up grid at this stage of the race. But I mean, look at that, Frentzen. He has not come out far behind me. I know it's probably not the best track to do an apples to oranges comparison inside this game, but genuinely, these cars are getting so ridiculously fast in the early 2000s. Of course, this mod, it doesn't quite work like a normal F1 career mode. The cars are kind of given a base level of performance that changes each season, and then of course the upgrades on top of that. So, you know, they are getting much quicker year on year than, say, a normal F1 2020 career mode car would. But I don't think we're that far away from what would be kind of times in a modern ground effect car. Obviously, this version of Albert Park very different to the modern layout, but the fact we're running almost in the 1:25s here in race trim, pretty damn astounding. Well, Frentzen then has finally found a way around Zolt Baumgartner here as well, so that gap at about 5.5 seconds right now. I'm tempted to box again sort of around lap 20 because the tyres will start to hit the cliff towards the end of the Grand Prix. But every car he can hold up just a little bit longer really does help us out later on in the afternoon. I would assume we'll probably see him into the pits pretty soon as well. But yeah, a combination of that and the front wing, which I am going to change. Just feel like we'd struggled too much trying to get the car to the flag. Oh, there we go, Baumgartner into the pit lane. We might see Alexander Wurz in as well at the end of the very next lap. No, we won't. So Wurz then, he's actually holding up our teammate Michael Schumacher right now. You know, and again, that is really helping us out later on in the GP. I would assume Mark Genet and David Coulthard are right behind him as well. And that's kind of worked out really nicely for Williams because it has allowed them just to pull away. Frentzen is going nearly a second a lap faster than me, so it wouldn't be long before he's back on, you know, right on my gearbox, as we've got yellow flags out. That is a Jaguar, I believe, at the Grand Prix. So looks like a mechanical failure. Oh, there we go. Alexander Wurz is in, so we are going to have to probably dive in the end of this lap, because I don't want to lose too much time for the likes of Schumacher and DC as well. I mean, Coulthard is a man I would love to beat this afternoon. Come the checkered flag, you know, Ron Dennis telling me that he still believed DC was their future, despite the fact I won the World Championship. That doesn't sit right with me. Just taking every last little bit out of the tyre then. So we make our way through those final couple of corners. Again, we've got to be aggressive on pit lane entry, but oh, these cars are not that great at slowing down at low speed, or this car certainly isn't. So maybe, you know, as we get to tracks like Monaco and stuff, we might struggle a little bit more, but new front wing going on then. Come on, we haven't got all day, team. 8.8 seconds isn't actually a bad pit stop time, to be completely honest with you. But as we try and put the power down then to make our way towards pit lane exit, there goes Marc Genet. Here is Zolt Baumgartner. Are we going to get out ahead of him? Yes, we do still. So that works out nicely. Now we can just afford to absolutely push towards the flag. Well, this is what we need to be doing in these last few laps, is just trying to prove to everybody the pace we've got behind the wheel of our new car. Show, you know, the likes of Williams that we are confident in our new scenery there. New fastest lap of the day. We only go fractionally quicker, though, than what Jacques Villeneuve has been able to do. I reckon there's a low 24 in it. Well, Villeneuve and I are just trading fastest lap after fastest lap at this stage. He's just done a 24.8. Oh, there we go. I said a low 24 was in it. And that's exactly what we've done. And we need more of those towards the end. We can definitely get Genet, but I want to try and get Anthony Davidson as well. Well, if we want to get to Anthony Davidson by the end of this, we've got to try and get around Marc Genet pretty quick here. Running about 1.5 seconds a lap faster than these guys. Just courtesy of the fresher, quicker tyres towards the end of the GP. I thought Genet was going to be a little bit quicker here, to be honest, but he seems to... I wonder if he just got caught out behind a couple more slower cars than everybody else and just kind of got disconnected from that group. So, you know, first race for McLaren, he's just trying to make sure that he brings the car home. And, and a good result as well. Try and put the power down out onto the back straight there. Can we get close enough to go for anything? Not quite yet. See, we've definitely got the straight line speed over that McLaren, but that thing, if it's anything like the 2001 car, will fly through some of the twistier bits of the lap, and especially, you know, through those high downforce sections. I'd say Ferrari's got the best car in a straight line, McLaren have got the best car through the corners, and Williams have definitely got the best all-rounder, I think, in spite of both those attributes there. But, I mean, look at how much we're trying to push there, lean on the traction control through that final corner, really try and fling the car out onto the front straight. This is what Albert Park used to be known for, a notoriously difficult circuit to actually make moves against other cars there, and you've got to try and line yourself up through turn 1, out of turn 2 there. Can we try and catch him by surprise in towards turn 3 to the inside? Oh, Genet turns in. Marc Genet there, I think, a little bit kind of surprised by the move we made. There was a little bit of wheel banging. But we are through, and somehow we're both still running. Well, as the fuel burns off, this car is absolutely coming alive towards the end of the race. But is it going to be enough to try and close in on Anthony Davidson? Another new fastest lap of a 1:23.8. That gap now down towards 3 seconds. We're running over 1 second a lap faster. I think at the rate this is going, we might just catch him on the very last lap. But catching is one thing. Overtaking is a whole other issue. Well, last season we never finished lower than 4th place in any Grand Prix. Admittedly, that doesn't factor in the DNF we had at Singapore. I think unless something crazy happens on this last lap here, that streak is sadly going to be broken. But I think, yeah, to come back from the very back of the field and to get front wing damage, to still recover to what could be a P5 finish, either way, it looks like we are going to score points in this GP. I think we can be pretty happy with there as well. We've lost someone else right towards the end of this one. Not too sure who that is. Let's take a look after the Grand Prix. But Anthony Davidson, it has been a fairy tale debut for the BAR man. But will he be able to hang on right the way around towards the checkered flag here? We are closing in on the car for a team that we used to drive for. And like I said, I'm pretty happy to see BAR back in better fighting form as we head into the new campaign there. But how good is that car in a straight line? It looks pretty competitive, actually. So we're going to have to try and get adventurous. With where we want to make this move there is a little bit wide. So we make our way down in towards the final few corners here. The yellow flags are out. So, yeah, there we go. There's a stricken car off on the side of the road. Not too sure, though, who it is. But as we make our way through the final few turns, Heinz-Harald Frentzen, he was critical in helping Williams wrap up the Constructors last year. This season, he goes for the big one, winning here in Albert Park, Australia, to kickstart his campaign. We come through for P6.
Okay, pick up rubber and bring it home.
Another superb Australian Grand Prix comes to an end, and it's a thoroughly deserved victory. Anthony Davidson, what helped them deliver this result, do you think?
It was a question of right place, right time today. We were looking at an entirely different race before the safety car came out, but they were able to take full advantage after the field had been bunched up.
Red Bull put up an outstanding fight for the front position today, and it's great to see it paid off for them. They do so much for the sport that you can't help but be delighted by today's race win.
Well, there we are then, the end of the Australian Grand Prix, and every season inside this game seems to chuck up something different, and this time is no different there. You can see Frentzen takes the win by just 0.4 of a second over his teammate Jacques Villeneuve there. Schumacher 14 seconds away, but will kickstart the year with a podium. I think, honestly, that probably looks worse than it should have been, mainly because, obviously, you know, a lot of our front runners got slowed up behind some slower traffic. So yeah, Schumacher probably could have been a bit closer, but I still think Williams had the car to beat as we head into the new season. DC comes through for 4th. Anthony Davidson, what a debut in P5 there ahead of myself. With Janae, Jarno Trey, Danica Patrick becomes the first female to score points in Formula 1 in almost 30 years at this point. I believe the last time was back in 1976, with Alexander Wirtz there rounding out the top 10 in his Renault car. Montoya just misses out on points in his Toyota, ahead of Schumacher, Fisichella and Sato, with both Minardis getting to the checkered flag there. It was Baumgartner that broke down towards the end. Rubens Barrichello also out of the Grand Prix, alongside Jenson Button and Mark Webber there. So Jaguar, both cars failing to see the checkered flag. What does that do, though? Of course, Drivers' Championship, exactly the same as our race results. Constructors-wise, though, Ferrari are up in P2 there, but Williams have a pretty big lead at the top of the table. Already 6 teams even, with points on the board as well. So, yeah, good start to the year for BAR. Are really, really important for them as well. But thank you all so much for watching. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure you leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back probably on Sunday with round 2 of the year from Zandvoort. And of course, obviously, if you're a channel member, you can click join, £1 a month. You can watch that race early as well. But yeah, that's going to do us for this one, and we'll be back very soon with round 2 of Formula 1 2002. Hello everyone, and welcome back to a brand new video, and welcome to round 2 of our F1 2002 career mode. Yes, we're back this weekend here for the Dutch Grand Prix at Zandvoort, of course. If you missed out on round 1 that went live on Thursday from Albert Park, I would highly recommend going back and checking out the start of an all-new season with an all-new team as well. We learned a lot about the Ferrari car. I think we're going to be fairly competitive this season, but it was Williams that once again reminded everybody why they are the team to beat right now, and of course the reigning Constructors champions. Heinz-Harald Frentzen leads the way at the top of the table. Michael Schumacher came through for 3rd though, to join both those Williams on the podium. We had a worse result in our first race for Ferrari than we ever ended up getting when we finished a race with McLaren. But I'm hoping once again that consistency is going to help us out as we make our way through the campaign. Of course, obviously, if you're new, please do make sure you get yourself subscribed to the channel. And obviously, if you are enjoying this series, for £1 a month, you can massively help us out. Clicking that join button down below, you get early access to all of these videos as well. So yeah, if that is like an extra incentive to you, then hopefully it is. You get your name featured at the start of all the videos as well, and a couple of other little bits and pieces. But yeah, a massive thank you to everybody that is already a channel member. It genuinely helps out a lot more than I think people realise. But let's head out then here to Zandvoort. Well, here we are then back at Zandvoort. It's taken a couple of seasons off inside this series, but we return today then, and hopefully we're going to get a good qualifying run under our belt. Of course, a very, very tricky track to overtake at. But in these older cars, they're a little bit smaller. Hopefully, it's going to make things a little bit more interesting. And I mean, this surely is going to be a good track for McLaren. Still with a very, very good high downforce package on that car. Yeah, we should have come here in last season's car rather than this one, because the Ferrari definitely, I mean, all the upgrades I'm going to be putting on it early on this season are going to be focused on downforce figures. The power is absolutely fine. We've certainly got enough ponies in this thing. The prancing horse, of course, in its name. But yeah, just trying to make sure that see through corners like that, the Williams absolutely rockets away through some of the slower speed stuff. High downforce are actually looking pretty good at the moment. But it is just through these kind of bits, you know, the tighter, twistier stuff. That Williams has definitely just got a little bit more sticking power. A bit more confidence inspiring for that team. But sending it then through the penultimate corner in towards the banking. You can see how much time we gain because that Williams hasn't quite got the straight line speed. It is P4 in the end here in qualifying. That's pretty good. Well, there we go. Jacques Villeneuve will take pole position, but Michael Schumacher is going to join him on the front row. So clearly, yeah, this is actually a track that suits our car way more than I realised. We narrowly miss out to Heinz-Harald Frentzen, who will line up P3. So it's going to be Williams, Ferrari at the front. Anthony Davidson, though, will line up P5. McLaren, I thought this track would be good for them. Coulthard a second off the pace. Marc Genet, barely quicker than Danica Patrick, just inside the top 10. So, yeah, certainly a very, very interesting qualifying. Takuma Sato will be sad to start right at the rear of the field. And not too sure why Kimi Räikkönen is now Carlos Sainz.
For years, the passionate Dutch fans have been easy to find trackside at races across Europe and throughout the world. Now, at long last, they have a Grand Prix to call their own. It's a warm welcome once again to all of our viewers in the Netherlands and around the globe as we get underway for the Dutch Grand Prix. Zandvoort circuit then, 14 corners, 10 to the right and 4 to the left, with plenty of steep camber and elevation changes to keep our drivers on their toes throughout the 2.6 mile lap. And watch out for cars making use of the DRS zone into turn 1 to try and overtake. Alongside me to discuss all the action today is Anthony Davidson. Thanks for joining us, Ant. And tell me, you were down in the pit lane earlier. How do you think the track conditions are today?
Well, it's looking a bit cold out there, if I'm honest. These tyres have quite a narrow operating window in terms of the temperatures they need to extract the best grip. So with a cold track surface, it's going to be harder to keep those temperatures up, which will lead to lower grip and maybe more mistakes.
Well, some of you guys commented on the first video from this series. Anthony Davidson's just a bit of a baller, ladies and gentlemen. He can commentate with David Croft pre-race. He's lined the car up P5. He's a jack of all trades. He does what he wants. And I kind of quite like that, actually, because I think Anthony Davidson is a really, really good guy as well. But anyway, as we wait then down on the grid, it's meant to be quite an overcast race this afternoon. But of course, we can take a lot of the information we learned from last weekend as well. So we know the car isn't too bad on fuel. We don't need to try and save fuel aggressively throughout the race, but fingers crossed I can try and get a better start than I did in Albert Park. We're back at Zandvoort for the Dutch Grand Prix. It is 5 red lights, and it's going to be lights out. Oh, and away we go there as neither Schumacher or myself getting off to a particularly good getaway. We're going to lose at least 2 places, might be 3 by the time we get in towards turn 1 there, but we'll try and hang on ahead of David Coulthard. Of course, still not happy with that McLaren team there, as you can see Schumacher, Anthony Davidson, have a look around the outside of our teammate Michael Schumacher as there's yellow flags out. A little bit further behind, not too sure what's happened there. But both Williams then trying to scamper off into the distance. But look at this, in just his second ever Grand Prix, Anthony Davidson going wheel to wheel with Michael Schumacher up through the top of the circuit. Second Grand Prix versus 3-time Formula 1 world champion in this alternate universe. And still Davidson trying to look there. How many corners has he been around the outside of him? That is incredible. As Rubens Barrichello there got the best seat in the house to watch this one. I mean, you can still see, I think Davidson now, unfortunately, will have to back out of that, but a fantastic try to get BAR back up into the podium places on lap 1. That's been a fairly okay start for us. We can already see how quickly those Williams cars trying to romp away at the front of the order. But as we make our way then through that final turn, I'd forgot just how much the AI struggle on this game. around the banking. As we will get around the outside of Barrichello, we will travel around the outside of Anthony Davidson in towards turn 1 there. Little bit late on the brakes, but we'll gather the car up, and as the camber kind of hugs us in on the exit, we will move back up then into P4. So it's now Williams, Ferrari at the front of the order. But how quickly will those cars be able to break free? Well, I tell you what, I think the last time we drove around here, Formula 1 cars didn't even have traction control yet again. So it was certainly a much more difficult challenge. This thing, though, I think honestly this would have been an era of Formula 1 cars that actually suited Zandvoort fairly well. Maybe they would have struggled obviously following each other and things like that, but where they're quite light and agile, they feel really good fun to actually drive. Luckily as well, it seems like they do still struggle a little bit through the banking, but not as bad. I think now they've kind of got the tyres up to temperature. We took about a 10th out of Michael that time, but they can gain unfair advantages elsewhere, so I'm going to take it. So we've already got yellow flags out behind. Not too sure who that is with potential reliability issues early on, but it's not Davidson or Barrichello. Well, unfortunately, it's actually Danica Patrick then on just lap 4, the engine expiring on that Sauber car, so doesn't give us much confidence, because of course they're another team that is Ferrari powered inside this game. But yeah, Danica Patrick's engine exploding on just lap 2, I'm sure a lot of us will be happy to see that. But if you're watching this video and think maybe I'm being a little bit harsh on Danica Patrick early on, first of all, this is not going to be a good season for you, or a good series. I'm going to continue to roast Danica Patrick as much as I like. So, yeah, enjoy that, because most of you, I mean, it did make me chuckle the amount of comments in the first video going, can't believe we can't even escape Danica Patrick in an alternate F1 universe. I genuinely had no idea she was in this mod. But of course, interestingly, she replaces Tatiana Calderon, so that it goes who explains it. Tatiana, I don't mind. Danica, I do. And if you don't know why, just listen to her speak for more than 5 seconds. You'll understand. Well, we do seem to be the fastest car on track right now, and already that's starting to give us a little bit of problems tucked up behind Michael Schumacher. Of course, obviously, Ferrari, they've got 2 number 1s, 2 world champions in their lineup this season. Of course, we've seen, you know, in years gone by, Michael Schumacher, I mean, he rinsed Mika Hakkinen last year as teammates inside this game, but I'm hopefully going to be a bit tougher competition for him. And I'll say, already kind of feel like Ferrari should be letting me by to have a go at those Williams, but I don't think Michael's going to make it easy. Oh, what is Michael doing? Definitely, I think he's running a little less downforce than me on that car at the moment, and although it's nowhere near as bad as the 2001 machine, you can definitely see he's a little bit all over the road. Not quite able to get that car dialed into apexes as you would expect him to be able to. I'm looking at the gaps though. Frentzen, he's definitely not pulling away either, so both of our Germans are seemingly struggling right now. Or 2 of our Germans, I should say, inside this series. But yeah, Michael Schumacher, he will not let me by unless he absolutely has to, and even then, you know, Ferrari might demand that he moves for me, and he still probably wouldn't, as you can just see there, the confidence we've got out of that final corner. We can get alongside him, but not quite able to, you know, keep the straight line speed there because of the higher wing angle. Can we go the long way around through turn 1? Nope, not quite going to work there. I'll try and see if we can do the old up and under through turn 2 and turn 3 as we'll try and go up the banking just a little bit more there. Get the throttle down on the exit. That will give us the slingshot we need. Side by side with our teammate then as we make our way up the hill. Little blender throttle from Michael there. Can we go the long way around at the top? Yes, we can. And we are up to P3 then of this GP. And although Schumacher, yeah, had it pretty easy against us last time out at Albert Park, that's a reminder, we are here to fight. Oh, Villeneuve, another new fast lap of the day, but hopefully we are about to beat that. There we go. Half a second clear of Villeneuve at the front of the order, and that's exactly what we need to be doing right now. The only problem I have got is to set those fast lap times. We are having to burn through a bit more fuel, but we cannot let Williams build up too much momentum, you know, keep winning races without being challenged early on. I know they've only won 1 so far, but I can't let them, yeah, just start stringing together big results. Ooh, okay. Jacques Villeneuve then, that's a very early pit stop to make in this Grand Prix. So, yeah, Michael Schumacher's in as well, though, so that's quite a surprise. I said definitely earlier than I was expecting. So everybody trying to go long to the end of the GP. But I was going to say, Heinz-Harald Frentzen, I know it's a more recent example, but it kind of feels like when Bottas would win the Australian Grand Prix, when he was teammates with Lewis Hamilton. Was that just kind of a flash in the pan, start the year strong, and then, you know, we kind of never see that pace again? Only time will tell, but yeah, Frentzen this weekend just seems to have nothing in comparison to Villeneuve. Well, Frentzen then is going to dive into the pit lane as well at the end of the very next lap, so we're going to try and go for a bit of an overcut on him. Of course, this used to be the effective way to get around other cars back when refueling was a thing. Stay out a couple of laps longer, obviously when you're light on fuel, take the last bit out of the tyres and try and get the jump. But sadly, obviously this mod can't quite simulate refueling because it just doesn't exist inside this game. But we'll have a look what the gap is to Frentzen when he comes back out. I'd assume it's going to be about 15 seconds. So if we can gain about another second on him, we should be able to get the jump. Oh, safety car! That is fantastic news. Who's out of the race, though? Oh, well, unfortunately, I think that's Zandvoort then. So 2 of our rookies out of this Grand Prix very early on. Zandvoort kind of been a little bit overshadowed by Anthony Davidson so far this year, but thanks to him, it works for me. Into the pit lane we go then. We probably won't quite get the jump, I don't believe, on Jacques Villeneuve, but we should definitely get the jump on Heinz-Harald Frentzen. So we'll opt for a set of the mediums to the checkered flag. That was a pretty good pit stop as well by Ferrari. So there will go Villeneuve. There's about a 5-second gap back to Heinz-Harald Frentzen though. So we should be out. Oh, we're actually going to be racing him on pit lane exit. Can we get round? Yes, we can. So back out in P2 then. That has worked out beautifully. And just like the starting order, it is now Williams-Ferrari. Williams-Ferrari. Villeneuve then is going to lead us away at the end of lap 17. So we've made pretty much half distance then in this Grand Prix. But that safety car has certainly changed the way this race is looking. I'm not sure why Villeneuve's trying to stay so close behind the safety car here. But he really wants to try and get on with it as best as he can. So I want to try and time the restart as best as possible. We maybe have nailed that there as we make our way back in towards turn 1. Oh, Villeneuve just started to move across. That Williams definitely just got a little bit more top end, it looks like. But yeah, that almost was the restart we wanted there as well. Villeneuve versus myself again. There's a bit of deja vu here. Got more yellows, we've got more yellows. Is that Schumacher with an issue? No, I think Schumacher's fine. He's kept going then, so someone further back might be dropping to the wayside here, and that could bring us another safety car. I think we've got everything all sorted once more, but yeah, really trying to get these tyres back in the operating window. It seems like Michael just this afternoon has not got that Ferrari set up that allows him to compete for the win. I already see he's dropping away a little bit from Heinz-Harald Frentzen as another new fastest lap of the day. But yeah, it'd be nice to have a bit of help there. Either that or Villeneuve and I got to get away from Frentzen because I don't want to have to try and attack and defend from a Williams each at the same time. I can see why Fernando Alonso's driving style worked so well in these cars though. Turning in really aggressively on the front end seems to work. Well, I'm so happy I didn't have to overtake Heinz-Harald Frentzen on the road because what I'm learning stuck behind Villeneuve, it's very, very difficult to get around that car. That Williams has definitely just got a little bit extra in the back pocket there, and every time you think you find somewhere where you can gain, Villeneuve just looks to get a little bit faster again. I reckon our best shot, a bit like we did to Michael earlier on, is going to be trying to get a switch out of those first few corners. But yeah, Frentzen, though, just does not have the pace today against your top two. And as the sun begins to shine here at Zandvoort, we are just building up confidence. Well, driving one of these old cars with traction control is so different from a modern Formula 1 car. You are really trying to chuck them in and just you mash your foot to the floor on the exit. But up over 2/3 race distance. Again, one of the big things I'm learning here, especially on this slightly older version of Zandvoort as well, see, where these cars are so much lighter, you cannot attack the curbs like you can in a modern car. It really does just unsettle the balance and actually slows you down quite a lot. So, Yeah, we're just trying to work out, I mean, everywhere you go around here, there are horrible curbs. That one is the worst of them. The AI can just avoid them every single time. I'm not a robot, so I can't. Well, I know we've got the pace over JV right now, because every time we make just a little mistake, we rock back up to his gearbox again pretty quickly, but there's only so many laps I can just stare at BMW Power and that logo on the back of the car. I mean, admittedly, the Williams is quite a, I think it's a decent looking car inside this game, so I'm not having to spend my afternoon looking at something hideous, not like Jacques Villeneuve's bald head that he's got nowadays. Yes, if you think Danica Patrick's the only person that's getting abuse in this series, you are wrong. Jacques Villeneuve as well. Can't deny he was much better behind the wheel of pretty much any racing car than Danica, but yeah, it's certainly got as many silly opinions. I mean, all three of your top runners now are setting fastest laps. It is myself versus both Williams cars. And if Frenson's going to start slowly bringing that gap back down, where has this pace been from the German all afternoon? But I mean, at the moment, we are just feeling Villeneuve's mirrors. We're just counting down the lap zone. I'm starting to feel the opportunities now. You know, the clock is ticking towards the end of this race. And as we've seen in the last 2-3 seasons of this career mode, you know, every point matters by the end of the season. The last 3 World Championships have gone down to the wire, and this one could be the same. Well, I don't know why as well, but it seems like for 2002, this mod's damage model seems to be a little bit more forgiving now. So, although, you know, it's not like a normal Formula 1 game where you can really kind of bang wheels and almost trade paint with other cars, it does mean that we can afford to take a little bit more risk occasionally. It's every time on the exit of turn 1, we are just getting a huge amount of wheel spin. But yeah, unlike Schumacher, I just can't seem to get the run on the Williams out of the hairpin. They seem to be able to kind of tuck in for a late apex, and that really carries them off the corner. Our best shot might genuinely be out of the final turn. Villeneuve definitely seems to have to feather the throttle through. Obviously, I'm completely wide open, flat out. The problem I've got with that is I need to be right under Villeneuve's gearbox coming out of the corner to really get a run on him back in towards turn 1. And that's the other thing. Where these cars are so good on the brakes anyway, a car like that, you can't even out-brake into turn 1 because the braking zone is only about 70 metres long. So, I mean, again, we just feel his mirrors. We get right underneath him through turn 3, but with less than 4 laps to go now, I'm not sure I can find a way around him. Well, this was the storyline of 2001. This was all of the talking points throughout most of last year's campaign. Myself versus Jacques Villeneuve, and with 2 laps left then here at Zandvoort, it looks like 2002 is going to be more of the same. Can we get a run on the BMW car back in towards turn 1? Oh, Villeneuve locks up. Oh, it actually helped him. It allowed him to kind of carry the car around the outside through that first corner. And Villeneuve again will hang on to that position. He'll just about cover us off in towards turn 3 there. You can see we got right under his gearbox once again. The only other thing I'm looking at is I believe that's a Jordan not too far up the road that might be about to get lapped in this Grand Prix. It's either a Jordan or I would assume it's a Minardi here. So could we see some blue flag traffic creating a little bit of drama right towards the end of this one? Who is that? I can't even work out who it is. There you go, it is Kimi Räikkönen very late on then. So yeah, Kimi Räikkönen, pretty disappointing race so far down at Minardi. As you guys pointed out, a very iconic Ferrari lineup from a few years later down at Minardi this season. Räikkönen and Fernando teammates a lot sooner than we got to witness in real life. But one more lap to go then here from Zandvoort, and unless Räikkönen kind of slows Villeneuve down a little bit more, which he almost has done there, we will try and take some slipstream from the Minardi back in towards turn 1. 205 miles an hour in towards that first corner. Modern Formula 1 cars weren't doing that, but I mean, this is as close as we've been to Villeneuve all afternoon. Or through those first couple of turns, we tried to have a look around the outside through turn 3 there. We might be able to get a bit of a run on him as we make our way back up the hill in towards turn 4, but again, we are just not quite close enough, and unless we can do something very creative around the rest of the lap, it just, I mean, Villeneuve has defended. He has hit his marks. He's only, that one lockup we saw is the only error he's really made in the second half of this GP. And as you can just see, we try and put the power down there. I think Villeneuve's got enough here. We can't really do anything out of those final couple of corners unless those cars in front hold him up. But I think they're just a little too far up the road. Put the power down. 2 more corners to go of the Dutch Grand Prix. It was Frentzen who took victory back in Albert Park. Villeneuve, though, has reminded everybody why he's a world champion. He will win the Dutch Grand Prix.
So as they climb out of the car, the Red Bull team are ready and waiting to celebrate a thoroughly well-deserved win. What do you think it was, Ant, that gave them the edge over the competition today?
Well, they played the safety car to absolute perfection. There are so many factors to worry about once the race is neutralised. I mean, do you pit for fresh rubber? Do you have the space behind you? How much fuel can you save? If you answer all of those questions correctly, you'll have a good chance. And that's exactly what happened today.
Here come today's winners. The team at Red Bull have done a phenomenal job recently. It's clear to see that they've put in the work and they should be proud of the victory they secured here.
Well, there we go then. Williams, it might be win number 2 of the year, but that is certainly a big message sent to them. We might be with Ferrari now, but we are still here to fight. Jacques Villeneuve, though, you know, fair play to him. He defended brilliantly right to the checkered flag. You know, without making an error as well, he did deserve that win. We come through for P2, though, ahead of Frentzen. So basically in your top 5, just Schumacher and I switched, which is quite good going. McLaren, though, they really struggled here. David Coulthard down in 6th. Couldn't even find a way around the BAR car there. Did find a way, though, around Rubens Barrichello. Genet in 8th ahead of Jenson Button there. And Jaguar, after a double DNF last time out, will walk away with a double points haul. Toyota, Juan Pablo Montoya narrowly misses out on his first points as well of the year. Sauber, obviously, Jarno Trulli in P12 ahead of Fisichella there. And yeah, you can just see Jordan really struggling now in and amongst the Minardi cars as well. Alexander Wirtz, a tough old weekend there with just Zolt Baumgartner and Danica Patrick, who failed to see the checkered flag. What does that do, though, to our championship standings? Well, it means, yeah, Villeneuve now top of the table, 3 points clear of Frentzen. Schumacher still 1 point ahead of myself, though, as Coulthard and Davidson tied on 20 points apiece. Genet up in 7th ahead of Barrichello there with Trulli, Button, Danica Patrick, Wirtz and Webber with points on the board there. So Juan Pablo Montoya and Toyota still looking for their first point of the campaign. Constructors-wise, though, we're in a pretty safe P2 right now, ahead of McLaren and BAR. Jaguar leapfrog their way up into P5, and still Toyota, Jordan and Minardi, who are yet to score. But thank you all so much for watching. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure you leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back very soon when Formula 1 returns ready for, I believe, the Spanish Grand Prix. Hello everyone and welcome back to a brand new video, and welcome to round 3 of our F1 2002 career mode. Yes, we're back this weekend here for the Spanish Grand Prix in Barcelona. Of course, if you missed out on the video that went live at the weekend from Zandvoort, I would highly recommend going back and checking it out. We had quite a good time. The first couple of rounds, you know, been a bit of learning with our new Ferrari team and, of course, the gorgeous F2002. But if you think this car is going to be as dominant as the real-life counterpart proved, this series is certainly throwing up some surprises so far. Williams have been the team to beat in the opening couple of rounds. Jacques Villeneuve leads the way ahead of Heinz-Harald Frentzen by 3 points as we leave Zandvoort there. Michael Schumacher still ahead of me by just a single point after we've had a podium each to kickstart the year as well. But yeah, we definitely need to try and prove that we can fight with Williams over these next couple of weekends there. You can see there's a bit of a gap back. David Coulthard, Anthony Davidson having a brilliant campaign so far with 2 P5 finishes as well to his name. But yeah, I think this season is going to be really exciting. We haven't got any upgrades at the moment going on to the car, mainly because they're actually quite expensive for this Ferrari. So I'm waiting to try and get another aerodynamic upgrade on in the next couple of weekends. We're going to be focusing on that, you know, behind the scenes, just trying to get as many upgrades as we can. Of course, if you're new as well, please do make sure you hit that sub button. We're trying to hit 140,000 on the channel right now. But anyway, let's head out then to Barcelona. Obviously, we won this race last year, despite having to pit on lap 1. Maybe, just maybe, we can do it again. Well, here we are then, ready for qualifying in Barcelona, and well, on paper, I would have thought this track won't suit us very well, but maybe, just maybe, we can be surprised this weekend. I would expect it to kind of fall into McLaren's wheelhouse, but they struggled at Zandvoort, and these two circuits are fairly similar, both quite high downforce and quite difficult tracks to really get nailed. I mean, if I'm going to put money on anybody, though, I think it would have to be Williams, wouldn't it? Although Schumacher did get between them last weekend by the end of qualifying. Obviously Barcelona, where he took his first win for Ferrari all those years ago. I would take it if we could get a win here today. Of course, it's where I took our first win with McLaren last season. So we try and put the power down up the hill. Camps are not quite flat out. Well, definitely not flat out with that line. As we dip a wheel through the gravel on the exit. We only lost time because of it there, as in towards the final sector of the circuit we go. Of course, we've got to deal with the old version of Barcelona, which even these guys didn't have to deal with back in the day. This lap has certainly been a bit ragged, though, at the moment, as we try to attack the curbs through these final couple of corners. The car does seem to be sitting fairly nicely. It's again a little bit of a wobble at that final turn. Power down then up towards the line. It is again P4. Just a little bit far away, that lap got really, really scruffy. I can't say for certain, but I'm pretty certain our top 10 is either identical or is the same 10 drivers as we saw last weekend there. The top 4 are definitely exactly the same as what we saw. Jacques Villeneuve will storm to pole ahead of Schumacher, Frentzen, and myself. But yeah, I mean, both BARs, both McLarens, Button and Patrick are all getting into the top 10 there. That's quite a surprising one come the end of qualifying. But I guess, again, we were able to get in between those Williams last time out. Let's hope we can do the same here.
Formula One on ITV in association with Texaco.
The Spanish Grand Prix has been a permanent fixture on the Formula One calendar for over 30 years now, and for good reason. Do you remember Michael Schumacher's absolute dominance here in that rain-soaked Grand Prix in 1996? That day he took his first ever victory for Ferrari, and we've had many more iconic moments since. The Circuit de Barcelona Catalunya then, a high-speed 2.89-mile circuit which demands an efficient downforce package and bravery on the part of the driver, especially through the blind right of turn 9, which we might just see taken flat this weekend. Also here, of course, is Anthony Davidson. Let's talk about Mr. Monaco. That was a great podium in the last race, so can they keep that momentum going this weekend?
It's always nice to come into a Grand Prix weekend on a high, but your expectations are based much more on your practice and qualifying runs. So it's the momentum from those sessions that they'll be hoping to carry into the race today.
Well, it feels like more regularly we qualify closer to the Williams at the front of the order, but it seems like their race pace is a little bit better as well this season. Admittedly, everybody's race pace is pretty good. These cars are getting ridiculously fast right now inside this game. But hopefully, once again, we can try and be in that fight. We just, like I said, we cannot let Villeneuve start stringing together too many victories, building up too big a lead at the top of the table. But 33 laps ahead of us then here from Barcelona. We look up to those 5 red lights here on the grid. Really long hole, but it is going to be lights out. Oh, and away we go there as both Williams struggled and myself. That might be Michael Schumacher then with a good opportunity in towards turn 1. I've definitely done the worst of the bunch though, as we are going to get swallowed up in towards that first corner. A little bit of wheel banging with Zolt Baumgartner as we try and find a bit of a window. 3 wide on the exit turn 1 as well. But luckily the Italian horsepower will help get us out of too much trouble there through the first couple of turns. But down to P9 then off the start of the GP, and for whatever reason I just cannot launch this Ferrari car. Just seem to get met with a lot of... We get met somehow with wheel spin and traction bog as... Well, we were down the inside of Jensen Button, but he really wanted to squeeze me for it. Luckily there we will just about get through as, yeah, it looks like Schumacher actually lost a place then off the start of the Grand Prix. Coulthard and his new teammate Mark Genet then just in front of us as well. Danica Patrick very, very slow off a cancer, so we're definitely going to be able to capitalise on that one. As we thought about having a look down the inside at the hairpin, but again, a little bit of a late blocking manoeuvre there from the Sauber driver. So hopefully, yeah, we're going to be able to try and fly past her pretty quickly. Seems actually like this car is very strong through this final sector there, as down the inside of Danica Patrick. I hope that's the only way I ever have to say that sentence. It felt grim just saying it. To be honest. But anyway, lap 1 survived. We only lost 3 places in the end, but it almost feels like then McLaren's pace was masked in Australia more than anything else, because they've been really weak ever since then. Maybe this year their car just suits the low downforce circuits. So we'll try and have a look around the outside of Genet into turn 1 there. Around the outside we'll go. But I mean, yeah, that car didn't even look that good in a straight line, so I think McLaren just a step behind Williams and Ferrari early on. But I think already Villeneuve and Frentzen trying to bolt away from Schumacher. But I do think it would be interesting to know what I'd be able to manage in that McLaren car at the moment. I thought about having a look down the inside of DC as well at those final couple of corners there. I mean, you can really match your foot to the floor on the exit of the chicane. I mean, look how much that McLaren struggles with drive off of the corner. So we get to the inside of DC. Looks like that McLaren does have a little bit more straight line speed than our own car at the moment, but to the inside we'll go. Coulthard actually has a bit of a lock up in towards that first corner anyway, so we're back a bit of P5. But yeah, definitely a gap opening up at the front of the order. Villeneuve, that Williams pace on heavy fuel is fantastic. Really does seem like Anthony Davidson has taken to Formula 1 like a duck to water early on this campaign, as Villeneuve, another new fastest lap of the afternoon on a 1:20.3. We only managed a 1:20.8 there. As to the inside of the BAR, definitely not the best car in terms of straight line speed, but very, very good as an all-round package. And well, we're going to relegate him back to his regular position then early on. Anthony Davidson, he's back into 5th. Well, Frentzen and Villeneuve then at the front of the order are just trading fastest laps, but that's exactly what we need. New fast lap of the day. We are getting into the swing of things here. Admittedly, that wasn't much faster than either of their cars had gone. But again, then, similar story to last weekend. Schumacher's the one with track position early on. We are the one with the pace. Oh! I thought we'd get the first 1:19 of the race, but apparently not. A 1:20 exactly at the end of that lap. One of the other things I'm noticing very early on is actually how useful it is to try and use the rich revs in this car as well. It does seem to give you, a good extra 3-4 tenths of a second around this circuit when you get it hooked up. But yeah, now we are stuck in the wheel tracks of Michael Schumacher. Don't know whether he's going to try and pit slightly earlier there. I think that's Frentzen diving into the pit lane. So once again, Villeneuve and I might be left to go just a little bit longer, and yes, we will. So Schumacher into the pit lane then. We've got to work on these next couple of laps to try and get the undercut on him.
5.2 seconds.
Villeneuve's into the pit lane then, not Frentzen. So let's try and see if we can take a little bit of time out of him. Maybe, I mean, yeah, Villeneuve won't get held up in the pit lane. He had too big a lead. I never actually saw what the gap was to Jacques. There we go, Fredson into the pit lane at the end of the very next lap. You know, I always like to try and go one extra if we can, just in case we get a safety car or something like that. But yeah, the gap to Villeneuve then, about 12 seconds. That would certainly not be big enough to get past him. What I'm really interested in right now is Schumacher. These last couple of laps haven't been fantastic, but hopefully there's still going to be enough to try and get the jump on Michael as well. Just get inside that bollard on the way into the pit lane. Absolutely massive foot to the floor and then slam on the anchors to make sure we got it slowed down at the right point. And the gap, yeah, to Michael about 23 seconds. So I don't know whether we could get slowed up behind Rubens Barrichello. If he doesn't dive into the pit lane yet. There goes Villeneuve. He will be the first car into the 1 minute 19s. As, yeah, Frentzen as well, not far behind him as we get back out onto the road. Where is Rubens? There he is. So can we get the jump on the Brazilian? Yes, we can. And we've actually got a big undercut on Michael Schumacher there. But we've lost time to our top two. Get to Villeneuve, then if we can get to Frentzen, then we'll pretty much be with Villeneuve by the end of the GP. But there we go, finally dipping in to the 1 minute 19s. We have got a little bit extra pace over their cars, but they've got such a big gap at the front of the order. And it is pretty much when I nail the lap that we take any time out of them. You just can't help but feel that Frank would have told them both, you know, still obviously drive pretty quick, but you're not under much pressure right now. Look after the tyres. If you end up in an awkward situation, you'll hopefully have a lot more grip than I will. As Schumacher finally gets past Rubens as well, but he has lost bags of time. I think unless we get a safety car or something interesting happens, we could be in for quite a lonely second half of this Grand Prix. I mean, the gap to Frentzen is staying fairly level. It's just if I make any little mistake, and then we lose a couple of extra tenths to him, gap to Schumacher behind us is just opening up every single lap, but yeah, watching the delta time though, I actually don't think the downforce is the problem on this car. I think we actually need to focus on more powertrain upgrades at the moment. So Enzo Ferrari, he might be very annoyed with how I've said this car needs more aero in recent times, but hopefully he will start shining down on me if we try and, you know, encourage the team to upgrade the power unit a little bit more. The engine, you know, that big V10 that we love so much. But yeah, obviously next up is Monte Carlo though, so that is hopefully going to be a good track for us anyway. But yeah, at the moment, we've just got no fight against those Williams. I can't even close in the gap. Well, I guess if anything's going to keep us entertained towards the end of the afternoon, it's going to be trying to get around some of these lapped cars. Fernando Alonso, pretty disappointing home Grand Prix at the moment for the man his second year down at Minardi. Kimi Räikkönen seems to have definitely had the better of him so far in their time as teammates in the sport. As there we go, he will just like jump out of the way. And we are not up a spot at all, but we've put the Minardi a lap down. Well, the big reason I'm continuing to push still towards the end of this race, continue to hold out hope, is just the fact that Frentzen is losing bags of time by trying to get around all these lap cars, as we've lost a second driver of the day. I believe that is one of the Jaguars. But yeah, I'm kind of looking at it going, it's really odd. Minardi, they're much closer to everybody else on qualifying pace this year. But they seem to be further away on race pace again, unless they've just been a bit unlucky early on. But yeah, the gap to Frentzen has come down now to just 5 seconds. So yeah, it is the Jaguar of Mark Webber that is out of the race. But the man of Ralf Schumacher's talent should not be languishing down at a Jordan team at the moment. Do you guys remember back the first time we tried to do 1999? When Ferrari accidentally created the Schumacher kind of ultimate lineup. And Ralph actually looked pretty competitive against Michael early on that season. That was a really kind of fun and missed thing from inside this game mode. But yeah, Toyota as well, though, really struggling at the moment. As Juan Pablo Montoya is going to let us by just about. Got to be so careful, though, because the AI, they can let you by and then dive bomb you into the very next corner for some reason. Gap to Frentzen, though, under 4 seconds. We are finding a way through this lap traffic better than anybody else. Oh, there we go. 1 minute 17 now, late on in the day. We are flying along towards the end of the afternoon. 5 laps left of this Grand Prix. The gap to Frentzen now is under 2 seconds. Can we somehow find a way through? We have not given up towards the end of the afternoon. I really want it to pay dividends. Well, a bit like Zandvoort then last weekend, our best opportunity here is actually out of the final corner as well. Frentzen just makes a little bit of an error. Clearly starting to feel the pressure. And he's been a lot closer to Jacques Villeneuve this weekend on pace than he was around Zandvoort. But yeah, definitely still we have been able to challenge these guys. Or by the end of the afternoon there, a little bit of curb hopping through that final chicane there. But can we now get the run on Frentzen here? 2 laps to go of the Spanish Grand Prix there. And you can just see even tucked up in the wheel tracks by barely gaining anything on the German in towards turn 1. Can we try and roll through turn 1 and turn 2 there? Give ourselves a nice opening for turn 3. Can't quite put the power down there and actually a little bit wide out on the marbles on the exit. You just see how close we're getting. We just need Frentzen to make one other little error. Just one little moment of wheel spin. And that could be the difference maker here. Villeneuve is looking pretty safe in P1. But he's only got his rear gunner to thank for that. One more lap to go then of the Spanish Grand Prix. And again, we're going to get right up behind Frentzen at that final corner. Again, though, I just don't think we're going to have the top end speed to get to him by the time we get down in towards turn 1. There is one more little bit of lap traffic that we're going to have to navigate here on this last lap. Could that be the difference maker by the end of the afternoon? Is that Williams? He just is such a good all-rounder. I think it's slightly better than our car in the straight line. Slightly better than our car through most of the corners. I think the only place we seem to be a bit stronger is actually the kind of high-speed corners, which Barcelona sadly does not consist of many of, as Frentzen there has found his way around, I believe, that's all Baumgartner in the BAR car. But is he going to create one last little bit of drama here? Are we going to be able to try and have a look past Frentzen on this last lap of the Grand Prix? Just need him just to slow him up somewhere in the wrong place there. But you just see Frentzen, he's able to get the power down where he needs to. Blue flags are now out, and Baumgartner's not getting out of the way. Come on, in towards those final couple of turns. They're really trying to attack the curbing, attack on the exit, as well as throttle down out of the final corner. For the second weekend in a row, we are going to follow a Williams home. It is not enough. It is P3.
They've done it then. A spectacular victory here in Spain and a massive confidence boost going into the next race. So Anthony, what made the difference out there today?
I think that smart tyre management on track and very smooth driving definitely assisted in their victory today. That combination meant they got the absolute maximum out of their tyres at all times.
The drivers are en route to the podium as we speak. What a fantastic win for the Red Bull team. They performed exceptionally today, keeping us firmly on the edge of our seats throughout the entirety of the race. Congratulations to everyone at the team.
Well, there we are then, the end of the Spanish Grand Prix. Jacques Villeneuve will take victory number 2 of the year and extend his lead at the top of the championship standings. Frentzen in second ahead of myself there means, again, it's Williams and a Ferrari on the podium early on there. But Michael Schumacher, 20 seconds back come the checkered flag there. Really did struggle for pace, beating out Anthony Davidson, who, yeah, just has P5 on lock so far this year. Coulthard beats out Genet, Danica Patrick in 8th ahead of Barrichello, and Alexander Wurz will round out the top 10 in his Renault car as well. Just Mark Webber and Jarno Trulli, who both failed to see the checkered flag, but a lot of cars are lapped down come the end of that one. Championship-wise, it means now that Villeneuve has a 10-point lead at the top ahead of his teammate Frentzen. We are now top Ferrari man, 2 points clear of Michael Schumacher there, as Davidson will open up a little bit of a gap ahead of Coulthard as well. Not a lot of movement, though, further down the order. Danica Patrick gets some decent points on the board ahead of Jarno Trulli and Jenson Button there, and then right at the rear of the field, Baumgartner will get past a few guys by virtue of count back. Williams still dominating constructors ahead of Ferrari and McLaren. Their BAR comfortably ahead of Sauber, who are 1 point in it between them and Jaguar. But there we are then. Thank you all so much for watching this video. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure you leave a like, get yourself subscribed. We will be back next time out for the duel in the Formula 1 crown. We'll be back for the Monaco Grand Prix. If we can win anywhere this season, surely Monaco is going to be that place. Hello everyone and welcome back to a brand new video and welcome to the duel in the Formula 1 crown. Yes, it's time for the Monaco Grand Prix of our 2002 career mode. Yes, obviously, if you missed out on the video that went live a couple of days ago from Barcelona, I would highly recommend going back and checking it out. But today we return to a race that we have won on the last 2 occasions we have come to Monaco. Yes, technically, inside this timeline, I have not lost a race around this circuit this entire millennium, which is quite a good going record, I reckon, in the sport, and boy oh boy, do I need to try and keep that record up this weekend. Williams have won all 3 of the opening Grand Prix so far this year. Jacques Villeneuve has 68 points to his name ahead of Frentzen and myself. We're up to P3 overall in the championship standings after a couple of podium results in, obviously, Zandvoort and Barcelona. Now just 2 points ahead of our teammate Michael Schumacher. Anthony Davidson, he's finished P5 in every race so far that we've done. He and BAR are just having a magnificent start to life together inside this series, and it has been a real joy to watch. But of course, yeah, we've got Monaco this weekend, then we head to some faster circuits. Azerbaijan, Canada, France, Austria, Silverstone. It's certainly going to be interesting over the next few Grand Prix to kind of see as to how we fare. We have got a couple of upgrades in the works. We've got a huge rear downforce upgrade that will hopefully be on the car ready for the next race out in Baku. Of course, if you're new, please do make sure you leave a like, get yourself subscribed as well. But we are taking an F2002 Ferrari to Monte Carlo. Boy, am I looking forward to this. Well, we've got to savour this experience then, driving a Ferrari V10 Formula 1 car from the golden generation of Ferraris here on the streets of Monte Carlo. This place is special, and it could on paper be a really good track for us. The car looked very, very good last weekend through the final sector of Barcelona, so I'm hoping that has normally been a good indicator of whether a car will run well around this circuit, but of course you never quite know kind of what setup Williams were running on those 2 cars either last weekend. All we can do is try and keep it clean and tidy and pray that by the end of it we have got a car with enough pace there. We've still only had 1 pole position inside this game at the Hungaroring last season. Again, another pretty high downforce circuit, but hoping here as we get in towards the second half of the lap that the pace will slowly come to us there. Frentzen still a little way just in front. We still haven't out-qualified Michael yet so far this season, so it'd be good if we can just do that as well. Sort of rubbing up against on the Armcos through the exit of Tabak, then nudge the inside wall down through the Rascas. But can we get the power down at the final corner? Villeneuve's going to do it again. Up towards the line. It is P3. Our best qualifying session of the year, but gutted to be so close and not quite enough. Well, that is definitely the closest we've been on 1 lap pace of those Williams cars so far this year, but gutted to see Michael Schumacher down in P6 come the end of the session there. Of course, Anthony Davidson is in P5. I'm pretty certain he spent the entirety of this season so far in at that 5th place. David Coulthard, though, showcasing that McLaren have got some good pace in that car. The same can't be said for Marc Genet, who will line up down in 12th. No other major surprises, though, up and down the grid. So let's head then into the Monaco Grand Prix.
Formula 1 on ITV in association with Texaco.
Formula One returns to Monte Carlo once again today, home to the world-famous Monte Carlo Casino, first opened in 1863. And, of course, a certain road race, first held here in 1929. There's no greater an occasion, no more valuable a win than the Monaco Grand Prix. The prestigious Circuit de Monaco then. It's not all that dissimilar today to the layout that made its debut almost a century ago. It's 2 miles and 19 corners through the streets of Monte Carlo, and although the average lap speed of around 93 miles per hour is the lowest of the season, the tiny margins for error make it the natural habitat of the safety car.
Well, it seems like a very, very familiar sight as we're down on the grid here. We're stuck behind those Williams cars, and I'm praying if we can get between them on lap 1, then maybe, just maybe, we can do something interesting to try and upset their rhythm as we go throughout the afternoon. But yeah, 39 laps ahead of us, though, here from the Monaco streets. This is the toughest race of them all, and I think this season is going to be very, very interesting as we wait on the grid, though, for those 5 red lights. It is going to be lights out, and oh wait, we go there. We need to try and get a good start, but Anthony Davis has nailed it around the outside. So has Frentzen, though, as all those Williams cars bang wheels at the first corner. We almost do the same thing with Michael Schumacher. Luckily, we will get ahead of our teammate there, but look at Davidson really trying to attack those Williams at the front of the order. Nowhere to go for him, as Heinz Howell will get around the outside of Jacques Villeneuve and straight up into P1. We will send it back down the inside of the BAR car there, so that's probably more action on lap 1 by the end of Sector 1 than you were getting most Monaco Grand Prix, as this yellow flag's out a little bit further back. I don't know if that's just the Constantina and up effect or what was going on, but yeah, it seemed like all the cars on the outside line actually had the advantage down at turn 1, and Frentzen has used that to the best of his abilities through those first couple of turns. Has got to be so careful with the traction bog off of the corners. It's so easy just to get met with a little bit of wheel spin. So you just rub down the barriers. That's not what I need to be doing early on. But yeah, let's see if we can try and attack Villeneuve. Well, already then your top 3 just starting to bolt away from the rest of the order. And again, it looks like we have got the 1 lap pace to compete with those 2 blue and white cars just in front of us. But yeah, Schumacher, he could be in for a very, very long afternoon if he's not able to get back around that BAR car pretty quickly. Really just seems to have struggled over the last couple of weekends at kind of keeping in touch with our top 3 overall. But I'm already trying to think about the strategy game here. Our early pace, we seem to always be able to take the first set of tyres further than those Williams. That could prove very useful if they get held up in traffic. But it is a really, really awkward kind of thing here in Monaco. I just want to, give ourselves a little bit of breathing room. Not feel like we're tucked up right under the gearbox of those 2 Williams cars, but I know I can't. If one of them tries to go for a slight undercut or something like that, and we've got to be there immediately ready to fill that gap. I'm sure there was a plan down at Williams for the start of this one, and I'm sure going wheel to wheel through the first couple of corners and banging together, trading paint was not that plan. But either way, Frentzen, it's again another reminder that he wants to be in the World Championship fight. But yeah, they've still got to worry about not only each other, but also me. Whoa, that's the one place I was... Oh, I'm sorry, that is horrendous commentary, but I was literally about to say that is the one place where I seem to be comfortably quicker than Villeneuve around this circuit. And we just timed it perfectly and slipped down the inside of the Williams car. New fastest lap of the day, and that is perfect early on. We are between their 2 cars now. They cannot try and, throw one under the bus to help the other one out. And for Frentzen, that works out even better, because of course if we were to finish like this, I believe he and Jacques will be tied on points again. Well, to go from P1 to P3 at the start of this Grand Prix, I'm sure is not what Jacques Villeneuve would have wanted, and well, he must go to bed on a Saturday night feeling pretty confident if you're lining up P1 here. But yeah, after that start though, and after the move we made on him, I'm sure Jacques Villeneuve very, very frustrated. He has got to think about the bigger picture though. Something that maybe a couple of times last year he struggled with a bit too much. Williams, they've got to be able to get to the end of the season still, with both drivers pretty happy with a car that is still very, very competitive. As you can just see, yeah, Frentzen is slightly more confident through that chicane there as we nudge the inside wall through to back. But yeah, he's definitely not immune to making errors either. Really does feel like already we're starting to play a big game of chicken at the front of the order as another new fast lap of the day. There we go, Anthony Davidson, the first of your front runners to peel into the pit lane. So that means that more and more cars are going to think about it. My plan is just go one lap longer than Frentzen. Whenever he boxes, I will go one lap longer, unless it looks obvious that he's about to get held up in traffic. Oh, there we go, Villeneuve. Villeneuve from behind is in then, so we're going to have to keep an eye out on where he comes back out in this Grand Prix. There's about a 20-second gap back to Jarno Trulli. So yeah, did pretty well around this venue. Michael Schumacher as well, also into the pits then. So will we see Jacques Villeneuve come out ahead of Jarno? If he does, then this might be the perfect chance to try and box in this Grand Prix. No, he won't. Yes, he will. Come on, we need some more information. He will just about come out ahead of Jarno Trulli. So I think we've got to try and box now then, to make sure that we don't get undercut. This could be a battle of the pit crews then as we make our way into the pit lane. Almost into the back of Heinz-Harald Frentzen then. And yeah, we are going to see a battle between Ferrari and Williams here. I don't think we'll be able to get the jump on him. 2.7 second stop. No, we don't, sadly. So we will still be behind one of the Williams cars in this Grand Prix. But has Villeneuve been able to get some temperature into those tyres? And we'll potentially be able to capitalise here as we make our way back out onto the circuit. Come on, Frentzen. Gotta get on with it, sir. As I don't think, yeah, Villeneuve definitely has not got the jump on us. But can we try and capitalise? As you can see, Frentzen there really lacking confidence. So we make our way back out onto the circuit. I think if we were going to try and punish him, what now has got to be that opportunity there, as for some reason the steering wheel went incredibly light up over the top of the hill. But I mean, unless we can get a run somewhere around this circuit, which we're really struggling to, Frentzen for now will hang on. Frentzen again there just gets a little bit of a wobble as we make our way out to back. We saw it a couple of times in Barcelona. He would just have a little slip up, and that could potentially open the door for us, but that Williams car is really good. Oh, in a couple of places, not like that though. Oh, we do get down the inside of Frentzen. That was not quite the move I wanted to make. I'll give him the place back, I think, because we just completely kind of locked up into him. As Villeneuve as well, sensing an opportunity to try and get involved. We will let Frentzen back around the outside. We will not let Villeneuve back through though. Not going to make it that easy for him. But yeah, that goes to show that we can definitely line up the opportunity. Just got to be a little bit more careful on the brakes. As, well, I think these 2002 cars are built a little bit stronger than the 2001 machines, because that would have been both of us out of the Grand Prix. I mean, it's just all about the runoff for that corner, and again, we will get to the inside there, but that time around we got it slowed down. We were fully past him. And, oh, the Williams, I think they've come together through the final corner. I think they're both still going, but Jacques Villeneuve there might have big problems. So I think Villeneuve potentially tried to have a look for a move, and I think he's out. Villeneuve is out of the Grand Prix then, so World Championship leader, contact between him and his teammate, and he is our first retirement of the afternoon. Well, let's take a look at this then from Jacques Villeneuve's point of view. You can see we line up the move, take Frentzen a little bit by surprise, but there is no contact made in the process there. Frentzen will have a look down the inside. Oh, and it's very little contact, but I think it's done the suspension on that Williams car there. You just have a look. Frentzen does try and give him room on the outside there, and just if we slow it down, Villeneuve skims the front, wallops the rear though. I mean, he's actually put the rear wheel through the wall, which is quite impressive there. So that will be enough to knock him out of the Grand Prix, and a disappointing end for Williams there for one of their drivers. I think Frentzen as well has picked up a little bit of damage in all of that going down. But yeah, he will be our first casualty then out of the Grand Prix, and that is the first time all year Williams have made a bit of a blunder. Well, I wonder as well whether Frentzen's actually picked up some damage from that, because he is losing bags of time through the final couple of corners as well of the very next lap. So Williams, they've had a perfect season so far. And I mean, the move from us was aggressive, but you kind of got to be around Monte Carlo there as well. We see Frentzen into the pit lane. No, we don't. So he's going to try and stay out there and just keep limping on as new fastest lap of the day instantly. Can't help but feel, yeah, that Williams, they might have been holding us up here. Now we finally found our way through. But, I mean, yeah, after the attempt we made the lap before, Frentzen has surely got to be thinking to defend Raskas a bit more. Because that time round, I mean, we were clean by your Zolt Baumgartners and your Marc Genets in this race. A safety car after that contact between Villeneuve and Frentzen could have been really, really useful. Because they are elevated way up the order more than you would expect them to be right now. But yeah, we are now close to 2 seconds a lap faster than Frentzen here. I'd love to believe Schumacher can get past him before the end of the afternoon. Once more of those cars have pit. But Anthony Davidson, he could be on for a really good result as well here. As Schumacher then up into now P4. I don't know where Davidson is though. Well, there is no better place than being out in front here on the streets of Monte Carlo, and it's a feeling that we have become fairly used to in recent seasons here. I'm trying to think. Ayrton Senna, Nico Rosberg, and Graham Hill. They are the only drivers off the top of my head that I can think of that have won this race 3 years back to back. I mean, obviously, at this point, Rosberg hadn't even done that. That would be a pretty exclusive club to join around these most famous streets, but there's still a long way to go this afternoon. Lapped cars could screw me. Looks like, though, that Genet has nailed that strategy in this Grand Prix, because he's come back out in P5. So I've got no idea which car it's been that's held everybody else up. I would assume it's got to be like a Jordan or a Toyota or a Minardi or something. But yeah, Marc Genet has got the jump on loads of cars. He's come back out in P5. That is fantastic. Well, I think one of my favourite parts about racing these classic cars around Monte Carlo is, of course, obviously, you can hear them in other parts of the venue. We're coming through those final few corners, and you can hear some of the cars that are obviously going a lap down, making their way down past the start-finish straight. You can hear them over the top, going down through the tunnel. To witness the V10s going around here must have been something truly spectacular. Because, I mean, you would have been able to hear them miles away up in the hills. Well, Toyota then having a pretty terrible time of things so far this afternoon. Fisichella down in last place. And I believe it's Juan Pablo Montoya. Yes, it is just in front of him. So that Toyota team definitely have got a lot more development they need to do if they want to, you know, get into a position where they are competitive inside this series. Maybe, just maybe, that is a team we could move to in the future inside this game as well. But yeah, this is where things get really tricky, trying to find a way past all these cars, as Montoya will let us by. Minardi, though, they're not in the bottom three. Well, there's one Schumacher looks set to try and make this a 1-2 for Ferrari in this Grand Prix. The other one, well, he's got a lap down in P17, stuck behind a Minardi of Fernando Alonso here. Not too sure kind of what the strat was for Alonso and Raikkonen, but they have really made it work to actually get the jump on a few other cars in this GP. And I tell you what, we only lost 4/10 of the lap trying to lap some of these guys. That's pretty good going. For the last one under this proper backmarker crew, Kimi Raikkonen will just about let us by there, a little bit awkwardly positioned. Oh, as we try not to hit the wall on the exit, that would be quite embarrassing. But yeah, through the first bunch of lap traffic though, I've got no idea whether we'll catch up to anybody else. I mean, we're running pretty similar times to what you would expect modern Formula 1 cars to be doing around this circuit. And again, I feel like I say it every time I come here, but once we get into the groove around Monaco in these classic cars, it is so much fun because they're so light, because they're so agile. You know, the traction control as well lets you mash your foot to the floor sometimes as well, but actually around here you're really trying to kind of drive around the traction control as best as you can. It is such a fun and rewarding experience when you get a car that feels hooked up around this venue. Yeah, I mean, the gap is probably being opened up far more than it ever should be here, courtesy of Frenson's damage. But I thought we dominated last year's race here. This one might be even better. I just want to see if I can try and get a 1 minute 12 lap time there, as I could just tell the line Jenson Button was going to do was potentially going to screw me over. So luckily he was able to get on the brakes and avoid that one too badly. Rubens Barrichello as well will peel by and let me through. So yeah, most of these guys... Yeah, to be fair, the lap traffic actually today has been pretty good going. As I believe, yeah, it is Mark... sorry, not Mark, today Alexander Wirtz that is holding up at the front of this little group. So I think, yeah, that has allowed Genet to get away in the way he has. Thank you, Jarno. We'll move past him. And, well, yeah, we have successfully lapped up then to 10th place in this Grand Prix. I'm wondering where Danica Patrick is around the circuit at the moment, because I'd like to try and put a lap on her as well by the under this one. But, yes, he's running pretty well in this Grand Prix. There we go. That is Wirtz navigated. Where is Danica? Round in the final corners then to start the last lap of the Monaco Grand Prix. This place is special, as there we go into the 1 minute 12. So happy with that one as well there. I don't think we're quite going to lap Danica Patrick by the end of this, but by my logic she's going to be the last car to cross the finish line, and that means that she should finish last here when all is said and done. But yeah, what a race this has been once again. You know, we took the gamble early on, but we found an avenue past Villeneuve that we were honestly just right place at the right time. Frentzen, we tried it once, didn't work, or it did, but it was not clean. But why on earth he wasn't defending it the very next time, because we were always going to try and capitalise yet again there. Then the Williams, a bit of madness and chaos down at their organisation. Villeneuve tried to get optimistic. Frentzen and him collide. Villeneuve's out of the Grand Prix. Frentzen forced to limp the car home. We won this race for BAR back in 2000. We won this race for McLaren in 2001. We join a very, very exclusive list here of 3-time Monaco Grand Prix winners. But more importantly than that, it is victory for Ferrari. Grazie ragazzi.
Absolutely fantastic. It's a brilliant result. Well done.
That's it then for another nail-biting Monaco Grand Prix. We were on the edge of our seats the whole time, but they've come through to take a stunning victory. Anthony Davidson, how do you think they were able to set themselves apart today?
I think a large part of the result comes down to temperament. They were able to keep their heads when everyone around them was losing theirs, and that's allowed them to get the best out of the car, to maximise the strategy, and to stay out of trouble.
And here we are, a team that is no stranger to the podium, taking their place on top once again. A sublime race today, and a stunning win for Ferrari.
Well, there we are then, the end of the Monaco Grand Prix, and with that result, it means that Heinz-Harald Frentzen is the only driver now to have kept up a podium streak since the start of the year there. He comes through for P2 behind ourselves as we claim our first ever victory for Ferrari. Schumacher in third, gutted he couldn't quite get a 1-2 finish come the end of the day. Anthony Davidson, he doesn't finish fifth. In fact, he goes one better in P4 there, just ahead of Genet and Zot Baumgartner, who really made the long first stint work for themselves there. Mark Webber in P7 ahead of Danica Patrick, with Barrichello and Jarno Trulli rounding out our top 10 there. Coulthard unable to get into the points. Yeah, Jacques Villeneuve, the only driver who failed to see the checkered flag. What does that do to our championship? Well, it means that Frentzen now has an 8-point lead at the top of the table ahead of his teammate. We are just 2 points back behind one of our biggest ever rivals inside this series. Schumacher 12 points further behind myself, still ahead of Anthony Davidson, who has got a healthy buffer now ahead of Coulthard and Marc Genet. Further down the order, we've now just got both Toyotas, Jordans and Minardis, who are yet to score so far this year. Constructors-wise, 24, the gap has been slashed to between ourselves and Williams at the top of the standings as well there, with McLaren Mercedes just hanging on ahead of BAR as well. Thank you all so much for watching this video. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure you leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back very soon ready for the Azerbaijan Azerbaijan Grand Prix, but back to back to back, we own the streets of Monaco. Hello everyone and welcome back to a brand new video and welcome to round 5 of our F1 2002 career mode. Yes, we're back this weekend here for the Azerbaijan Grand Prix, the first ever Azerbaijan Grand Prix in this alternate timeline. Of course, if you missed out on the video that went live earlier on this week from Monte Carlo, I would highly recommend going back and checking it out. The Monaco Grand Prix is always a brilliant one, and it's safe to say this season was no different. Plenty of drama from those tight, twisty streets, but we finally got our first win of the year on board for Ferrari. Heinz-Harald Frentzen hasn't finished off of the podium just yet this season. 76 points means he leads the way ahead of Jacques Villeneuve and myself there. Villeneuve, unfortunate contact with his teammate, damaged his rear suspension, and that left him, well, he wasn't even able to limp home. He was our only retirement from the Monaco Grand Prix. Michael Schumacher, still only 12 points behind. He has been very consistent so far, always ending up inside the top 4, but he just needs to do a little bit more if he, really wants to try and compete with myself and the Williams cars as well. But yeah, Baku this weekend, I'm very excited to see what these V10s are going to be like around this circuit. Make sure you get yourself subscribed if you're new. We're trying to hit 140,000 subs at the moment, and if you want early access to all of these videos as well, click the join button. It's just £1 a month. You get early access to all the videos, your name mentioned in the intro, and also some extra little emotes and things on the channel as well. But yeah, without further ado then, let's head into qualifying. Well, in theory, I think this circuit would have been great with the old V10 cars. I mean, imagine the noise as they made their way down this front straightaway here in Baku. In reality, though, so far in free practice, it has been really, really weird to try and get used to it, because it's one of the only circuits where these old cars' true weakness gets exposed relative to modern Formula 1 cars. You have to get the turn-in point absolutely bang on first time. There just isn't enough front-end grip to have to try and alter it very much, so I've had a couple of occasions in practice where I've tried to turn in for a corner, realised I've misjudged it, and then made a little bit of an error because of it on exit. I also expect this to be a very, very good circuit for Williams this weekend, courtesy of that front straight as well. But obviously with all of these slow speed corners, the traction control does a very, very good job of keeping you in check for the most part, but a couple of the curves here as well are absolutely brutal. I mean, up through the castle, you've absolutely just got to attack the curving. You cannot try and get away with it any other way, and that's something we've avoided doing with this car so far this season, because ultimately, yeah, where these cars are so much lighter than a modern Formula 1 car, it just doesn't really help to kind of throw them over the curbs like that. But yeah, Frentzen, though, at the moment, been given a bit of a lifeline early on this championship, thanks to Villeneuve's problems last weekend. He will be looking to try and obviously keep the momentum up to make our way through those final couple of corners. Be right up against the wall through that final flat-out chicane, and now it's just a long run back towards the start-finish line. They're up to 19,000 RPM. Listen to the V10 at absolute full chat. P9, though, on the grid. That's been a bit of a disaster. Well, I believe that's our worst qualifying session of the year so far, down in P9, 4 tenths away from Michael Schumacher. But you can see, yeah, Frentzen half second clear of Villeneuve, Anthony Davidson right there, Jenson Button in his Renault looking very, very competitive over the one-lap pace as well. I mean, he's got over a second on his teammate Alexander Wirtz come the end of qualifying. But yeah, a little bit of a mixed-up grid then. But we've got 26 laps ahead of us, and as we all know, anything can happen in Baku.
Formula 1 on ITV in association with Texaco.
And a warm welcome to you from Azadlik Square, heart of Baku and home, of course, to the Azerbaijan Grand Prix. With high speeds, tight corners and few runoff zones, many are expecting a safety car here today, so our drivers will have to stay very much on their toes and hopefully away from the barriers. With 20 turns and a length of 3.7 miles, Baku City Circuit in the heart of the Azerbaijan capital is a real test of a driver's endurance, patience and precision. 90-degree corners through Sector 1 lead into a tightening uphill sprint as we start to circle around the old city. Then a 1.4-mile chase flat out through Sector 3 towards the finish line.
Well, by virtue of some grid penalties then for other drivers, we have been bumped up into P7 even for the start of this one. And more interesting than that, one of those cars with grid penalties is Championship leader Frentzen. So he's going to line up right behind me, ready for the start of this one. 5 red lights though. Here in Baku, anything can happen. It's going to be lights out. Oh, and away we go there. Of course, my starts this season have been terrible, but luckily it's not a particularly long run. Oh, into turn 1 there, so we can't lose too many places. Jarno Trulli would immediately sneak by me. It looks like Frentzen as well has lost a place. It's all Baumgartner going for a big old send down in towards turn 2 there. We will try and follow the Italian around his outside on the exit of the corner there as Frentzen now wants to make it 3 wide. Off of the turn, and I think we're just going to be left with nowhere to go. No, we won't. Trulli, and she's going to try and defend from Frentzen there. That all got a little bit scrappy in towards turn 3 and 4. I got no idea how we survived it, but we have then held on to our grid position. So it looks like, yeah, Schumacher losing a spot to Rubens Barrichello. I almost said his teammate, but of course they've never been teammates still inside this timeline. But for Jacques Villeneuve at the front, he will just want to try and bolt free early on and hope that no one can really challenge him. But Anthony Davidson has looked very, very quick so far this year. Almost see Schumacher there putting it into the castle wall. Do we think if Schumacher did that, do we think he would say, "I am stupid"? I'd really love to know your guys' thoughts and feelings in the comments. Oh, whoa, Barrichello and Schumacher, their terrible run at the final corner. I don't think we're going to be able to do a lot with it though, as Barrichello just doesn't seem to quite have the same top-end speed as the 2 Ferraris. Villeneuve there, just starting to stretch his legs back into turn 1. But look at that, wheel to wheel. Oh, Schumacher locks up. So we will get 2 for the price of 1 then, in towards that first corner there. So bit of an error from our teammate. And Anthony Davidson, who's been so strong early on this season so far, looks to be under pressure from Button and Coulthard. We got 4 of our Great British drivers here, 2nd through 5th. Oh, the AI is struggling so much through that final chicane there. Ran the outside of Coulthard, ran the outside of Button, and we are now up into P3 then of this Grand Prix. Of course, we've seen it a couple of times this year as we've got yellows out further behind. Not too sure what's going on. Oh, we've got a safety car. Okay, someone's had a retirement. I know it's Jarno Trulli very, very early on in the race, but that's not the first time we've seen a Sauber engine go up in smoke this year. Jarno Trulli, our first casualty of the afternoon, and admittedly that car has been left in a dangerous location. Safety car, no choice but to be deployed. Well, we are going to dive into the pit lane then at the end of lap 3 here. Ferrari, have they potentially made a decent strategy call in this Grand Prix? Looks like Villeneuve and Anthony Davidson both opting to stay out there. But as we make sure that we don't get done for speeding, it actually looks like a lot of cars have opted to stay out there. No one else really taking the risk, so we are probably going to get shuffled right to the rear of the field then in this Grand Prix. There goes Fisichella and Alonso. And yeah, we are down to last. Well, this is a big, big gamble then early on in the GP, but I guess we've got to try and go for big gambles against those Williams cars at the moment, especially with Villeneuve right at the front of the order. We will pick up, obviously, a lot of places when everybody else has to pit, but we've got to try and make some progress before then as well, as we wait for the green flags to come back out then here in Baku. Let's try and time that restart nice and tidily there. Hopefully we'll get a run on Alonso back in towards turn 1. See that Minardi, no match for the Ferrari in a straight line as Marc Genet there kicking up some carbon fibre. I think he and Takuma Sato came to blows. Well, Fisichella up next then. As you can just see Marc Genet in front of him. Whoa, everybody! What on earth's Genet doing? Genet there just parked on the apex of the corner and somehow... I mean, that's got to be the weirdest Ricardo Zonta I've ever seen inside this game there. But the McLaren, one car down the inside, one car down the outside. Genet has surely got to have problems with that car right now. There's no way he should be that slow. Well, this season has been far less unpredictable than 2001 so far. As, again, you can just see the AI. I think they've all focused on having straight line speed down the front straight, but haven't really factored in the fact they've got to navigate that final corner, because it is definitely costing them all plenty of time early on in this GP there, as you can see Danica Patrick and Ralf Schumacher having a bit of a battle just in front. But yeah, with myself and Genet way down the order though, it's suddenly given a lot of these backmarker teams a potential opportunity to try and scratch together a point from the afternoon. I think coming into this weekend, we'd only seen with the classic point system, a massive thank you to all of you that keep updating us with the classic points. I think we'd only seen 7 drivers score, but it does really feel like both Toyota and Jordan have taken a leap forward with their upgrades in recent race weekends. So hopefully, you know, both of those teams are going to be a little bit more competitive as the season goes on there. I mean, look at that Montoya. He's had no problems getting through that final chicane. Ralf Schumacher certainly did, though, on the other hand, as we will try and get past one. Try and tuck back into the slipstream there of Juan, back in towards the first corner. Put alongside him as well. This is such a slipstream battle at the moment. I mean, look at that. Juan Pablo Montoya. He really wanted to make me work for it, trying to force me onto a defensive line in towards turn 1. But we are through and almost back into the points. Well, rocking up then to the back of Danica Patrick. Oh, through that final chicane again. Another one that is definitely struggling. So, I mean, Montoya's proven it. If you set up the car correctly, it shouldn't be a difficult corner to try and navigate. As we're going to start to see some cars into the pit lane. Rubens Barrichello, Michael Schumacher there. There's Villeneuve. That's the big one. So I think now Frentzen out in the lead of this Grand Prix. But of course, he has still got to stop. But yeah, a lot of the second half of this race is going to be trying to not lose time to Villeneuve and Frentzen. Mark Webber then, a driver that's had a fairly quiet campaign so far with Jaguar, but I don't think it's been quiet in a particularly bad way either. Just obviously hasn't quite had the pace of very experienced teammate Rubens Barrichello so far, but does still look, you know, he looks competitive. He doesn't look out of his depth, which I think, you know, for a driver in just their 5th start, is probably quite a good thing. Of course, most of our rookie storyline so far. Oh no. No. So we got gearbox problems then early on here. It looks like we've lost 6th gear, which shouldn't be too bad. Because, of course, obviously we can just kind of shift around it, and these engines are pretty torquey. But there's none of these guys into the pit lane then at the end of the very next lap. There we go. Frentzen was in. Down the inside, though. Mark Webber there. Careful not to put it in the inside wall. But, yeah, we are clearly going to start struggling. One of our other rookies then, Zolt Bartgartner, getting some experience of what it's like to lead a Formula 1 Grand Prix, as I accidentally followed Alexander Wirtz that time round through that final corner, so definitely not the line we needed, as Mark Webber will start trying to attack the pair of us back in towards turn 1. But yeah, the Hungarian though, got to be the first ever Hungarian to lead a Formula 1 race. That must be a pretty historic moment. I'm going to let Zolt have his moment in the sun, but we've got a bigger picture World Championship that we need to try and win this season. As you can see, the BAR car actually not very fast in a straight line, so comfortably able to take that final corner flat. And I believe Zolt anyway is going to dive into the pit lane then, so clearly doesn't fancy the battle at this stage of the race. Looks like we've got 6th gear back as well, but I mean, look at that Villeneuve. Despite the fact, obviously, he's pit more recently, he's only 5 seconds behind me. Frentzen's only 10 seconds back, and those cars are going to be much, much quicker. But as we get to half distance then, we've had a couple of laps now just to compare our pace against that Villeneuve. I think we might actually be fairly competitive here. Frentzen actually looks like the driver that's fastest at this stage of the Grand Prix, as I keep losing and then regaining 6th gear every so often. As new fast lap of the day then, that's what we like to see. So despite those gearbox issues, Villeneuve goes a fraction faster. Will we see Frentzen? Look at that, Frentzen almost a second quicker than either of us. The German is flying. I mean, what do you do if you're Frank Williams right now? Your guy in P2, who was leading the championship prior to last weekend, he is slower than your guy in P3. Villeneuve at the moment looks like he will not catch me by the end of this race. Frentzen, his pace shows that he definitely could get to us by the end. Of course, Villeneuve...
You've lost one of the gears. Say again.
Another one.
You have lost access to one of the gears.
Oh, that's a more useful one. I think that's 4th, isn't it? So that's going to be a bit more of a problem to try and drive around. But, I mean, from Villeneuve's side of things, obviously that contact with Frentzen last weekend as well, he will not want to give up any more points to him than he absolutely has to, especially if we're struggling. I'm looking at the gearbox. We're getting over 1% of wear a lap on it. That might not sound like a lot, but when you think normally on these games, that would mean you're having to do a gearbox swap about every other weekend. We are just counting down the laps then towards the end of this race. Is Frentzen closing in rapidly now on Jacques Villeneuve here. Less than half a second between those two cars behind me. The big thing I'm worried about still is that we lose one of the more useful gears. I'm thinking 2nd, 3rd, or 7th would be absolutely disastrous for us. Because, well, to be honest, 2nd and 3rd are just all the corner gears. And obviously, if we can't use 7th, then we'd be down on straight line speed by about 20 miles an hour. Getting to Villeneuve is one thing for Frentzen right now. Getting past him is an entirely different one. You can just see this lap, they've actually lost a bit of time to me. So Villeneuve is definitely holding up Frentzen a little bit more than he should be at the moment. And obviously, if you guys remember back to the end of 2001, we got locked into a couple of battles with Coulthard, which did nearly cost us the World Championship against Jacques as well. Could some Williams Civil War this season be exactly what we need to kind of tip the tables in the other direction? They have definitely got a faster car at the moment, but so far Villeneuve cannot quite utilise it. And Frentzen, well, he's not allowed to. Oh, there we go, Frentzen. Frentzen has finally made it through on Jacques Villeneuve then with just 5 laps to go of this Grand Prix. He needs to go a second a lap faster than myself now, but I do firmly believe he has got the pace to be able to do that. You can see Villeneuve, I'm sure, will try and latch on and keep up with him, but Frentzen now, this is the kind of race where he has to prove that he is a World Championship caliber driver. Well, this is exactly the kind of time we need to be setting new personal bests in this Grand Prix. I don't think we'll quite be able to match Frentzen's pace. There we go, 41.81. Frentzen will do a 40.9. Frentzen, he did go a second lap faster than me there. This could come down to the wire. Well, I've double-checked as well. I think Frentzen is one of the only other drivers in this grid, apart from the BARs and the Jordan cars towards the rear of the field. He might be one of the only other drivers that can take that final corner completely flat out. Gap now 3 seconds to Frentzen behind with 3 laps to go. If he gets in the slipstream on the last lap, we could be in trouble. Well, I'm sure when Hermann Tilke proposed this circuit here in Baku, they were always hoping to see a lot of photo finishes. And I never thought I'd utter these words, but as we were about to start the last lap then, I feel a bit like Lance Stroll. If you guys remember, I believe it was the 2017 Grand Prix. Lance was trying to defend from Valtteri Bottas and just got pipped on the run to the flag. Are we about to see the same thing with Heinz-Harald Frentzen? The gap is just 0.8 of a second with 1 lap to go here. That Williams has been going over a second a lap faster, and all he needs to do is try and be close enough at that final corner, and then surely he can look at trying to get the run. Qualifying pace, it did not look like we were going to be competitive against Williams. Frentzen, he's definitely out the class of the field right the way throughout, even despite the grid penalties. Villeneuve, though, we've been pretty much on a par with him right the way throughout this one, so we can only really face defeat to our World Championship leader, and it's kind of similar to Max Verstappen here. This has always been a circuit he's seemed to struggle at relative to his teammates. So Villeneuve perhaps having the same thing with Frentzen at the moment, but as we said, this is the year Frentzen has got to prove himself as a potential World Championship candidate. And are we going to see him try and pip us on the run towards the line? We are still trying to get the power down nice and tidy out through the back half of the circuit as we make our way through the old town the V10 engine. You can hear it bouncing off the walls of these historical buildings. 2-3 more corners to go, though, of the inaugural Azerbaijan Grand Prix. Frentzen, he had a look. He tried to have a look there in towards the final sector, but has that potentially just cost him as we make the run through those final couple of corners there? Try and keep it completely flat out. He's gaining in on me, though. The gap down to 0.4 of a second. He has tucked in the slipstream, but I think we're just about going to have enough. P1 here in Baku.
It's never an easy race here in Azerbaijan. There's drama around every corner, but they've come through to take a brilliant win here today. And talk to me, what do you think it was that sealed the win for them?
It was a question of right place, right time today. We were looking at an entirely different race before the safety car came out, but they were able to take full advantage after the field had been bunched up.
And here we are, a team that is no stranger to the podium, taking their place on top once again. A sublime race today and a stunning win for Ferrari.
Well, there we are then. We take the victory by just under 0.4 of a second from Heinz-Harald Frentzen. And if Monaco felt like a bit of a one-off, surely today we have proven that we are a championship threat with Ferrari. Back-to-back victories here on two of the toughest tracks on the calendar. Boy, oh boy, I want to take that fight to Williams once again. Villeneuve completes the podium. Schumacher just got past Coulthard towards the end of the race. And Anthony Davidson has his worst result of the year so far. Only P6 for him in the end. Danica Patrick, Rubens Barrichello, Jenson Button, and Zolt Baumgartner will round out our top 10 this weekend there. Mark Webber, unlucky just to miss out on points when all is said and done, but it was only Jarno Trulli that failed to see the checkered flag. And not too sure what happened to Genet. He was just terrible right the way throughout the weekend as well. Championship standings, though, it means we are now just 3 points back from Frentzen at the top of the table. We are up into P2 ahead of Jacques Villeneuve there. Schumacher still in 4th ahead of Davidson. Coulthard still ahead of Genet and Danica Patrick as well, with Barrichello getting the jump on Baumgartner. Button getting the jump on his teammate Alexander Wurz as well, as I believe that is his first points of the campaign. So it does just leave the Toyotas, Jordans and Minardis yet to score. Constructors-wise, though, we have closed in that gap rather rapidly on Williams in the last few races as well. Only down to 20 points now. So yeah, we could certainly be a threat to them as the season goes on. We need to keep bringing upgrades to this Ferrari, because we're not that far away from being with them on pace as well. Thank you all so much for watching, though. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back very soon when Formula 1 returns, I believe, for the Canadian Grand Prix. Hello everyone, and welcome back to round 6 of our F1 2002 career mode. Yes, we're back this weekend here for the Canadian Grand Prix. Of course, if you missed out on the video that went live at the end of, well, last weekend even, we went to Baku, Azerbaijan for the first ever time. V10 cars along that huge front straight was certainly a very, very interesting Grand Prix, and I would highly recommend going back and checking it out. It came down to a last lap battle between myself and Heinz-Harald Frentzen, but yeah, we ended up taking the win. We've cut the gap down at the top of the table to just 3 points to the Williams driver there. Jacques Villeneuve still in P3 ahead of Michael Schumacher, and well, with 2 wins on the bounce, it seems like now us and Ferrari were getting into the swing of things as we take a quick stopover in North America. Of course, we've got a few interesting tracks coming up. Obviously Canada, France, Austria, Silverstone, all very, very high speed, before Hungary kind of in there, before the Belgian and Italian GPs, with Singapore, Japan, USA and Brazil, of course, finishing off the season. But yeah, so far, I think it's safe to say this season is going pretty well. I need to remember to put a new gearbox into the back of the car as well, so we might actually serve a penalty as we head into this weekend. Behind the scenes, I'm still trying to get as many upgrades onto the car as I possibly can, but at the moment we are trying to focus on some power unit upgrades that will hopefully help us out in the coming races as well. You know, we just need to make sure that we can keep up with Williams week in and week out. But yeah, returning to Montreal, though, of course, a track that has seen some quite iconic moments for Ferrari in their history. Sebastian Vettel at the 2019 Grand Prix, moving the P1 sign. Jean Alesi, of course, claiming his only ever Formula 1 victory here as well in 1995. Maybe this weekend we can make our own piece of Ferrari history as well. During free practice then, here it's the first time all season that the front end of the car has felt very, very understeery, but yeah, we've got a 5-place grid penalty then coming our way, ready for the GP, so we need to qualify well here to make sure that we don't start too far down the order. Of course, it might allow the Williams to run away early on in the GP. But yeah, actually the front end responsiveness now, I've opened up, I've put I think 7 front wing now onto the car, and it seems to have done the trick, just to give us a little bit more kind of rotation through the exit of corner. And actually, yeah, felt like as we were trying to put the power down, the front end was really, really washing away here. But obviously Canada and Baku, fairly similar, both technically street circuits. Obviously both very, very high-speed straights, but dominated obviously by low-speed corners as well. So certainly is a big test for the drivers. And just like Baku then, it's Heinz-Harald Frentzen that is looking very, very competitive here as well. Of course, the Wall of Champions chicane, the final corner on this lap. We're definitely struggling for top-end speed here, but attack the curving on the way on in and on the way out. Power down up towards the line then. It is P4 on the grid. Well, P4 in qualifying, P9 on the grid. That could have gone better. Well, there we go then. At the end, the qualifying Frentzen will storm to yet another pole position there. Villeneuve barely quicker than our teammate Michael Schumacher. No real surprises, kind of up and down the top 10, to be honest. Renault looking pretty competitive as well here. Marc Genet is just having a terrible, terrible season so far over at McLaren. There are rumours that he could get dropped before the end of the year, but that's all kind of not an issue with me. Let's head then into the race.
Formula One on ITV in association with Texaco.
Bonjour! It's time once again to go racing here in Montreal, the second largest French-speaking city in the world, and home since 1978 to the Canadian Grand Prix. It's one of the fastest races of the season here at the Circuit Gilles Villeneuve, with around 60% of this 2.7-mile circuit taken at full throttle. There are 14 corners to navigate, the very last of which has its very own infamous history. Could be the cause of a safety car today.
Well, we have only lost 4 places then on the grid by virtue of some other penalties. I believe that's Jacques Villeneuve that's actually going to start a little bit further behind me ready for this one. So disappointment for the Williams man once again. It seems like Monaco, I don't want to speak too soon, but might have just been the catalyst for a downturn in Jacques Villeneuve's confidence and performance behind the wheel of a Formula 1 machine. But either way, we've just got to focus on our own race here. We can't let Frentzen build up too big a lead in the World Championship. And you might have just heard there as well, David Croft just warning us all about the perils of the chicane. It's actually, Frentzen behind me with a grid penalty, not Villeneuve. 5 red lights though. It's going to be lights out, and away we go then. So Frentzen, with his second grid penalty in a row. We're going to lose a couple of spots, all down in towards turn 1 and immediately back wheels with the Williams man. So that was not what I needed to do through the first corner there. We just need to try and hang on ahead of him though, because that obviously does mean, if things went perfectly today, we could try or take lead of the Drivers' World Championship for the first time with the Ferrari organisation. So Barrichello there, very, very slow. We will get down the inside of him and Jarno Trulli. Of course, this was the corner where I binned it on lap 1 last season. As Alexander Wirtz there trying to go around the outside of Danica Patrick. Hopefully, I'll make the move on her. Try and have a look then down the inside of Danica Patrick down at the hairpin. I've really wanted to give her more stick so far this season, but clearly the AI she's replaced inside this game is normally pretty good. It might be Raikkonen that she's kind of taken the place of, like, the weird way this mod works. She might effectively be Kimi Raikkonen inside this game. There's 208 miles an hour down in towards those final couple of corners. This Ferrari car's got good straight line speed. As Schumacher then leading the way at the end of lap 1. Yet to see him win a race as our teammate. But round the outside of Alexander Wirtz will go at turn 1. And we've made pretty good progress. Well, hopefully we're not going to get another very early safety car this afternoon. But yeah, Schumacher actually just pulling away slightly from Villeneuve in the early laps. Of course, I know there's a long way to go still in this Grand Prix. But once again, you got your 4 great British drivers of Coulthard, Button, Anthony Davidson and myself all line astern. All for 4 separate teams. Yeah, Coulthard though trying to keep us all back. It seems like, yeah, Renault really are starting to take a little bit of a step forward with that car as well. Button doing a very, very good job so far early on this season alongside Alexander Wirtz there as well. We've got to try and find a way around Anthony Davidson as soon as we can. I cannot let Schumacher and Villeneuve run away. Well, BAR and Honda put a lot of development into that engine over the winter, and that will explain the huge uptick in pace for the BAR team. And of course, Anthony Davidson has proven himself as a future world champion inside this game very early on. But Jenson Button as well down at Renault. They seem to be bringing upgrades every single weekend to that car. So yeah, it really is looking like we're starting to see some big improvements. As Davidson, that's incredible. 6th ever race for Anthony Davidson. Confidence is just building every single weekend. And normally the AI on the inside there will back out. Not the young gentleman over there. He tries to keep it down the inside of the reigning world champion. There's a little bit of wheel banging, but fair play. I respect him for that. Oh, Jenson Button there just struggling a little bit to get the power down out of the final couple of corners, as we are starting to set some pretty competitive lap times. But I don't know whether it's just because of the Montreal circuit, but well, maybe it's just the Montreal circuit as well. But it really does start to feel like, you know, McLaren, Renault, and even BAR just now starting to close in performance-wise on Williams and Ferrari. You know, kind of the advantage that the R2 teams have enjoyed early on this season. It definitely is getting less and less. You know, Coulthard, he's still losing close to a second a lap. But yeah, often we have seen it kind of more and more earlier on in this championship. It would be great. It seems like we can get 2 teams fighting at the front of the order inside this mod, but very, very rarely do we end up with 3. Of course, we did see it a little bit in 2001 between Williams, McLaren and Ferrari. Sorry, in 2000 even, obviously when we were over at BAR, as we now trying to look past David Coulthard. Maybe yellow flag's a bit further behind, but I don't know whether someone's broken down or whether someone just made a little bit of a mistake in that final corner. Well, there we go. That's exactly what we need to be doing. New fastest lap of the day early on here. So now we've got ourselves into some clear air. The pace looks to be getting better with the car.
Started to drop back. There's a gap beginning to form.
But very, very interesting, though, at the front of the order. Schumacher is pulling away from Jacques Villeneuve here early on. So, yeah, I think the upgrades that we're bringing to the Ferrari is definitely starting to work. Oh, there we go. Villeneuve, first one then into the pit lane. And, of course, haven't really spoke about it much this weekend. But, obviously, this is Jacques Villeneuve's home GP. So he'll be looking to try and claim victory here. But at the moment, I mean, I've still no idea where Frentzen is a bit further behind. Maybe he'll pop up on the relative now. There he goes. So Frentzen up into P3. But he's just got no pace at the moment. Dare I say it, for the first time this year, it really looks like we have got the car to beat up Ferrari. I'm struggling to take any time out of Schumacher. Well, there we go. Schumacher into the pit lane then, so we're probably going to dive in next lap. But yeah, this really now, I mean, it seems so crazy to say, doesn't it? 7-time world champion. For many, he is the GOAT of Formula 1. But yeah, so far this season, he just hasn't been that competitive. And I think, honestly, it's just the F1 game can't quite comprehend the dominance that Michael Schumacher had on Formula 1 throughout some years in the early 2000s. But as we now will take the lead then of the Grand Prix, he's built up already a 3-second margin over Jacques Villeneuve. I'm looking to try and close in the gap to Jacques and try and relegate him to third in the second half of this race. We'll make our way then down the back straight. Even as Canadian Grand Prix go, this one has been fairly quiet so far. Especially once we made our way through some of the slower traffic. You know, again, there's definitely still a decent margin between Ferrari, Williams, and everybody else at the moment. As new set tyres going on the car. There you just hear Schumacher screaming by. And there goes Villeneuve as well. Jarno Trulli, I'm hoping we're going to be out ahead of him. But looking at the gaps, it could be quite close actually on pit exit.
See these tyres through to the end now.
Looks like we will hold off ahead of him there as Marc Genet trying to go for an alternate strategy as well. But the gap then to Villeneuve, 5 seconds here. We have got 20 laps to try and close this down. Oh, there we go.
For the race. Keep this up.
That's what we need to be able to do on our new tyres. Schumacher had just taken fastest lap off me, so we need to respond with another fastest lap of our own. You can see Genet now, obviously, he hasn't pit yet, so still ahead of Coulthard. That worked quite well for him back at Monaco, but a circuit like Montreal, much easier to make overtakes happen. But yeah, Villeneuve in the Ferrari sandwich, he has got to be feeling the pressure. Another new fastest lap then. The pace has been relentless over these last few, but I have got to be careful. You know, we've got to try and get these tyres to the end of the GP as well. But yeah, that gap to Villeneuve down now to just 2.5 seconds. Ferrari might still not quite have a car on 1 lap pace, but points aren't dished out on Saturday. We've definitely got a car that's competitive on a Sunday afternoon. It is so fun to drive. Well, there we go then. For the first time out of the pit window, we've got an idea then where Frentzen is. And well, he's still behind David Coulthard in this Grand Prix, but should be able to find a way around him, you'd imagine, before the end of the afternoon. But definitely is not going to get into this fight at the front of the order. Obviously, we've had a couple of races where it's been us against the Williams. This time round, it is Villeneuve against the Ferraris. Oh, this cylinder hadn't even really factored in towards the end of this race, but lap traffic as well might become a bit of a problem there as Fernando Alonso just about gets out the way of Jacques Villeneuve back towards turn 1. Luckily, he's going to make my life a little bit easier as well on the exit of those first couple of corners. The gap now to Villeneuve under a second. But again, catching is one thing, getting by is another. I guess, yeah, lap traffic, of course, just hasn't been much of an issue this season. Because normally, we will get a safety car in a race there. As you can see how hard we're pushing, slapping the wall as we make our way out onto the back part of the circuit there. But, again, luckily...
We're starting to take some suspension damage.
Oh, I've got to be a bit more careful then. I mean, I don't want to do that too many times over. As Raikkonen in that second Minardi then are just getting in the way now, both myself and Villeneuve, and you just know he will be screaming on the radio to his team to be telling them, let me by, get these guys out of the way there. But Raikkonen, I thought you might just try and hang it up the inside of him through the final couple of corners there. Luckily, we will get a big run off the corner and should be able to move past the Flying Finn as well. Really am hoping for 2003 that we see Alonso and Raikkonen in some bigger and better drives inside this series, but we'll still probably have, you know, the Jordans, the Toyotas to try and navigate as well. So this race is far from over. Less than 10 laps to go then, and I'm sure Ralf Schumacher would have immediately jumped out of the way of his brother around this circuit. He's going to get out of the way though. Villeneuve in a pretty nice spot as well. But will he let us both by in one go? No, he won't. Ralf Schumacher there is going to get in my way as we try and make our way through the next couple of corners. What is he doing? Come on, man. Blue flags, they're not that difficult to work out inside this game. He's not even going to back out of it into the hairpin. trying to hang it around the right side there. Well, I can't see why Michael would have told him to hold me up, but very, very weird. Only when you're lapping these back markers that you realise just how many kind of high-profile and brilliant F1 drivers are stuck in terrible cars in this alternate timeline right now. I mean, obviously we spoke about Alonso and Raikkonen, but, you know, Ralf Schumacher was a multi-time winner, so was Juan Pablo Montoya as well, and all of these guys right now, I mean, Toyota has got to be a long-term project, of course, buying out the old Arrows team, but, I mean, all of these guys deserve much better cars than they've got. Although I wouldn't quite hype him up in the same way I would the others we've just mentioned, Takuma Sato as well.
Just over 10 minutes time. Rain in 10 minutes.
Well, that shouldn't affect us by the end of this race, but yeah, Takuma Sato was a very good driver on his day in Formula 1 as well. If you ever want just the epitome of Takuma Sato, I believe it was 2005. Watch his one-shot qualifying lap here in Canada. That, in just a minute and a half, gives you everything you need to know about Takuma as an F1 driver, because it is incredible. Well, I can't work out whether Schumacher's just controlling the pace at the front of the order now. Obviously didn't want to take any risks through the slower cars, or whether our teammates just starting to struggle a little bit towards the end of the afternoon. Maybe hasn't looked after his tyres as well as Villeneuve and I. But yeah, less than 6 laps to go then. That gap now, under 2 seconds between Villeneuve and Michael. There could still be a change at the front. In fact, we might have to try and get on with it and try and get past that Villeneuve here, if our teammate's struggling to try and defend for him towards the line. Oh, there you go, Villeneuve. Villeneuve, new fast lap of the day. So that goes to explain Schumacher. I think, yeah, Villeneuve and I have just got a little bit more pace than our teammate here late on in the day. And well, I didn't think we'd get a chance to battle Michael, but this could become a 3-way fight. Well, I don't know then whether Villeneuve suddenly remembered it's his home Grand Prix or just now feels that he's got a chance against our teammate Michael Schumacher, or have Williams completely mugged Ferrari off here, allowing us to believe that the upgrades we've brought might have made the ultimate difference. Frentzen has found a way around DC behind, so he's going to come through for a very lonely P4 finish here. But just 2.5 laps to go then of the Canadian Grand Prix. And you can see now the gap between Villeneuve and Schumacher less than a second. And we've still got more lap traffic to try and navigate here. Anything can happen towards the end of the GP. In fact, I'm trying to use lean revs on the exit of some of the corners to try and give ourselves a better shot with putting the power down. But Villeneuve, I mean, his traction out of those corners at the moment, we just cannot get close enough to him. This is the problem we've sometimes got with these cars, in just the way the gearing works, is that everybody's pretty much got the same top-end speed there as Schumacher, trying to find his way around Zob Baumgartner. So we'll find his way around the Hungarian down at turn 1. Will Zob get out of the way of Jacques and I? He's definitely going to get out of the way of Villeneuve. Luckily, they will move out of the way of us as well on the exit of the corner there. I mean, all 3 of us are so close together now. Unless you're in a battle with another car, surely you just let us all go in one spot. But I can't see any other lapped car just in front. There is one more there. Could that still be the difference? You can never count out Michael Schumacher from being a top competitor. And, you know, again, 91 victories, 7 world championships. He is always in the GOAT conversation. But it's been a pretty slow start to 2002 for our teammate. But it looks like today he has found the confidence he needs in this Ferrari car if, and it's a big if, he can hang on from Jacques Villeneuve on the last lap there. We got, I think that's a Renault out of the Grand Prix late on. I was going to say a Benetton. Of course, obviously, yeah, Renault buying out that team. I believe that could have been Wirtz, I think it was, out there down at the end of Sector 1. But we'll have a look, obviously, on the final race results here. But one last opportunity against Villeneuve. We've absolutely flung it in, almost crashed into the back of our teammate there. Not quite able to get it stopped though. And I mean, I had to try it. You know, we couldn't leave this weekend without knowing what could have happened had I tried it there. Luckily, no contact with anybody else. but in towards the final corner, Michael Schumacher, he took one victory in 2001. He is back with his first of 2002. Schumacher and Ferrari back on top. For us, it is P3.
That's a fantastic performance from Ferrari. It hardly looked in doubt. So, Anthony, what made the difference out there today?
I think a large part of the result comes down to temperament. They were able to keep their heads when everyone around them was losing theirs, and that's allowed them to get the best out of the car, to maximise the strategy, and to stay out of trouble.
Ferrari are at it again, an excellent performance at today's Grand Prix, and they're certainly a team that know what they're doing out there.
Well, there we are then, Michael Schumacher, a critical victory for not only him, but also the team this weekend. They're beating out Villeneuve. It really did look like, with the exception of the last few laps, that Schumacher was the driver to beat all throughout. Villeneuve in P2, they're ahead of ourselves. Frentzen in P4. So yeah, for the first time all year, it looks like Ferrari, we've got the upgrades we need now to fight week in, week out with Williams there. Coulthard in 5th, ahead of Anthony Davidson. Webber, Genet, Wirtz and Jarno Trulli will round out the top 10 there. I guess we can slate Danica Patrick 6th to 12th in the end. It's not a particularly good race result for the American, but she basically beats out all the back markers and a rookie Zolt Baumgartner when all is said and done. It was Jenson Button, though, that failed to see the checkered flag, not his teammate Alexander Wirtz. So, yeah, disappointment for Renault. Quite a few points will go missing there. At the top of the table, though, we are now tied with Frentzen on 106 points. Villeneuve only 5 back. Schumacher only 15 back. So we've definitely got a 4-way title fight on our hands if our teammate is able to keep that momentum going. Davidson is still 10 ahead of Coulthard. Genet still in 7th ahead of Danica. Mark Webber and Rubens Barrichello as well. And how many drivers are yet to score? It is still just our backmarker 3 teams that have failed to get a point on the board. We have the gap as well to Williams at the top of the constructors. So yeah, there is definitely going to be a fight as we make our way through the season. Thank you all so much for watching. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back very soon when Formula 1 returns ready for the French Grand Prix. Hello everyone and welcome back to a brand new video, and welcome back to round 7 of our F1 2002 career mode. Yes, we're back this weekend here in Le Castellet for the French Grand Prix. Of course, if you missed out on the video that went live a few days ago from Canada, I would highly recommend going back and checking it out. Of course, so far this season, it has been pretty unpredictable. Admittedly, it has been Williams and Ferrari exclusively fighting at the front of the order, but we've now already seen both drivers from both teams taking victories early on. Our 3rd place in Montreal means we are now top of the standings, tied alongside Heinz-Harald Frentzen, but luckily I have 2 wins to his 1. He still failed to win again since the season opener in Australia. Jacques Villeneuve now is just 5 points behind, and Michael Schumacher finally got his first win of the year on the board last weekend as well, to prove himself as a real championship threat as we make our way throughout 2002. And even better than that, we have finally got some upgrades rolling in onto the car over the next few weekends as well. We're trying to focus on giving the car a bit more power in a straight line. So yeah, it is really, really, hopefully, going to be a good season between us and Williams. Of course, if you're new, please do make sure you hit that sub button. We are trying to hit 140,000 subscribers on the channel at the moment. And also, if you enjoy the content and you want to get early access, you can join now for just £1 a month. It really does help support us in the work we do here. And yeah, like I said, you get early access to all the videos, you get your name mentioned in the intro, and obviously a few other little perks as well. But yeah, with all that out of the way though, let's head back to Le Castellet. This circuit, of course, Schumacher managed to flip his Ferrari last year, so I'm hoping that doesn't happen today. Well, a couple of days ago in my F1 Championship Edition career mode, we went to Magny-Cours inside the 2006 season. So yeah, we've got a lot of French Grand Prix this week, and it still always seems strange to me. France, you know, the kind of home country of Grand Prix racing in its original form, still obviously has never really felt like it's had a stable venue and a home for Formula 1. You know, obviously here in the UK we've had Silverstone, you know, that's basically been there since, well, it was day one, of course, for Formula 1, and the fact that France has just never had that, I always find a little bit peculiar then. But first sector felt really, really good on this lap, and maybe now Ferrari have got some pace to fight with Williams over one lap. We're bringing more and more engine upgrades to the car as we make our way through. You can just see, I mean, early on in the year we'd lose quite a lot of time to Villeneuve through the early stages, or through the, you know, the entirety of a qualifying lap, but now it really does feel like we're able to hang a lot closer to them, especially in a straight line, which is where we were losing a lot of that margin earlier on in the campaign. A little bit wide as we make our way in through Seam Corner. But so far the lap coming together, of course, you could use a lot more curbing back in the early 2000s, and we are trying to do that to the best of our abilities then, as in towards the final couple of corners we'll go. A little way still back from Jacques. There is a bit of wheel spin out of that final corner. We lost a bit of time there right at the end of the lap. It is still P4 yet again though, but we have definitely got pace, and I'm hoping we can start getting some poles. There we go then. Villeneuve will take pole position ahead of Michael Schumacher. Frentzen in third ahead of myself, so I'm pretty certain our top four all but the same as it's been in the early rounds of this season. Anthony Davidson again in P5. They're ahead of Button and Danica Patrick, with Genet, Coulthard and Mark Webber rounding out our top 10. I wonder if Button's going to react the same way he always does on the Sky feed whenever you hear Danica talk. He just looks fed up to be around her.
With Texaco.
Welcome along then to France, host of the world-famous Tour de France. But we're not talking two wheels today, we're talking four, in a country widely thought of as giving birth to the art of motor racing back in the late 1800s. We've come a long way since then, and you're about to find out how far. It's time for the French Grand Prix. A lap of Paul Ricard then consists of 15 corners and a total length of around 3.6 miles. Drivers will need to position their cars carefully on the exit of the flat-out turn 10, ready for the double apex right-hander at 11. Watch out for potential overtaking action at the end of the start-finish straight and into the heavy braking zone of turn 8.
Well, I must admit, I'm feeling pretty good for this one. No grid penalties for any of the other drivers around us, but yeah, we were so close on one lap pace, and generally I set the car up for races inside this series, so hopefully we're going to be able to try and compete for the win once again. Obviously, Villeneuve, Schumacher and I nose to tail towards the end of the Canadian Grand Prix. Even at one point, I went for a very audacious send. But let's see what we can do today then. Williams, Ferrari, 5 red lights. A mighty long hole, but it is going to be lights out on. Away we go there, and Frentzen and Schumacher haven't responded very well. Anthony Davidson immediately going to try and have a look up the middle of us all in towards that first corner. I think we will just about, though, try and get back around the outside of the BAR car there. He'll try and fight it off the exit of the corner, as Frentzen will move past his German counterpart in towards turn 2 and turn 3. Villeneuve, though, the absolute dream getaway that he needed at the start of this one, as we've got yellow flags out a little bit further back. I must admit, the improved damage model for 2002, making the cars a little less sensitive, has certainly been quite nice. I think apart from Albert Park, we haven't had a single lap 1 safety car, which is probably a little bit more fun than constantly, obviously, just effectively races would just be a rolling start after 3 laps. It felt like throughout 2001 then, but yeah, back up then into P4, tucked up behind our teammate. We cannot let Williams get away too early. That's often where they're strong. Well, I know it is still very, very early on in the day, but it feels like Frentzen behind Villeneuve is faster, and myself behind Michael are faster as well, so both teams with a bit of a dilemma early on in the GP, as we barely go a couple of tenths away from Frentzen's fastest lap. Oh, that was a lot of curb through turn 2. Luckily, we'll get away with it. But yeah, Frentzen is definitely piling on the pressure on Jacques Villeneuve. Are the tables finally turning within that Williams team? I mean, admittedly, Frentzen is ahead of him in the championship, but even if they were to finish like that, Villeneuve would leapfrog right to the top of the table. I mean, we are completely flat out by the time we get in through turn 10 there. Oh, a little bit wide that time, as we were tucked up right under the rear wing of Michael here, but maybe Canada was just kind of a bit of a perfect storm for him. Got the lead early on and was able to enjoy the clean air. I definitely feel like I can match those Williams cars, so we've got to get onto the team. I mean, what do you do if you're Ferrari in this situation? We've had to do it a couple of times. So I thought just for a second there Schumacher might be pitting, but he just uses a very different line through that penultimate corner. We've got to find a way around him, though. I mean, this is Michael Schumacher. He's not just going to let me by, is he? Has he got yellow flags out further back? No idea who that is. Well, there we are then. Looks to be the Jaguar of Rubens Barrichello very, very early on in the GP. Maybe some new upgrades going on to that car this weekend. But they are definitely not working for him. There's a huge plume of smoke down the start-finish straight. Here's our first retirement of the afternoon. Our team already recommending a new strategy then, so they want me to extend longer on this set of the soft compound tyre early on in the GP. Oh, again running just a little bit wide through the exit of turn 10 there, but Schumacher's just doing a very, very good job of planting the car where he needs it. Maybe we could try and have a look for a bit of a send down at the final corner. Problem is, I gained so much time through the second half of the lap, and then just lose it at that final turn, so it makes it very, very difficult to really try and do anything. As Schumacher slow in again. We will get to the inside of our teammate there, but absolutely a carbon copy of what we did in Montreal there, running a bit wide on the exit. And already tempers beginning just to rise. Tension at Ferrari is getting quite high far too early in the year. But are we going to see Schumacher take that slightly wider line in towards those final couple of corners? Yes, we will. So that time we will, again go for it. Oh, lots of wheel banging there. That was not particularly comfortable between ourselves and our teammate. As Villeneuve new fastest lap of the day. We lost a second that lap. And I mean, look at how much straight line speed Schumacher's got. Really going to try and defend it again into turn 1 there. We will get around the outside though. And after a bit of contact down at the final corner, admittedly might have been my fault. We are finally through and past Michael. But we just cannot afford to let those Williams drive away from us. Ooh, okay. Michael Schumacher then clearly wants to try it a little bit differently then. Schumacher's going to peel into the pit lane at the end of that lap, as we are still losing a second a lap to the Williams in front, although that was obviously the battling down at turn 1. But yeah, Schumacher then clearly not happy, and is going to try and undercut. Well, there we go. We have just taken new fastest lap of the Grand Prix so far then. So yeah, myself and the Williams trading those fastest times up at the front of the order. Be very, very interesting to see who gets the first call down at Williams. But yeah, we have definitely got the pace to match them. If not, just bring that gap in a little bit. Oh, there we go. There we go. Villeneuve. So Jacques Villeneuve then will get first choice down at Williams. And he does not want to get undercut by his teammate here. Like I said, because the championship points are so close at the top, whichever of us three wins this Grand Prix will take the lead at the top of the table. But as we set another new fastest lap then, Frentzen's got an opportunity here to really stretch his legs. One lap later then, Frentzen is also going to dive into the pit lane here. But I did notice Villeneuve had been held up slightly by Alexander Wurz on that last lap, so that's going to be really interesting to see whether maybe Frenzen's going to get the jump on his teammate there. I don't think Villeneuve lost bags of time, but they were pretty much nose to tail before he dived in. Because I think, yeah, Vert's staying out there yet again. Just starting to see a few more cars into the pit lane. Will Frentzen come out ahead of him? Yes, he does. No, he doesn't. Frentzen will come out pretty much wheel to wheel with him. But Villeneuve, of course, got those tyres up to temperature, so will hang on for now. And I think, annoyingly, for Michael Schumacher, he's been held up in traffic here. I'm looking at the gaps. We would need about 23 seconds over Vert not to get held up by him. And that's something I really want to avoid. Frenzen's made the move again, then. On Villeneuve even. So yeah, those two really are battling it out just behind us here. And well, this hopefully will work great for me. They've already lost close to a second on that lap. So as long as they keep tripping over each other and as long as we can keep setting good lap times, this overcut could work really nicely. There we go, Frentzen, new fastest lap of the day yet again. So the Williams man, he's actually just pulling away from his teammate here at the moment, as we're both now running in the 1 minute 32s. But I think we'll have the gap over Verts this time if I want to pit. I'm having a look though, the gap to Villeneuve, 18.3 seconds, so we'd still be a good 2-3 seconds behind him. And getting to those Williams, as we found out last weekend, is one thing. Getting round them is another. I just don't think we can rely on a safety car or something like that. So we're going to have to try and do this on the road. Into the pits then will come pretty much a half distance here in this Grand Prix. Whoa, that was a little bit ragged on the way in, but we'll get it slowed down nice and tidy. Again, this was the early 2000s. There weren't as many restrictions with, you know, pitting in procedure and that kind of thing. Maybe I'm lying, I don't know. But anyway, getting a fresh set of tyres then on the wagon for the second half of this Grand Prix then. We'll definitely have the jump on Verts. But I think we will come out a few seconds still behind Frentzen and Villeneuve here, as it's always difficult because the deltas get a bit jumbled up. There definitely goes Frentzen, there goes Villeneuve. Oh, there we go, Villeneuve immediately. New fastest lap of the day. Luckily we are out ahead though of the Renault. We've got to try and get some temperature into the tyres, as that gap has pretty much stayed exactly where it was to our top two. No idea what's happened to Michael Schumacher then, but he's 15 seconds behind me after I've made our pit stop. So yeah, I guess in his strategy really hasn't worked, and he's been slowed down behind some slower cars for the last few laps. It's a real shame for him. It was great seeing him back at the front. Obviously, he did win that one race last season as well. I'm pretty certain he has won a race in every season we've done still in this career mode. But ultimately, yeah, at the moment, he just does not have enough. A little bit of bad luck as well in a few places, but he just simply does not have what it takes to match the Williams and I. Oh, there we go. That's what we need. Another new fast lap of the day then. Gap to Villeneuve down to almost 4 seconds now. I mean, there's so many races this year where we are just watching the lap times. I want more wheel-to-wheel battling, but this really was what F1 was like in the early 2000s. There we go. Schumacher back up into P4, so not too sure who's held up by. But it'd be interesting to see if he can close the gap. But it's definitely having races like this you learn more and more about the car and what we need to be doing. Yes, they might be boring races on paper, there's just not a lot going on, but we desperately need to try and improve our qualifying pace. We cannot keep getting stuck behind Michael Schumacher in the early laps, so I think I'm going to have to take slightly more risk in the setup approach that I go with. We have the pace to keep up and go quicker than those Williams cars, but that's pointless when after a few laps we're 5 seconds behind them. Oh, there's definitely some slower traffic in the way. One of the Jordans there, I believe that is, just holding up Villeneuve a little bit. So that means the gap's come down even more as we start lap 21. As I think that's Anthony Davidson at the Grand Prix. So disappointment then for the BAR man that has been the star of 2002 up to this point. Anthony Davidson out of the Grand Prix. But yeah, just see now that gap to Villeneuve coming down to about 2 seconds. Takuma Sato, though, is now in our way. So hopefully we'll get a bit of slipstream off of him as we make our way up the Mistral Straight. But yeah, we're now going to have to deal with some lap traffic towards the end of the afternoon. And that could really mix things up here, as hopefully Sato will jump out of the way sooner rather than later. I mean, we do get a nice slipstream off of him, so I'm not going to mind too much. Just have a look then. I mean, Jordan, how quickly that team has fallen off in terms of performance. It's been a real shame. We just get past him by the time we get into the yellows. There is Davidson's car on the inside of turn 10.
Let's get back up to racing speed.
And you can see now one of the Minardis getting in the way of Jacques Villeneuve. So Villeneuve again will just get held up a little bit. That's Fernando Alonso blocking his path. Oh, there we go, Alonso as well. He'll give us a nice slipstream back in towards turn 1. You've got to make it obvious, though, to the AI that you're trying to go around them here. Otherwise, they can be a little bit tricky. And even then, occasionally, they try and stick the nose back up the inside. One of the limitations of F1 2020's AI. But now Villeneuve, we've taken, well, over a second out of him on that last lap. But the gap to Villeneuve is also coming down. It's got to be Raikkonen, isn't it? And the other Minardi now just holding Villeneuve up even more. So Jacques has definitely been the unlucky one out of the three of us at the moment. The gap now under a second to the Williams man. And although Frentzen looks dead set to extend his championship lead, or reclaim the championship lead at the top of the table, surely we can split these Williams by the end. I'm hoping this is going to be a lesson as to why you never give up in a Formula 1 Grand Prix. Well, a pattern has definitely begun emerging so far this year of a bit of pace late on in a Grand Prix. We always seem to get tucked up behind Jacques Villeneuve. They can never seemingly make the move happen. Of course, happened last time out in Montreal. Happened at Zandvoort back at round 2 of the season as well. I do not want a three-peat of results where we have just followed the Williams man home. As he seems to be struggling a little bit for top-end speed. There you can see how much we gain. But all of these cars seemingly limited to 208 miles an hour. So it just then means we can't really do anything by the time we get to the end of the straight there. I don't think we're going to have to deal with any more lap traffic between now and the end of the GP. And you can just see again how quickly we close up to the back of Villeneuve here. He's going to have to try and throw the car a little bit defensive. Can we go the long way around him, though, through Sing Corner? I was not expecting to get the run there, but around the outside we will go. And up then into P2 of the Grand Prix. What a move that was. And now all of a sudden, we are splitting those Williams cars for really the first time today. So Villeneuve wanted to have a look back down the inside. We are not home and dry just yet. Well, I'm expecting Villeneuve to still close back in on me. As we make our way down the back straight, you can see that gap does come down a little bit. I think, hopefully, that was the big one I was scared about, was whether we'd see him get the run down the straightaway. But you can just see that gap now opening up over a second. Frentzen's definitely got the pace out in front. Unless he gets really held up by a lapped car before the end that we can't even see. I think we're just going to try and bring home P2. Oh, Frentzen, he's a cheeky man right towards the end. There we go. Tries to take fastest lap away from me. But we will immediately snatch it right back. So Frentzen is pushing here towards the end. This is now more of a statement between the pair of us. Well, one lap to go then here from the French Grand Prix. And Heinz-Harald Frentzen, we haven't seen him take, well, we've only seen him take one victory so far this season. But not many throughout his Formula 1 career. But everybody thought 1999, if he was ever going to have a year where he could do it, it was going to have to be then. But 2002 seems to be the resurgence of the German here. Yet again, proved himself in a World Championship fight. But very interesting, of course. You know, Michael Schumacher, Jacques Villeneuve, two proven world champions of the late 1990s. I mean, Villeneuve could have been a two-time world champion if he'd been able to get a better result. Obviously, towards the end of last season, get those extra points over myself. See, only 1 point in it come the end of that campaign. But this season round, it seems to be like it could be ourselves versus Heinz-Harald Frentzen here. Villeneuve has really dropped away towards the end of the afternoon. Schumacher, well, he's been nowhere all weekend. We need to start getting better than him, though, in qualifying, because we definitely could have been right with Heinz had things gone differently in the early laps then. But he took victory in Albert Park. He has been incredibly consistent since then in the last few Grand Prix as well. 3 second-place finishes in a row. But finally, as we round the final corners here in Circuit La Castellet, Heinz-Harald Frentzen back on top for the second time this year. With it, retakes the World Championship lead. We will follow him home in P2.
It was a magnificent race and a drive right out of the top draw to take the win for Red Bull today. And talk to me, what do you think it was that sealed the win for them?
I feel like consistency was probably the key today. There's being quick, and then there's being quick lap after lap after lap. If you can do that, you can capitalise on other people's errors without making many of your own. And that's an approach that can push you a long way up the field.
The drivers are en route to the podium as we speak. What a fantastic win for the Red Bull team. They performed exceptionally today, keeping us firmly on the edge of our seats throughout the entirety of the race. Congratulations to everyone at the team.
Well, there we are then, from 3rd and 4th on the grid. It really does seem like Frentzen and I view the bigger picture and set up the car for races far more than our teammates seem to be able to. Villeneuve and Schumacher, 1st and 2nd finish behind the pair of us come the end of the afternoon. Coulthard, a good decent drive to P5 ahead of Button. Danica Patrick gets more points on the board ahead of Barrichello. Marc Genet and Alexander Wirtz there means that both Renaults getting into the points as well. Which is a very good job done by them. Apparently I can't scroll down the rest of the order though, not too sure what that's all about. So we'll try and have a look further down. Jarno Trulli there, just missing out on points, but it was just Mark Webber and Anthony Davidson that failed to see the checkered flag this weekend. What does that do to our championship standings? Well, it means Frentzen now has a 7-point lead at the top of the table. We have a further 8-point buffer over Villeneuve there, who has a 13-point lead over our teammate Michael Schumacher. Coulthard there, because of Davidson's DNF, will move up into P5 overall by virtue of a better single result this year. Barrichello re-jumps Mark Webber, Button jumps off Baumgartner as well, and you can see Jarno Trulli there down into P14 overall in the championship table. Constructors-wise, though, I believe, obviously, yeah, Williams still have a 20-point lead at the top. McLaren still in P3 ahead of BAR. Jaguar jumps Sauber, and Renault still in P7. Thank you all so much for watching. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back very soon when Formula 1 returns ready for, I believe, the British Grand Prix. Hello everyone and welcome back to round 8 of our F1 2002 career mode. Yes, we're back this weekend here for the Austrian Grand Prix. Of course, if you missed out on the last video that went live a few days ago from France, I would highly recommend going back and checking out. As we reach the halfway stage of this season, it has been a very, very interesting title race so far in the early stages. Heinz Harald Frentzen has a 7-point lead over myself in the World Championship. Jacques Villeneuve is just a further 8 points behind me, and all of your top 4 covered by just 28 points as we reach this race. Ferrari and Williams, we have absolutely dominated this season so far. In fact, barely anybody else has had a look in. Well, nobody else has had a podium. I believe the only couple of top 4 finishes we've seen have been when drivers have either retired or when I had a bit of a rough race out in Albert Park, Australia as well then. But of course, yeah, the Styrian Grand Prix last year, or the Austrian Grand Prix, a very, very interesting one as well. Frentzen obviously taking a very late victory, and that almost catapulted him back into the championship fight later on in the year. He is probably Williams' main man though right now at the moment, so I imagine the team are going to put a bigger emphasis on supporting him as well. Get yourself subscribed. Obviously, we're trying to hit 140,000 subs here on the channel at the moment. And also, if you want to help support us a little bit more, you can click the join button for just £1 a month. You get early access to all of these videos and a few other features as well. But yeah, without further ado though, let's head then back to the Red Bull Ring. Well, if you think mind track limits are bad on the F1 games, go back and watch the IRL 2092 qualifying session here from Austria, because it is in a different league. It was pretty much, back in the day, if tarmac, car. And it seemed to work quite well for them. So turn 1 and what used to be turn 2, the drivers could basically do whatever they wanted. When it came to track limits, luckily the final couple of corners of this lap, there was pretty much gravel outside of the white line, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, meant that obviously running wide through the second half of the lap was very well enforced. You know, through no help of the FIA, of course, but I've said so far this year, qualifying That is where I really need to improve. We keep getting stuck behind slower cars too early on in Grand Prix. And well, so far this lap, actually coming away from us quite badly at the moment. We're down to about P5 at the moment. Obviously P4 is pretty much kind of the worst normal case scenario inside this series, but as we make our way through the final couple of corners, that might be where we end up again at the final turn. A little bit of curb usage. We go P3. Will that be quicker than Schumacher or Villeneuve as Frentzen storms to pole? Well, there we are then. This looks like it could be a circuit where Williams are very, very OP. They're half a second clear, Frentzen and Villeneuve, from myself and Michael Schumacher. I mean, even the Sauber's right behind us as well. BAR, McLaren, Renault, Jaguar, everybody not too far away from us. Danica Patrick lines up P5 on the grid, so Sauber have clearly got a rocket ship this weekend. But we have got our work cut out, as once again Marc Genet only good enough for P13 in his McLaren.
Formula One on ITV in association with Texaco.
Welcome to the beautiful Styrian Mountains for another chapter in the story of the Austrian Grand Prix. The Spielberg circuit then is situated 700 metres above sea level, with just 10 corners making up one of the shortest laps of the season. One time around here is a distance of 2.6 miles, with the best overtaking chances into turn 1 or the tight uphill turn 3.
Well, Mark thinks we just want to try, or Jeff even I should say, thinks we need to score some points. We need to try and get ahead of those Williams and get ahead of them quickly here. I'm going to try and really push early on at the start of this one. Even if we can just get the jump on one of them, it means that we can attack the other throughout the rest of the race. And of course, I mean, in the ideal world, Villeneuve also gets past Frentzen early on. Never thought I'd be saying that inside this career mode. But ready on the grid then, is this going to be a Williams powerhouse today? It's 5 red lights. A mighty long hole, but it is going to be lights out. On away we go there, and neither myself or Frentzen getting off to a particularly good start. Danica Patrick has rocketed off the line in towards turn 1, and oh no! We've been tipped into a spin. No idea who got involved in that one. I think it was David Coulthard, and we've got a safety car for the second time this season. Well, I'm trying to piece this all together then down to that first corner. We were 4 wide on the way into turn 1, and I mean, the BAR car there on the inside is just trying to cut the apex. And then he's kind of committed out of it. So I think he and the Sauber of Jan Schrilly got a little bit stuck together. I mean, Coulthard and I have both gone in, obviously not really expecting 2 cars to be on the inside of us there. So I believe, yeah, Jarno Trulli straight out of the Grand Prix. Both Coulthard and myself sent into a spin. And where did Schumacher end up in all of that? He must have had a terrible getaway. Schumacher was all the way down in about P10. But it worked for us in Baku, so I think we're going to try and go with the same thing today. It looks like Barrichello has had the same idea. If we can take a set of the hard compound tyres along right the way through to the end of the afternoon, that would be really, really useful here. So myself and the Jaguar then into the pit lane. Schumacher's got a 5-second penalty, so again, no idea kind of what happened to our teammate. But I believe we're going to be out there right at the rear of the field. Will we get the jump on Barrichello? Yes, we will. So I think he's got front wing damage as well. Yes, there goes Fisichella past us. We are down in P18. Well, Baku has historically been a circuit that really weirdly has low tyre wear inside the F1 games. I'm not so sure Austria falls down the same route here. If we can get to the end, then we might be in quite a good position. The problem is, of course, we've got a lot of cars to try and navigate before then. Because obviously we can't just sit behind Fisichella. He will lose bags of time to those Williams at the front, though. I believe it is Villeneuve leading the way then as we make our way out of the final corner. As we get ready then to start lap 4 of this GP. We need to immediately go on the offensive there, straight to the inside of Fisichella, so we timed that pretty nicely at the final turn. Look at Fizzy though, trying to get the elbows out. Clearly not a fan of that one. And again, luckily you can run wide, a little bit wide through turn 1. My rule this weekend is as long as you keep 2 wheels inside the sausage curve, that should be okay. There's Alonso and Raikkonen then battling up the top of the hill. Oh, I mean, Fizzy, fair play to him. Oh, Kimi Raikkonen as well, having a bit of a lock-up down at turn 3 then. So I think he's got problems with that Minardi, because even Alonso was taking time out of him while in a straight line there. And you can see just how much he's catching us off. How slow these cars are. Can we have a look around the outside? Not quite there. Try and get the power down on the exit of the corner. Get to the inside of one of those cars. Again, we need to be moving quickly through some of these back markers. As yeah, Villeneuve leading the way. Oh, trying to really get the power down. That was a little bit wider than I'd want to be through there. Around the outside of Kimi Raikkonen then. We are back up into P15. Looks like Takuma Sato as well got a 5-second penalty at the start. So just like Michael, but rather than necessarily being a backmarker car, it feels like Jordan are just kind of a bit off the midfield, but a bit quicker than Toyota and Minardi have tended to have been so far this year. Although I say that, I think Montoya, he must be up in the points early on in this Grand Prix, so I think he found a way around the chaos down at turn 1 and is now feeling the pressure. So we've already found a way around our teammate's brother. Are we going to be able to find a way around Takuma Sato as we make our way up the hill? Look at this. This is what Austria is known for, wheel-to-wheel racing. And it is fantastic to see. Look at Sato with the defence. There's Genet there trying to have a look around the outside of both Wirtz and Juan Pablo Montoya. So we will go around the outside of both Renaults there in a moment. Look at this Montoya, the Colombian. We always knew he was feisty when he was behind the wheel of a Formula 1 car. This one is probably going to be the worst one he ever drove in Formula 1, because he always had pretty good machinery in his time in the sport there. As Genet will get to his inside, we will try and follow the Austrian through, of course. I always get Genet and Wirtz muddled up. I think it was Wirtz that was Austrian. I think Genet was Spanish, but I don't think I'm getting them the wrong way around. Or wherever Genet was from, he's the next car I want to try and get by here as we have a look down the inside at the top of the hill. So we've got yellows out. Oh, Villeneuve's gone! Jacques Villeneuve then out of the Grand Prix, so his second DNF of the season. Has that been a mechanical failure? Yes, it has! So poor Jacques Villeneuve leading the Grand Prix early on, but now his teammate Frentzen, well, he's got clean track out in front. Mark Webber then in his Jaguar. It's been a fairly quiet season so far for Jaguar. They were so good kind of as Stewart and then in that transition, but they've kind of followed a very, very similar trajectory to what they did in real life, of just slowly slipped into mediocrity with a couple of decent results here and there. So Webber, yeah, pretty quiet season, of course, had that mechanical failure last weekend in France, as we are just not very good at that turn 2. Every single time the AI seems to be able to brake later than me there. I'll try and drag race him off the corner, but nice to see the young Australian with a bit of fight in him. So we're trying to have a look to the outside there, wheel banging. But we should be able to get the power down, use all of the curbing available to us on the exit the corner, and we can finally swoop through. Again! Webber though, trying to fight back, I love it. But it was always what made Austria such an interesting Grand Prix, was actually the altitude that obviously the circuit's based at. It is one of the highest altitude circuits on the F1 calendar. It might well, again, be the highest altitude circuit on the calendar once we lose Mexico, which I'm sure we will, obviously, with Perez out of the sport. So, yeah, this place, of course, can be really, really hard on the engines, especially where so much of the circuit's power-orientated as well. So, obviously, with Villeneuve's mechanical failure, it might well be that Williams held Frentzen just to tone it back a little bit. Or either that or it was sabotage. I may as well try and stir the pot down at Williams. You never know what upset we can cause within the team. I can tell you, Villeneuve will not be happy with that moment there. As here we go, David Coulthard. I was a little bit worried early on we might have made the wrong move coming to Ferrari, but as we again go down the inside of DC, just proving that Ron Dennis definitely made a mistake. So Baumgartner then another one. He's just been in Anthony Davidson's shadow so far this season. He's genuinely had a fairly respectable rookie campaign. Problem is, his teammate is having one of the best rookie campaigns we've ever seen in the sport. That's quite possibly the worst thing I've seen so far today. Danica Patrick still up in the podium places after being part of that chaos at turn 1. Well, I don't think Frentzen has been told to slow down in this Grand Prix. He's still setting fastest laps after fastest laps at the moment. And has already got a good 20-second lead over myself, so we can get within about 4/10 of him, our best lap at the moment. So I think we've got the pace to fight him. Problem is, of course, having to carve our way back through the order early on has potentially been quite detrimental to us. Look at that, Anthony Davidson. What a big defensive drive up the top of the hill. And well, I just completely overfired it in. Oh, there we go. I won't have to try and get around Anthony Davidson yet again then, as he, Danica Patrick, and our teammate all into the pit lane. We've got yellow flags out a little bit further back. I've got no idea what's happened to someone. As Frentzen stays out there then yet another lap. I think the worst thing for us now will be another safety car, because of course it would basically give Frentzen a free pit stop. That being said though, I've mentioned it before when we've come here, the AI at Austria back on F1 2020, they could not work out the pit lane. Oh, there we go, Frentzen into the pit lane, so I mean, it's got an entire sector over us, it feels like at the moment. Luckily all three sectors here at Austria are fairly similar length and all fairly short, so it is going to be close by the time we get out of the pit lane here, but this is pivotal for Frentzen's World Championship hopes. If he can get out ahead of me, I mean, look at, there he is, Frentzen way out in front still. So despite trying the aggressive alternate strategy, we have not got an answer for Williams today. Unless by some miracle I can go quicker than him, which I don't think we will, we could be in for a very lonely second half here. I mean, look at that, Frentzen 106.2. We are getting quicker and quicker as well. Winning as the fuel burns off, but only a 106.4. This is what's really painful occasionally on this game, is when Williams have definitely got the margin. We're pushing as fast as I can, and we're still just losing a little bit more time. Obviously, last weekend in Le Castellet, it all worked out well when we could get between those Williams cars. It kind of made it worth it, but we've got to try and stay as close to as possible as we can to Frentzen, just to stay in the fight if something goes wrong. So there we go, Mark Genet, Zolt Baumgartner and Mark Webber then into the pit lane. I assume we're going to see more of the hard compound runners diving in as well. Very, very interesting kind of seeing some of the strategies coming out today. There's Barrichello then. So the strategy working really nicely for him right now. I wouldn't quite say it's at the same level, but the fact that Frentzen and I are so far clear of everybody else here at the moment, it's kind of reminiscent of some of the Grand Prix back between Lewis and Max in 2021. Both of us are setting personal best lap after lap and just romping away from the rest of the field. But at the moment, yeah, Frentzen, no matter what I do, just seems to extend that gap by a 10th or 2 a lap. Oh, damn it. I just got a new fastest lap of the day and I thought, here we go. Maybe we can start reining in Frentzen again. Immediately, he must have been told on the radio and thought, I'll just go a little bit quicker. That was one other thing I was going to talk about. Obviously, shortest track on the calendar. There's going to be plenty of opportunity to lap cars, so that could always play into one of our hands as well. Well, every single lap car then just seems to have spread out a little bit so far at the moment. So I think for both myself and Frentzen here is about ticking them off one by one. Annoyingly though, yeah, that just means they're less likely to bunch up. And Frentzen actually seems to be getting a little bit luckier with them at the moment. I mean, what is that from Sato? Why is he trying to look back down the inside at the first corner there? I was thinking, you know, a lot of people are going to be very, very quick to jump out of the way of a Scarlet Ferrari. But of course, yeah, this wasn't long after Williams dominated Formula 1 as well, back in the 90s. After watching kind of their live reveal and everything else on Friday, I miss Williams fighting at the front, man. Even in my kind of memory of Formula 1, it only kind of briefly happened in 2014, 2015, and Pascal Maldonado won that one time. in 2012. But yeah, it'd be nice if we could get this team back. Sorry, that team back towards the front. This series has really reminded me of it. There we go. We'll try and claim as much slipstream as we possibly can off around Schumacher as well, as we make our way up the hill. But again, the AI do get a little bit confused when you do things like that. No, Ralph! Don't have a look back down the inside. I know the damage model isn't as bad as it used to be, but those little things still scare me. As we made our way then towards the kind of front of the lapped cars, it's shame to see that, yeah, Juan Pablo Montoya doesn't quite look like he's had the run he needed. Obviously, with a lot of cars getting quicker and quicker towards the end of the afternoon. Still, yeah, those bottom three teams yet to score a point. Of course, yeah, luckily there's a few of you guys as well in the comments that update me on the 2002 like realistic standings. I think it was last week, or in the last race, Jenson Button got Renault's first point of the year, because up to that point it had basically just been obviously the Williams, the Ferraris, the McLarens and Anthony Davidson that had scored. Basically nobody else was getting a look inside the top six. Oh no, no! Schumacher's gone. What's happened? We've got a safety car. Lay on. Or riding on board then. It's a mechanical failure. So one of the Williams and one of the Ferraris then out of the Grand Prix. And I mean, on the one hand, lucky that it's neither Frentzen or I, but a late safety car here. This could give us an opportunity. Well, we are going to have to try and dive into the pit lane here late on. Because, well, we basically have to do the opposite of what Frentzen's done. Frentzen's opted to stay out there, so we've got to try and make a late pit stop here in the Grand Prix. I'm getting very, very nervous though, because Danica Patrick is getting close to Rubens Barrichello. Where are the team? Where are the team? What is this? I've never seen this before on this game. What? Where were they? I mean, this is the most Ferrari strat in the world. If we come out somehow in P2, that's going to be a miracle. So I've got no idea where Barrichello and Danica Patrick are behind us, but what a potential disaster that has been. It might leave a load of lap cars between us, because I'm pretty certain this will be the only lap behind the safety car. Obviously, races can't end behind the safety car in this game, so what could have been a huge opportunity might be really disappointing. Safety cars coming in. So only Frentzen will have caught the safety car here, and no one else is even going to get a look. How stupid is that? As Ferrari costs us a good few seconds, that gap will still keep coming down to Frentzen. But you know, I've got my foot to the floor and the game just won't let you do it. I mean, look at that, into the corner. We're still going to be taking time out of it, but surely by the time it goes green again, Frentzen is going to be way out in front. I mean, we've even got lapped cars that are driving slowly. So no idea where Frentzen is, and so much confusion late on in the day, as I think we're about to go green flag racing once again then. Can we try and get the jump on Sato? He's going to move out of the way. But an opportunity, a moment of chaos here in the Styrian Mountains. I don't think anyway we would have caught Frentzen back up entirely, but we certainly would have been close. But if there's one positive late on in the day, it will give us one opportunity to really try and go and see if we can attack Frentzen's fastest lap time here. But the gap's still 11 seconds then, as we will do a 1:05.4. But after a moment of madness late on in the day, I think had we stayed out there, of course, we would have been right on his gearbox. But I still think we would have really struggled to do anything against the German towards the end of the race. Obviously, with both our teammates dropping to the wayside, you would imagine now, I mean, that's a hammer blow for both those World Championship hopes. But both myself and Frentzen could still befall bad luck towards the end of the year here. But just like last season then, a rather dramatic safety car for very different circumstances this time. But it is going to be Frentzen that is going to lead us home to the end of the Austrian Grand Prix. Apparently we've lost fourth gear on this very last lap as well, so clearly our car not too far away from breaking down either. But as he rounds his way then out of the final corner, Heinz-Harald Frentzen, back-to-back race victories there. He is here to fight for a World Championship this season. And as we make our way through the final corner, horrendous last lap lines, we had nothing to say against him.
Red Bull pulling out all the stops today. What a great win. What do you think it was, Ant, that gave them the edge over the competition today?
Without a doubt, the safety car changed everything today. The key to their success was keeping calm and reacting to the situation quickly. We've seen teams in the past throw away wins because they were too hesitant, but here they were decisive, and that's allowed them to take the advantage.
Here come today's winners. The team at Red Bull have done a phenomenal job recently. It's clear to see that they've put in the work, and they should be proud of the victory they secured here.
Well, there we are then. Heinz-Harald Frentzen will take the victory ahead of myself and Rubens Barrichello there. Danica Patrick P3 ahead of Anthony Davidson, Genet, Webber, Baumgartner, Button and Coulthard rounding out our top 10. Even David Coulthard got lapped by the end of the GP there. But what does that do to our championship standings? Well, it means Frentzen now has a 14-point lead at the top of the table, but both of us have a bit of a buffer now ahead of Villeneuve and Michael Schumacher. Davidson's still ahead of Davidson's still ahead of David Coulthard in the championship as well. And luckily, of course, we did not see Danica Patrick get a podium this weekend. Williams now a 27-point lead in the constructors as well, so just building up a little bit of safety at the moment as well there. But thank you all so much for watching this video. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed. We'll be back very soon when Formula 1 returns ready for the British Grand Prix. Hello everyone and welcome back to a brand new video, and welcome back to round 9 of our F1 2002 career mode. Yes, we're back this weekend here at the British Grand Prix at Silverstone. Of course, if you missed out on the video that went live last weekend at Austria, first of all, I'd like to apologise. I didn't record the audio from my bath. Unfortunately, it decided to pick up the wrong microphone, so I apologise for that. I just left it because the race was quite interesting anyway, and obviously, you know, we like to do the live commentary on the channel, and you could still kind of hear what I was saying. It just wasn't the nicest on the ears, so a massive apology for that one. I'm hoping I've got it fixed for this one. I probably should have checked before I restarted recording, but yeah, take a look then at the World Championship. Heinz-Harald Frentzen, back-to-back victories now, is giving him a healthy little buffer at the top of the table. 14 points clear of myself after both of our teammates failed to see the checkered flag last weekend out in Spielberg. So we need to desperately try and just revamp our championship hopes a little bit. Haven't won a race since Baku 3 races ago. So just trying, you know, we can't let Frentzen build up too much momentum, especially as we head back to our home Grand Prix. I'm hoping we're going to have a couple of tracks that suit our car coming up in the next few races, but we'll have to wait and see. We've got a constant flow of upgrades that are going onto the machine as well, and I think we're going to do another one, a huge ECU upgrade, which should be ready after the summer break. So try to spend all our R&D as and when we can. Get yourself subscribed if you're new. We're trying to hit 140,000 subs on the channel, and also if you enjoy these videos, you can click the join button for just £1 a month, and you get early access to all the videos on the channel, plus a few other cool little features as well that I hope you guys do enjoy. But anyway, let's head out then to our home Grand Prix. Hopefully, there's going to be a bit of red support this weekend. Well, here we are then, qualifying for our home Grand Prix. This race last season was a little bit of a disappointment, and it looks like things are going to get even tougher as we head into this one. I've sadly had to take a 5-place grid penalty for a new gearbox. We just started to have a few issues with it right at the end of last weekend's GP, so I don't really want to run the risk around this venue either. Just going to take the fresh one, worry with the penalty, try and carve our way through nice and early on when we get into the Grand Prix as well. So wherever we qualify, we're going to start 5 places lower, ready for the start of the GP. But yeah, this circuit has always been a happy hunting ground for Williams inside this game, and I would expect this season to be no different. So as we try and make our way, of course, this was the old start-finish straight back when these cars were racing here. Through the old turn 1, they're not quite flat out, but look at that pace from Michael Schumacher. A pole position stay for him would certainly be useful for not only myself, but also the entire team's momentum. Just proving that maybe we are going to be able to fight in towards the second half of the year there a little bit more. This could be a really good lap time by Michael Schumacher. We're botching our lap just a little bit at the moment. Really struggling for front end grip there. As you can see, Frentzen, through some of the twisty bits, is looking very, very good as well. It is German v German at the front of the order there. We are just having a horrible, horrible lap though out of the final corner. We are going to line up P6. Well, it's going to be P11 in the end. That has been a terrible run. Well, to end up a second away from pole position there, I'm pretty disappointed with. Just the lap slowly unravelled. I think we're not running enough downforce on the car, which is ultimately costing us a fair chunk of time there. But Frentzen v Schumacher up at the front of the order. Jacques Villeneuve in P3, with two of our other Brits there, Button and Anthony Davidson, both having a really good qualifying effort to line up P4 and P5. But we've got our work cut out. The same can be said for McLaren. Neither of their cars are getting inside the top 10.
Formula One on ITV in association with Texaco.
We return once again then to the home of British motorsport and the birthplace of the Formula One World Championship. It's race day here at Silverstone and it's time for the British Grand Prix. 3.6 miles of the Silverstone circuit in Great Britain is hallowed ground to the Formula One faithful. We have 18 corners that wrap around this former World War II airbase and some good passing opportunities at the end of the DRS zones.
Well, here we are then down on the grid, ready for the British Grand Prix. 26 laps ahead of us today. But I'm going to try and just tweak a couple of little setups where I can. We're going to run 8th front wing now to try and give ourselves a little bit better bite. I'm going to tweak the differential, and I believe also I'm going to run slightly, minimum tyre pressures on the rear end there, just to try and help us in the traction zones. But yeah, sunny day here from Silverstone, which is always pretty good going for the British Grand Prix. A very simple one-stop strategy, and lining up P10 then, I believe. Jenson Button has also taken some grid penalties. Ready for this one? It is going to be 5 red lights though down on the grid, and it is going to be lights out, and away we go then, trying to avoid getting too much wheel spin, but we are going to lose a handful of places. Oh, in towards turn 1 there as Jenson Button will swoop straight across my nose in towards that first corner. We were trying immediately on a bit of a fight back then in towards the loops. It looks like Schumacher's had a bit of a bad start as well, losing a couple of places there to Anthony Davidson and Jarno Trulli, as round the outside of Mark Zanabi will go on the exit of that first sector there. Coulthard and Zopp Baumgartner wheel to wheel as we make our way down in towards Luffield there. But yeah, those Williams absolutely bolted away at the front of the order. 3 wide as we head through Luffield there. Could not find the grip around the outside there, but we'll try and get the power down on the exit. We could be going wheel to wheel. Oh, with David Coulthard. Of course, this move at this point certainly hadn't built up as much infamy as Coulthard wanted to try and turn in there. Luckily, will give us a space on the inside, and we will actually gain... Well, sorry, we haven't lost a place on lap 1 then. As you can see, Danica Patrick, Alex Wirtz going wheel to wheel through the S's there of Maggots and Beckett's. Is just getting a little bit loose on the gravel on the exit of that corner. 3 wide as they make their way down the hanger straight on lap 1. And I believe, yeah, that Sauber has got a lot of power underneath it, hence why he's able to, is able to get away from those cars behind. So Baumgartner as well then having a look to the outside of Mark Webber back in towards turn 1. It's absolutely parking it on the apex of that first corner there. Mark Webber, a little bit of a lock-up through the next couple of corners. But yeah, we need to try and find a good rhythm with the car. I think I'm trying to lean on the throttle a bit too much too early. And that is ultimately why, we struggled in qualifying, I think, because of the traction bog. And I think, yeah, we're struggling early on in the race for exactly the same reason as Jenson Button there Ever the opportunist, it would appear, especially at his home Grand Prix, trying to make something happen. So can we get the power down then and try and have a look around Zolt Baumgartner to make our way back to the old turn 1? I mean, look at the straight line speed of that BAR. So much of an improvement from last season. And like we said, you know, around some of these high-speed circuits, the likes of BAR and Sauber certainly becoming more and more competitive against your front-running teams as well. So fantastic to see for all of them. But can we get the power down then again against Zolt? Will he be able to get a run on the Jaguar of Mark Webber down the back straight? Yes, he will. To the outside will go the Hungarian. Of course, his home Grand Prix next weekend. Webber will try and squeeze him out there, but has to give him fair racing room. As we will try to capitalise as well there. Locked the rears, trying to avoid making contact. We did apparently make contact with Mark Webber, and we're back down to P14 again then. So we are just not making progress early on. We might have taken the setup in the wrong direction this weekend. We've definitely got the speed through turn 1 and turn 2 though. It's around the outside of Marc Genet will go. That has been a very chaotic opening couple of laps, but not particularly good. Oh, David Coulthard. David Coulthard with a look up. Oh, hello. Rubens Barrichello there will say thank you very much and slip by the McLaren. But, yeah, I'd like to believe, apart from the Williams and the BARs, we've still got the straight line speed over everybody else here at the moment. As David Coulthard then, well, second time in 3 laps, I guess we're going for this. To the inside again. A very late lunge against our former teammate. But we're through once more. Well, Frentzen is leading the race up at the front of the order, but it's actually, yeah, through these high downforce corners we've got the confidence. Rubens Barrichello, of course, the other man that was in with a shot of getting this Ferrari seat for this season. We will be able to navigate there. And Jaguar, they've been very, very quiet so far this campaign, but they have often been just in and around the top 10. Of course, luckily, we've got the modern point system inside this game. Otherwise, yeah, it'd be quite a depressing season so far for Jaguar, because I believe they haven't scored a point yet. It's trying to do the old up and under on Mark Webber to make our way out of Luffield once again then. I'm not too afraid to try and go for moves down here, because I know we've got pretty good high-speed downforce as well. So to the inside of the Australian will go. He's not going to give up on it, though. Round the outside. Make sure we give him some room on the exit. We're going to be wheel-to-wheel in towards Maggins and Beckett's as Yellow's out a little bit further behind. Someone has clearly got mechanical issues. I think it's Villeneuve again. Jacques Villeneuve then into the wall. And what on earth is going on? Have we got a safety car? I don't believe so. Webber's gone past old Baumgartner as well. So, no idea what was going on there. Well, next up then, Alex Wirtz in his Renault car. Renault look like they have very good pace, courtesy of Jenson Button in qualifying. But his Austrian teammate there just struggling a little bit more for pace early on. Of course, lucky that his teammate had some penalties, as that is an audacious dive bomb to the inside of the final corner. Wirtz will try and come back at me on the exit, but we will make it through and up then into P6. Those Saubers are going to be tough to catch, though. A very interesting narrative playing out at the front of the order. Frentzen still got the lead of this Grand Prix, but Michael Schumacher over the last couple of lap times has been able to go quicker than his fellow German. We are just a few tenths away from their out-and-out pace at the moment, but we are finding a bit more as we just build up more and more confidence and learn how to drive the car around this circuit. I wouldn't recommend normally making big setup changes to a car right before a Grand Prix, but I guess that's kind of the nature of having a pretty terrible qualifying session. So, oh, come on. Just notice how bad the dirty air is in this generation of cars as well. They were so kind of clean air dependent inside this game there, but can we get a run on Danica out onto the hangar straight? See, she is losing a fair chunk of time to a teammate Jarno Trulli up the road. Don't think she's going to fight this one too aggressively, but again, look how good that Sauber is in a straight line. They must have up-to-date Ferrari engines as Schumacher, another fastest lap. Oh, we got a safety car. So who's gone? I think that's one of the Toyotas? No, I was completely wrong. It's actually Fernando Alonso right at the rear of the field right now. He looks like he's going to be our first casualty of the afternoon. Not the ideal placement to leave the car, but I guess it does make the race interesting. I mean, we are surely going to see every single car into the pit lane then under this safety car. Pretty much just works perfectly in the pit stop times here. Can cost you so much at Silverstone, as we would just like get the car slowed down into the pit lane there. Anthony Davidson running in P3, but he is definitely starting to struggle in the last couple of laps. But yeah, I'm hoping that the team obviously ready after Schumacher's done his pit stop. They are slowly getting there. Come on, we got to try and get a nice tidy pit stop here, lads. Let's hopefully we won't get held up in the lane. That's fine, we've made it through there, as a couple of cars have had to stay out because they're out on the mediums. Jarno Trulli's going to, sorry, Danica Patrick even is going to get held up behind me just a little bit. But I think we're going to come out in about P8. So we have only lost a couple of places to other cars. Don't know if we're racing anybody on pit exit. But yeah, we're out in P8 then, just by the nature of a few cars opting to stay out. Well, I believe both McLarens then still out there at the front of the order, so I think Coulthard is currently ahead of Heinz-Harald Frentzen and will control the pace then, ready for this restart. So I'm expecting a bit of chaos as our really fast cars try and navigate a few others. No, Frentzen leads the way. Coulthard is the one following him, so that's worked out perfectly for the Williams man there, because it means neither Ferrari is all over his gearbox as we go green flag racing once again then. This has still been a bit of a lifeline for the second half of the afternoon as we try and get some heat into those front tyres. Oh, Jarno Trulli, you can try and defend it, buddy, but we both know what's going to happen to the inside of the second Sauber. And we are back up into a net P4 with P3 and P2 right in front of us. Schumacher trying to look around the outside of Genet. That is a brave old move, but he's made it work there. McLaren sometimes this year has looked a little bit ropey. I mean, it's kind of looked like what the Ferrari did last year. Really, really odd. I don't know if there's some inner workings to this mod. As Anthony Davidson thought about it, but we'll have to back out of that through the old turn one. Might allow us to try and get a run on the BAR man, who I'm sure would love a podium at not only his, but of course the team's home race as well. So try and put the power down on the exit of the corner, then surely we're going to be able to get a run on Anthony Davidson this time. But again, we know how good that BAR car is in a straight line. It's kind of like the Williams, the early turbo hybrid era. As Anthony Davidson, I mean, we were a bit audacious with the send. That was probably my fault, but not afraid to turn in. I'm not afraid, though, to return it once again there, as down the inside will go. And he's going to again be battling on the exit of the final corner, like Mick Schumacher and Max Verstappen a couple of years ago. So that is not the line through one. On to the outside of Marc Genet then. Hopefully we can try and switch him again, do the old up and under. We've done it so many times so far this afternoon. Looking to try and get another one under my belt again. That McLaren, though, just fast enough through that section. Pretty much pushing him along on the exit there. We'll give him a little bit of a boost off of the corner. But you can just see immediately how much Michael has been able to break away. The fact that he's been able to navigate these cars. Really nice run again, though, using that up front wing to get the run out onto the hangar straight once more. 208 miles an hour by the time we get down the end, and down the inside will go of Genet there. It didn't quite work on Davidson the lap before, but it will work that time, as Michael now up into P2 then. So he will go in pursuit of Frentzen, who was just on a 1 minute 27. Our best lap, for reference, a 29.2. DRS doesn't matter in this mod, of course. It doesn't work. I do see comments from you guys asking why I don't use it. Down the inside of Zolt Baumgartner will go. Yeah, you can press to activate the DRS. It just makes exactly zero difference in a straight line. Oh, there we go, David Coulthard. He doesn't want to have another battle with us in this Grand Prix. Into the pit lane he'll come at the end of lap 14 then, as, look at that Schumacher, new fastest lap of the day. So our teammate looking very, very racy. We were a little bit slower that time, but now we have got clear air. Schumacher is still setting fastest laps each and every time around this venue at the moment. 10 laps to go. I'm just starting to believe, that we just have not brought the car the right direction this weekend. I also remember back when F1 2020 was like the game that everybody played, Silverstone was always the one circuit that the AI were ridiculously OP at anyway. So it was always going to be a tall order to really be competitive here. But Schumacher, is taking time out of Frentzen at the front. But unless those two can battle, I think as a recovery drive, P3 isn't bad going, but it's just not where we want to be. Well, I'm just starting to get a little bit concerned at this point of the season what kind of we've set in motion when I mentioned about the fact Frentzen had only taken 1 win. Ever since we said that, he hasn't stopped winning inside this series, which is proving a little bit of a problem for us in the World Championship. Schumacher, though, today has definitely just had a little bit of pace over the German here, but we've just been nowhere near either of them. To be completely honest, we've constantly been a good sort of 4 or 5 tenths away right the way through to the end of the afternoon. I think maybe had Villeneuve still been in the Grand Prix, things could have been quite interesting with the Canadian. But yeah, against our 2 German rivals, not a chance today have we been able to get close. And Frentzen, unless something dramatic happens on this last lap, is going to win 3 Grand Prix in a row and continue to extend his lead in the Drivers' World Championship. Constructors-wise, though, with Villeneuve's 2nd mechanical failure in a row, we are going to take some points out of Williams in that championship, so I guess that does us a bit of good as well at this stage of the campaign. But ultimately, yeah, with one of your big 4 retiring from the Grand Prix, this is kind of exactly the result we should be aiming for at the very least in this series. But like I said, here at Silverstone, the AI were very, very OP back on F1 2020, but Heinz-Harald Frentzen, though, and Williams, they are going to win yet again here at Silverstone. The German has not put a foot wrong and is now really, really told everybody, if anyone didn't believe he's world champion material, this weekend goes to show it. He will win the British Grand Prix ahead of Michael Schumacher there. Ferrari will get a double podium. Can I do a 126 on the last lap? Yes, I can.
It was a magnificent race and a drive right out of the top draw to take the win for Red Bull today. Talk to me, Ants. What was it that set them apart from the competition today?
Well, I know it's a bit of a boring answer, but the truth is they simply had the best speed package on the day, and a driver who knows how to take advantage of that. It doesn't matter how much time you spend poring over the stats and planning strategies if you can't keep the pace, and our winner today showed they could do both.
Red Bull are our winners today after showcasing some incredible driving. There's been a huge push from them lately to stay competitive with the other teams, and they're certainly proving themselves.
Well, there we are then. Heinz-Harald Frentzen, Michael Schumacher, your top 2 on the grid. They were the top 2 come the checkered flag there. And I mean, low 1 minute 26s for them. Michael Schumacher's best lap was 5.5 tenths clear of anything we could muster up come the end of the GP. Anthony Davidson comes through for 4th. Again, another brilliant result for BAR ahead of both Saubers there. Button a good recovery after his grid penalties ahead of both Jaguars there and his teammate of Alexander Wurz rounding out the top 10. Poor Giancarlo Fisichella and Toyota. 4 seconds away from their first points of the year. I really hope we do see some of the backmarker teams score before the end of the campaign there. And, well, McLaren, they are pretty much a stinker. The safety car came out at the wrong time for them, and they just were not able to recover. Raikkonen and Jacques Villeneuve, your 2 retirements from the afternoon, both of them suffering with mechanical failures. But taking a look then at the Drivers' Championship, gap at the top now up to 24 points. So we need to start taking points out of Frentzen again in these next couple of races there. Schumacher jumps Villeneuve though, so yeah, that is going to mean I think there's 19 points in it in the Constructors right now. Danica Patrick re-jumps Marc Genet in the World Championship as well there, as Jarno Trulli gets some decent points on the board to jump Zob Baumgartner and Alexander Wurz. Constructors-wise, yep, that gap 19 points now at the top of the table. McLaren still just ahead of BAR, despite the terrible result there. Sauber 1 point ahead of Jaguar, and Renault in a very, very lonely 7th place at the moment. thank you all so much for watching. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back very soon when Formula 1 returns ready for the Hungarian Grand Prix. Hello everyone, and welcome back to a brand new video, and welcome to round 10 of our F1 2002 career mode. Yes, we're back this weekend here for the Hungarian Grand Prix. Of course, if you missed out on the video that went live a couple of days ago from Silverstone, I would highly recommend going back and check it out. And of course, if you missed out on the season opener from our F1 24 driver career mode from Bahrain as well, definitely recommend going back, checking out both those videos that went live towards the end of the week. Obviously, last time around though, the British Grand Prix, Heinz-Harald Frentzen, he seems unstoppable at the moment. 3 race victories in a row. We finished second to him on 2 of those occasions. Admittedly, we haven't finished off of the podium since the season opener back in Australia. But yeah, Frentzen just steadily building up a little bit of a buffer at the top of the table. We've got a 24-point deficit to the German. We've got a further 36 points back to my teammate Michael Schumacher, who for the first time this year now is ahead of Jacques Villeneuve after his, well, third DNF of the year, second back-to-back. Villeneuve has still been a very, very quick driver, but has been admittedly quite unlucky in recent Grand Prix. Of course, we're constantly trying to do more and more upgrades onto the car in the background as well, so I believe we can do another aerodynamic upgrade before we head to Magyar Nagadic this weekend. Of course, if you're new, please do make sure you leave a like, get yourself subscribed to the channel. We're trying to hit 140,000 subs at the moment. And as well, if you want to help support us just a little bit more, you can click the join button down below. It costs just £1 a month. You get early access to all the videos, as well as a few other cool little features and bits and pieces. But without further ado then, let's head here to Hungary. Well, happy memories here from the Hungaroring inside this series. It remains still the only track we've ever taken pole position at inside this career mode, so hoping that maybe we can make it back-to-back years. Of course, the McLaren car, though, last season was very, very well suited for this kind of circuit. Williams have proven this year that they just seem to have a little bit of an advantage in kind of all aspects of the car, but we are slowly bringing more and more upgrades to this Ferrari, and will continue to do so right the way through, well, to the end of the year. So hopefully, you know, we can try and at least trade a couple of pole positions with that team. Of course, we saw Michael Schumacher almost got pole last weekend at Silverstone, which over 1 lap was certainly not a circuit I expected us to be particularly quick at. But let's see what we can do here then. Of course, this circuit remains pretty much unchanged since it first arrived in Formula 1. A little bit wide through there, but 2002 rules will allow that kind of just usage of track limits a bit more than what we get in modern day Formula 1. So we wind our way in through the final few corners then of this qualifying lap. We're still right there in the fight for pole position. Could we get it back-to-back years then? Power down out of the final corner. I think we have back-to-back poles at the Hungaroring. Clearly, this is just the one track I can do it. Well, there we go then. P1 on the grid for the Hungarian Grand Prix for the second year in a row. And just like last year then, we got both Williams lining up directly behind us. Michael Schumacher struggling a little bit more for 1 lap pace here, ahead of David Coulthard, Jenson Button. Anthony Davidson, a bit of a disappointing one by him, all the way down in 8th place there, just ahead of both Jaguars. But it really does seem like behind kind of Ferrari and Williams at the moment, there's a lot more jumbling up with all the other teams.
Formula 1 on ITV in association with Texaco.
It's race day in Budapest as we get ready for another round of the Formula One World Championship. We don't expect too many retirements at this track. There are plenty of current and former drivers with flawless finish rates here. In particular, Ralf Schumacher. He made it across the line in all 10 of his Hungarian Grand Prix starts. 14 corners then for our drivers to navigate at the 2.7-mile Hungaroring today. It's 6 lefts and 8 rights around a lap here, with average speeds in the region of 120 miles per hour.
Well, if we lose to Frentzen today, then more than likely he'll now have a 25-point buffer at the top of the table. We want to try and stop that happening as best as we can. But of course, yeah, the Hungaroring can be a bit of a tyre killer as well. So we'll have to wait and see as to how we get on. 35 laps ahead of us, though. It really is a marathon Grand Prix. And of course, it's circuits like this here in Monaco are kind of the real ones that kind of demonstrate just how much better Formula One cars have got in the last 20 years, you know, with like the aerodynamics and the drivability as well there. But last year, we got a terrible start on the run down towards Turn 1. I do not want a repeat of that today. 5 red lights on the grid. And it's going to be lights out. And away we go there. And I think we might have a similar story then, as both Williams immediately are going to try and get past us. We're going to cover off Michael Schumacher rather aggressively in towards Turn 1 there. I think that's David Coulthard trying to look down the inside at the first corner as well. So we will make a tiny bit of contact with our teammate apparently off of Turn 1. I believe they're 3 wide behind me in towards Turn 2 there. But the Williams once again getting the launch off the line. I mean, this Ferrari all year so far, we have seen just how tricky it is to try and get the power down, as Jenson Button getting a lightning start as well, straight up into P5. So he was able to position that Renault very, very well through those first couple of corners. But Frentzen once again, just things really, really falling into place for the German at this stage of the World Championship, straight into P1. He really does seem to have just an arm's length against Jacques Villeneuve as well right now. I mean, Villeneuve's championship hopes are looking slim to none at the moment, but if he could win today, he does still have time to get him back on track. Well, there we go, immediately fastest lap of the day then, so that's good going. No idea what this DRS he's talking about is at the moment early on in the GP, but yeah, obviously we've seen that Williams car able to fire up its tyres and seems to just react better than the Ferrari on heavy fuel so far this year. But the fact we're not letting either of them get away, we could try and go for an undercut later on if the right thing happens. I'll be honest though, looking at the way the gaps are opening up, maybe the overcut could be the way to go. So a little bit wide through Turn 4. But it is just all about whether any of us can find a spot to come out in clear air. Oh, I mean, look at that. Everybody at the front starting to set fastest laps just repeatedly now. So once again, kind of your big 3 so far this World Championship are just setting the pace there. I'll give Schumacher credit as well. You know, he is seemingly able to just keep us close by as well. He's able to hang on to the coattails of your top 3. But yeah, Frentzen, Villeneuve and I, really this has, again, a bit like last season, been such a hotly contested championship fight. I absolutely love it. It hasn't taken long then, but already I'm just starting to get reminded about kind of what is probably one of the things I change about the Hungarian Grand Prix circuit, and that is just how difficult it is to overtake here. I mean, it is Monaco without the barriers. So tough to try and make moves. Does really feel, though, that Frentzen is starting to slow Villeneuve down. But I think, yeah, at the moment, we're gapping Button by about a second a lap. So I think we'd have to extend the stint. Because I think if they come out in traffic, the overcut is going to have to be the way to go. Well, will we start to see AI into the pit lane then? I mean, what do you do down at Williams? Who gets the first call? Neither of them into the pit lane then, so that's rather interesting. Both trying to extend the stint a little bit longer. As last lap then, Michael Schumacher actually stole my fastest lap. Villeneuve will go even quicker now. But Schumacher behind, yeah, is definitely in the fight as well. I mean, all 4 cars, it seems like each lap at most are covered by like 0.2 of a second. This is brilliant, but we all kind of know one error, and that is going to be game over. Oh, there we go, Villeneuve. Villeneuve is going to be the first to blink then in our group. So does Michael Schumacher behind us then. So both of the teammates to the top 2 in the championship diving in. As we run a little bit wide there out of the final corner, but still taking new fastest lap of the day. I wonder if that just goes to show both of their desperation to try and claw back points. They've got to take bigger and bigger risk into the second half of the year. Both of them opting to go onto the hards, but they will definitely come out in traffic there as Jensen button in as well. They might not come out in traffic then if pretty much everybody's on the softs. Yeah, look at that. Villeneuve's come out in clear air. I think Schumacher might just as well come out. Oh, he's just come out behind Wirtz in the end. I think he might get the jump back on him. But yeah, this is really, really interesting for those guys then, because it'll effectively allow Villeneuve this lap just to absolutely wring the neck out of the car and try to undercut Frentzen. We go Frentzen into the pit lane as well, so these are now critical laps in our Formula 1 World Championship hopes. These are the laps that you'll look back on at the end of the season and think that either saved it or it screwed it for us. First lap under the 1 minute 20s, so clearly we've still got some life left in these softs. We need qualifying laps now. There we go, Frentzen. Just to confirm, Frentzen has come out ahead of Jacques Villeneuve as well behind. So the gap to Frentzen, 18.7 seconds. If we can get it up to 20, I think we can undercut him. I tell you what, I've got to give this Ferrari car credit as well. It is very, very quick. When it feels like everybody else is starting to pit, we just seem to be able to extract a little bit more pace out of it. There we go, a 19.2 that lap. So we're definitely now putting Williams on standby here. I don't think those hard compound tyres are working as well for them as they would have wanted. And that gap now, I reckon if we were to box now, we'd already be ahead of Villeneuve. I reckon give it one more lap and we could get the jump on Frentzen. Well, this lap then we are going to dive into the pit lane here. The gap to Frentzen is going to be so close when we make our way back out. But I think the tyres now just starting to reach the cliff. I don't think they've hit it yet, but I think we're definitely only a couple of laps away from those tyres no longer being able to provide the grip we need from them. So into the pit lane we will go here. This has been a big race of strategy so far. Oh, a little bit hesitant on the way into the pit lane. Could that cost us here? As we're going to be bolting on a set of mediums, hopefully, to see us through to the end of the afternoon. 2.6 second stop. That's good. That's exactly what we need here, is now we're just watching the clock to Frentzen and Villeneuve behind there. Michael Schumacher just starting to struggle a little bit against the rest of us. But remove that pit lane limiter as early as we possibly can. We're on the inside of Frentzen there. We almost lock the rears up down at turn 1. But we park the car on the apex. We've got to try and get some heat into the tyres there. Frentzen again is going to try and look to our outside there through turn 2. And now again, you can see we're all bunched up right on top of each other here. But we have got the jump on the Williams. Dare I say, that could be a 500 IQ strategy in this race to take the first set longer and to obviously then be ahead when we've got to try and put some temperature into the rubber. But getting ahead of them is one thing. Those Williams cars we've seen, they are rocket ships in a straight line still. So unless I'm on, keep on my toes, they could still definitely get back past. Immediately then putting these medium compound tyres to good use. You can just see the gap to Frentzen opening up. So almost a second there as we are still running in the mid 1 minute 19. So I think the pace to the end of the afternoon is going to be relentless. If we can just get a couple of second buffer though, that's the most important thing. Just so if we end up with a little slip up, a little traction bog, especially out of that final corner, we're hopefully still not vulnerable to those Williams behind. Oh, that's exactly what we need. We're closing in on a 1 minute 18 best lap in this Grand Prix. But yeah, Frentzen now, that gap opening up to about a second then. And I hope Frentzen now realises how painful it can be for us sometimes in this series. You're really trying to wring the neck out of the car, getting everything you possibly can out of it. And still the other guy's just got a few extra tenths in the back pocket. A little bit wide there through turn 3. But for the first time, really all year, this Ferrari feels like it's the car to beat. And I am loving it. There we go. Finally dipping into the 1 minute 18s then. And now the pace is just starting to show against these cars behind us there. Zolt Baumgartner already nearly half a minute behind in P5. I believe he still needs to pit though between now and the end of the afternoon. But as the pace continues to ramp up, Frentzen is staying somewhat close. Schumacher has completely dropped away. And Villeneuve is barely hanging on. Well, this was the one bit I was going to be a bit nervous about towards the end of the afternoon. We've now got to try and find our way around some of the lap traffic here. I'm hoping it should only be the backmarker cars. But even they can be a little bit sketchy at the best of times, of course. Yeah, this circuit probably one of the worst for dealing with lap traffic, except for maybe Monaco. As Kimi Räikkönen then in his Minardi will try and get a nice slipstream off him on the run back down in towards one. He will let me by. But again, the AI, I mean, he almost tried to dive bomb me back into the first corner. They will just do that. Well, I know I've mentioned it before, but this is not the Jordan team I left a couple of years ago. I mean, it's probably been one of the things that has been closest accurately to what it was like in real life. But seeing the downfall of Jordan inside this game from, you know, that high of 1999, that near miss of a world championship to being backmarkers just a couple of years on, so sad. And you think, you know, with a bit more investment, you know, with a bit more money coming in, of course, they were just completely overwhelmed by all of the big factory, you know, proper, you know, manufacturer entries coming into the sport in the early 2000s. You know, a team like Jordan just couldn't thrive anymore, and it's such a shame. I mean, this weekend seems to be particularly bad. It's not often we see cars stuck actually battling in with the Minardis, but that seems to be the case today. Last weekend's Grand Prix was pretty boring in the second half for all the wrong reasons. This weekend's Grand Prix has been pretty boring in the second half for all the right reasons. Lap 30, we are about to start at 35 here, as we are still setting relentless pace at the front of the order. One of my favourite storylines still this season has been that man in front. As I've mentioned before, there is not a chance that Juan Pablo Montoya and Toyota in Formula 1 would have ever worked together IRL. But inside this series at the moment, I mean, Montoya, he's about a good, genuinely 15 seconds clear of any of the other backmarkers in this race. He is just having a really, really good season. And, you know, whether he stays with Toyota or whether he moves to a bigger team ready for next campaign, it is going to be really, really interesting to see. But the other thing I'm noticing at the moment is just how overcast it's getting around the Circuit Magyar Nagadic towards the end of the afternoon. I don't think, well, we're not meant to see any rain between now and the end. But rain is certainly not that far out after the Grand Prix, as Montoya there just about will let us by. Please don't dive bomb me. That might be the last lapped car we have to deal with. But yeah, it is hopefully not going to rain. Although that being said, IRL, rain is always the pretty much only thing that makes a Hungarian Grand Prix exciting. Montoya is definitely closer to kind of the back of the midfield than anybody else in our backmarker cars is to him right now. So again, it's been a pretty good weekend by Juan Pablo. Not going to kind of get anything to show for it. But once again, just showing those other teams, you know, those more competitive teams, that he is a man that they should be requesting his services. Just over 2 laps to go, though, here from the Hungaroring, as Danica Patrick, after a good qualifying, seemingly has slumped down the order come race day Sunday. But at the moment, I believe, obviously, because we didn't actually take the win last year here, did we? We ended up, I think, finishing 3rd behind both of the Williams cars. We won't keep hold of fastest lap by the end, because that's just the way the AI work. They kind of simulate lap times, and it's far too fast once we've crossed the line. But on paper, I believe this would be our first ever Grand Slam inside this series. Not quite a Grand Chelem, because we haven't led every single lap. But pole position, race victory, and fastest lap, that's a pretty good thing. And certainly as we head into the second half of the year, of course, summer break after this weekend, that's a really, really good sign, you know, that we are competitive. And it'll certainly give Williams something to think about over the break as well. There is Zolt Baumgartner almost ruining that for me. Come on, let's just see the checkered flag. Well, last lap then here, and you can just see 2 cars in front of us. Oh no! Surely Villeneuve's just gone and pipped my best lap by 5 thousandths of a second there. As soon as I start talking about it, Williams have to try and spoil my party. I don't know if we're going to be able to try and go quicker again on this last lap, but we will certainly try around this venue there. I mean, like I said, neither of us will keep the fastest lap bonus point. I'm sure it'll go to someone a little bit further down the order. But we do go green again through that first sector. If I can set another new fastest lap on this last one, then I'm going to claim it as a Grand Slam here. But yeah, the last few races, of course, been really, really tough. We just have not had anything to fight against Williams. But a bit like last season when we were down at McLaren, you know, a good result here can really springboard you into the second half of the season. Was a little bit worried about where Mark Webber was going in towards those final couple of corners. And look at that, David Coulthard just in front of me. It's days like today. I mean, pretty much every race this season I've been happy that we didn't stick at McLaren. And the fact that we're almost lapping DC here goes to show how good a chance that was. It is P1 here at the Hungaroring, and we also take fastest lap.
It's a performance to be proud of today from our Hungarian Grand Prix winners. Anthony, tell me, what was it that helped them achieve this success?
I think that smart tyre management on track and very smooth driving definitely assisted in their victory today. That combination meant they got the absolute maximum out of their tyres at all times.
Ferrari are at it again, an excellent performance at today's Grand Prix, and they're certainly a team that know what they're doing out there.
Well, there we are then. We do take victory here at the Hungaroring. Annoyingly, Frentzen, obviously, well, sorry, Villeneuve even did set a slightly faster lap time in the end, but you can just see everybody that was a lap down, or almost a lap down, able to set some really, you know, unrealistic lap times at the end of the day. Luckily, it shouldn't change too much in terms of the World Championship as well there, but obviously, that not only helps us in the drivers' table, but also Ferrari in the constructors, as we will make a little bit of progress against Williams there. Schumacher, I'm sure, will be a little bit disappointed to finish a little way away in fourth, ahead of Button, who was comfortably ahead of Anthony Davidson, who himself was ahead of Jarno Trulli there, and Alex Wurz. McLaren's rounding out the top 10. Marc Genet, actually a pretty good recovery drive on the alternate strategy there to beat out David Coulthard. And you can see everybody that didn't score a point ended up a lap down come the end of the afternoon. Championship-wise, the gap at the top now down to just 17 points at the top of the table. You can see Schumacher now has only got a 2-point buffer ahead of Jacques Villeneuve there, and the ever-consistent Davidson only, what's it, 43 points back from them. I think Davidson is closer to Villeneuve than Villeneuve is to Heinz-Harald Frentzen, which is quite funny at this point of the World Championship. DC still ahead of Danica Patrick, who's now tied with Marc Genet. Rubens Barrichello now just still ahead of Button, who gets the jump on Mark Webber. No other movers, though, towards the rear of your championship. The gap in the constructors, though, down to just 15 points, though, as BAR make great progress against McLaren. Sauber jump Jaguar as well, and I mean, we could be in for a fight for P1, P3, and P5 there between Sauber, Jaguar and Renault, and of course those backmarker teams. All it takes is one good result, and they could score a point that could make the difference come the end of the year. Thank you all so much for watching. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourselves subscribed, and we'll be back very soon when Formula 1 returns ready for the Belgian Grand Prix. Hello everyone, and welcome back to a brand new video, and welcome to round 11 of our F1 2002 career mode. Yes, we're back this weekend here for the Belgian Grand Prix at Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps. Of course, if you missed out on the last video that went live over the weekend from Hungary, I would highly recommend going back and checking out. It was arguably just the second time all year that we were the car to beat in the Hungarian Grand Prix, only followed up by Monaco. So, of course, the two highest downforce circuits on the F1 calendar really did suit our car. Heinz-Harald Frentzen still has a 17-point lead at the top of the table, but very quickly this season has become a two-horse race between, myself and Frentzen. Constructors-wise, though, still a 15-point gap in favour of Williams at the top of the table right now, as pretty much every single team is in a fight in the constructors 1 point in it between McLaren and BAR. I mean, we've got 22 points in it between Sauber, Jaguar and Renault. But in recent races, yeah, Renault have been stringing together some decent results as well. And of course, our backmarker teams of Toyota, Jordan and Minardi. 6 races to go, though, including this one today. We've got a couple more very, very high-speed circuits coming up as well. Get yourself subscribed if you're new. We're trying to hit 140,000 subs. And if you want to get early access to these videos, you can click the join button as well for just £1 a month. But without further ado, let's head to Spa. Well, just like you would expect from a circuit like Spa, we are meant to see rain come Sunday afternoon here, so I've completely set up the car to try and suit us for those wet conditions. Qualifying, it's going to be a little bit sacrificed today. Of course, we took our second ever pole position in this series last weekend. I don't think we're going to be bagging our third this afternoon, though. It's really just going to be an effort of trying to remain as close towards the front as we possibly can. But as you can see, the amount of downforce we're running on the car, we've got no straight line speed whatsoever. In fact, we are slowest by the end of Sector 1 there. 1.3 seconds off of our teammate Michael Schumacher, who I must admit, I'd love to see him bag pole position. I certainly don't want to see Frentzen get another one as well. But hopefully through this middle sector will be where we can really, really fly and make up a load of that time once again, trying to rotate the car between the curbs, of course, through Sector 2. I really do wish we had the classic version of Spa-Francorchamps. Obviously, even the, the late 90s, early 2000s with the old school bus stop chicane, I think would be really, really cool inside this game. But this is EA and Codemasters. Of course, we never get anything like that anymore inside these titles there. But yeah, so far, I mean, the lap actually in of itself has felt fairly good, but the timing really just isn't showing it at the moment, as we are all the way down in P15 at the moment. So I think we've just kind of compromised the car, maybe even just slightly too much here over 1 lap pace. This was always the thing, back in the 90s and the early 2000s. There was a big difference between a qualifying setup, a dry setup and a wet setup there, as at the final corner up towards the line, we are P18 on the grid. That's not what I'd hoped for. Well, there we go then. Villeneuve will lock out yet another Williams front row, but Michael Schumacher there less than half a second away. A 1 second gap then back to Jenson Button, who was in P4. But yeah, I mean, admittedly, we were kind of in and amongst it towards at the back of the field, though. That's the problem. Down with the Toyotas and the Jordans there. Luckily, still a second clear of either of those Minardi cars. But we've now got to really hope the rain comes down in a big way, because qualifying has been a complete write-off.
Formula One on ITV in association with Texaco.
We're in Belgium once again for today's round of the Formula One World Championship. It's a race the great Ayrton Senna won 6 times, and in 2019, Charles Leclerc became the first driver to take their maiden win here since Michael Schumacher in 1992. Spa-Francorchamps then, a 4.35-mile tour of the Ardennes countryside, with 9 right corners and 10 left corners, giving us a grand total of 19. Average lap speeds in the dry can reach about 145 miles per hour, but without a significant improvement in these conditions, we won't be seeing anything like that today. Anthony Davidson, thanks for joining me once again for the Grand Prix. Let's talk about Mr. Monaco. They're starting towards the back of the field today in a car that is fast, so they'll be disappointed, won't they?
It's not a nice feeling, I promise you. They've got a quick car underneath them, but they've got onto the grid today and they need a pair of binoculars to see the start lights. They'll be desperate for a good start to make up for some of that deficit.
Well, the heavens have certainly opened here in Spa, you know, as we would expect them to inside this game. And it looks like those wet conditions are meant to continue right the way throughout the afternoon today. So hopefully the no-stop strategy is going to be possible around this circuit. 22 laps ahead of us, though. This is going to be a real race of survival. We've been bumped to P17, thanks to Anthony Davidson taking some grid penalties. It's 5 red lights, though. A mighty long hole, but it is going to be lights out, and away we go then, hopefully. I mean, look at that, Raikkonen and Alonso. Alonso even and Davidson both getting off to a lightning getaway. Down in towards Turn 1. Alonso's almost up into the points immediately, as I'm just going to take it nice and easy through that first corner. Obviously, we could easily lose, you know, a front wing end plate or something like that at the start of this one if we're not careful, so I just want to try and stay out of trouble as best as we can then, but again, you can just see the lack of straight line speed. We've got a safety car out already. David Coulthard is out of this Grand Prix. We're riding the board then with DC, as you can see, making our way down in towards Eau Rouge, side by side with one of the Jordans. Just runs a little bit wide, just connects with him on the exit of the corner. And, well, lucky that could have been a much more scary accident for DC. But here's our first retirement of the afternoon. Coming to the end of lap 3 then, you can just see only one driver opted to pit under that safety car, and it was the same driver that did it back at the Austrian Grand Prix under the early safety car there. Rubens Barrichello has come out behind us in this GP, but I mean, I would expect everybody can go to the end on a single set of tyres, but it might well be that Barrichello has actually tried to, you know, sometimes the AI still feel they've got to do a mandatory stop. Even in the wet conditions, but getting ready then to go green flag racing once more, staring at the Minardi of Kimi Räikkönen there as well, Barrichello as well. I want to try and look down mine, so I mean, look at the understeer through that final corner. We just had no power down, and well, Barrichello immediately is going to go past us then on the run back towards Turn 1. We will try and get back down the inside of the Jaguar. I mean, we've desperately got to try and get some temperature into the tyres, because I think that's causing us the most problems very early on there. You can just see no temperature whatsoever in the tyres, but should be places like Eau Rouge that we are very, very strong against the AI there, and you can see immediately taking bags of time out of Kimi Räikkönen. Eau Rouge and the middle sector is hopefully where this car is going to come alive, because, yeah, we've just got no straight line speed to really make moves. Down or up, sorry, the Kemmel Straight, I should say. Let's just ride on board then through these next couple of corners. Are we going to be able to get a run on Kimi? Yes, we are. He's going to try and swing just a little bit defensive. Try and get the car slowed down though around the outside. Luckily, obviously, with all the water on the circuit, the racing line doesn't quite exist in the way it normally would, as we are finally starting to make some progress then up the order. Well, I'm going to say it as well then, I just don't think the Ferrari is particularly well suited to the wet conditions inside this game, as well to the inside of Juan Pablo Montoya. It'll become the outside line as we make our way up towards Blanchimont. Oh, definitely not enough grip out there to really be able to do anything. As Montoya then, we will give him the place back, but immediately try and get up the inside once more through the bus stop chicane. Up then into P16 as Villeneuve still leading the way at the front of the order, but we're starting to work this out. Carlo Fisichella, that Toyota just does not have the rotation up through Eau Rouge that our car does. As you can see now around the outside of the Panasonic liveried car, as he's definitely got the top end speed over me, but we've just got so much braking performance there as Anthony Davidson and Zolt Baumgartner watching Alonso trying to defend from the Jordan of Ralf Schumacher. Admittedly, it was a very, very good start by Fernando. Hasn't quite got him up inside the points. He certainly was audacious down in towards Turn 1, but everybody now trying to find a way around him pretty quickly. As they always say, rain is the great equaliser. I don't think anything's going to help that Minardi equalise. We've got yellow flags out. Have we got another car stopped? Potentially in front. No, I think it's Alonso. Oh, Alonso, I think the engine's gone on that Minardi car as we're trying to carve our way through the BARs. And I believe we've got yellows out. I don't know if we've got another safety car. Oh, we're already got 1/3 distance then in this Grand Prix, and we feel like we've basically done no racing whatsoever so far this afternoon. But yeah, we just keep getting incidents for other drivers, and poor old Fernando Alonso, that miraculous start, pretty much good for nothing very, very early on as we got into the GP. But yeah, up into 14th place then as we get ready for yet another restart here in Spa. I mean, this could just be a race, almost like 2001, of just quite a few safety cars. Might end up being the case here, as through that final corner again, desperately trying to build up some temperature into the rubber. Hopefully, we're not going to be too vulnerable from Giancarlo Fisichella on the run back down in towards turn 1. Oh, locking up the fronts in quite a big way. That might allow Fisichella to have a look to the inside of us as we try and get the power down on the exit. All I want is just to be able to get a few laps under our belt, build up some confidence, work out where the grip is, work out where the limits of the car are as well, and hopefully from there we can actually start moving forward a little bit more quickly. Jordan as well though, 10th and 11th right now. I mean, this could be a big opportunity for any of our backmarker teams to finally get some points on the board, because I think if they can score here, that probably puts them in a pretty safe position right the way through to the end of the year then. So Takuma Sato, obviously the rookie, will be looking to try and defend from everybody he possibly can, but those BARs behind are very quick. Obviously our Ferrari very, very quick as well. So everybody is going to be hounding them to obviously try and make progress in their own kind of battles in the championships. So it's definitely through corners like this, where if we can get the line right, we can definitely make up a lot of time. But Anthony Davidson, he is going to be a difficult one to get round. Able to get the power down then. Oh, just trying to put alongside Anthony Davidson. Again, he will just try and give me a bit of a squeeze. And again, we're going to be to the outside of someone up through Blanchimont there. Not quite able to make that one happen. But we were trying to have a look to the inside, in towards the bus stop chicane there. Make sure we're nice and steady on the brakes. I don't want to plough straight into the side of that second BAR car. Just trying to put the power down on the exit of that final corner.
5.6 seconds.
I don't know what the fastest lap time is in this Grand Prix, but we have not got anywhere near a sub 2-minute lap time yet, and we're almost at half distance. Trying to get a run then on Zob Baumgartner up the Kemmel Straight, 208 miles an hour. There's more drivers with issues up and down the grid, as well as to the inside of Zol. Oh, he gives me a big squeeze. Don't think he spotted us there down the inside. It was a fairly late move, but I don't think, we weren't too aggressive with it. What it slowed down onto the apex is actually Sato. Picked himself up a 5-second penalty, so I'm not too sure what he did to warrant that one. But yeah, Jordan this weekend, though, definitely, this is another circuit where they've kind of been closer to the midfield than they've kind of felt as true backmarkers. It's Ralf Schumacher then trying to show the nose down in towards Pouon. Not going to make anything happen that time round. So Schumacher there just runs a little bit wide on the exit of the corner. Able to get the power down though. Could we have a big send to the inside? Or just about get it slowed down still in between the white lines? I believe. Yep, that's us up into 11. There we go. We got Mark Webber there. I can just see side by side with somebody up in towards those final few corners. That's Marc Genet then that is going to get squeezed out. As Villeneuve has done a 2:01.1. So that's kind of the benchmark time by some of our front runners there. As look at that right on the outside, and not one but two cars at the final corner there to the inside of Genet on the exit. That's going to allow Sato to potentially move back into the points. We were still 3.5 seconds slower than the Williams that lap. So this might be another race where a podium is going to be the ultimate goal. But even then, I don't know how quick Schumacher is. Well, with Rubens Barrichello down in the doldrums today, it is up to Mark Webber to lead the Jaguar team around this venue. And at the moment, he's doing a fairly good job up in P8. We were wondering about where Michael Schumacher, or what his pace is like. Woeful is the answer. Our teammate is only in P7 right now and seems unable to really make an impact, even against the cars he's battling with. So yeah, this car does not seem to suit the wet conditions around this venue. Williams are just running away with it at the front of the order. We have got cars starting to peel into the pit lane then, so that will be interesting to see. Alexander Wirtz in, but he is the only one. Come on then, this time around we've got to try and get the run on Mark Webber there. Big run up the Kemmel Straight, 208 miles an hour. as we were trying to tuck out of the slipstream at the very last moment. Purple through that first sector there, so goes to show how handy the slipstream is. And now we are in the hunt against our teammate. I mean, it's definitely the car, not Michael. He was known as the Rainmeister in Formula 1. If this was real life, he would absolutely be dominating this event. But as I've said many times before, F1 2020 cannot cope with the Germans' greatness. Well, Villeneuve looks set to crack the 2-minute mark pretty quickly in this Grand Prix. I'm trying to work out, though, who's running in third at the moment. Obviously, there'll be those Williams cars 1 and 2, as we just seem to be getting quicker and quicker as well at the moment. I think the rain is definitely starting to ease up just a little bit more, but now, I mean, we can hear the message already, can't we? Fernando is faster than you. Let Michael through for the championship. Ferrari, they have had to do many kind of team orders before, and look at that, Schumacher not even able to get the run out of Eau Rouge there. I mean, we put alongside him, it'll get the straight line speed on me. How quick is our teammate able to go in a straight line, as I thought he'd give me some room on the outside there. Luckily, we backed out of it fairly early, because I wasn't quite able to make that one happen. But yeah, stuck behind those Saubers. Admittedly, they are pretty good cars this season, but still, I'm sure not what Michael Schumacher would want from an afternoon where, you know, he needed to try and challenge those Williams early on for us. I can only assume he just got a bad start, and that's what caused all his problems, but Michael is definitely not going to let us by easily. We've got to try and find a way around him. I mean, just watching him through the middle sector, I mean, it is like the 2001 Ferrari, just so understeery. You really just cannot position it where you need to, or around the lap there. Just seeing the dirty air, really struggling. Try and keep it between the white lines, but to the inside of Schumacher we will go. Get it slowed down onto the apex there, and up then into P6 of this Grand Prix. Hopefully those Saubers are going to be a little bit easier to navigate, as Schumacher might try and come back at me, back in towards turn 1. Oh, he thought about it, but just unable to make anything happen. I think a podium might still be possible here. I believe it's got to be Button, isn't it? I think he's one of the only drivers I haven't overtaken yet. So Renault definitely getting stronger and stronger as this season has gone by. So I can only assume it's JB that's running in third. But definitely, I think unless something wild happens, we're not going to be able to challenge those Williams. All over the back then of Jarno Trulli as we try and make our way out of Stavolo once again then. That Sauber, I mean, this thing has got to be one of the fastest in a straight line inside this game. He's just having to blend the throttle slightly though before we even get towards Blanchimont here, so it might be back-to-back laps that we are going for the big send, or almost straight into the back of Danica Patrick at that final corner. So Jarno Trulli will try and fight back against me. Let's look at that, it's Frentzen in third. So if it is JB, which I'm pretty certain it is, he must be running up in second place then in this Grand Prix. So, Jenson, well, I keep saying it's Jenson Button. I can't think of anybody else that it could be. But if it's not JB, then I look like a right idiot. Purple through that middle sector there. When we get a bit of clear air, we are really, really quick. As Villeneuve, yet another fastest lap of the Grand Prix. But with Frentzen down then in P3 at the moment, that potentially opens up opportunities towards the end of the afternoon trying to attack him. We just need to find a way around Danica before then as well. Down at the bus stop has definitely been my favourite overtaking place of the day. Luckily, yeah, it is Jenson Button then that's running in P2, so he's doing a fantastic job. But with the pace we've got, we might be able to get to those guys by the end. We basically need qualifying laps towards the end of this GP. Well, Villeneuve and I then trading fastest laps late on in the day. We're almost both now into the 1 minute 59s. But I'm just looking at that gap to Frentzen and Button. We are taking pretty much 2 seconds a lap out of them exactly. So this could end up being a last lap battle. I've just got to keep trying to absolutely nail it, which in these conditions in this car is not particularly easy. Eau Rouge is now basically entirely flat. Blanchimont is pretty much flat out as well. Finally, the setup is working. Oh, we've got yellows. We've got yellows. Someone's got issues. Don't say it's Villeneuve. No, it's Button. Jenson Button, one of the greatest drives of our young Englishman's career. And late on in the day, he is out of it. That must be heartbreaking for him and Renault. What would have been, I believe, the team's first podium as well. Obviously, as the, car manufacturer inside this series. Jenson Button, with less than 2 laps to go, is out of this Grand Prix. And more annoyingly for me than that, Frentzen doesn't gain any extra points on me because of it. But it does probably mean now I'm not going to be able to get to him by the end of this GP. Finally, we've taken that fastest lap away from Jacques Villeneuve. They're going to show that the car does have pace. That we could compete with Williams around this venue. The big thing has just been all about the short shift here. Trying to avoid any traction control bog as you possibly can. But ultimately now Frentzen, where he's out in clear air, I don't think we're going to have a chance at him. 4 seconds still the gap. Oh, we're just 1 lap to go. I think unless he makes an error, yeah, we're certainly not going to be able to do anything against him right towards the end of this one. But, I mean, we haven't had many wet races this season. It really has been a bit of an anomaly so far in 2002. But if ever you were going to expect it, surely a circuit like Spa-Francorchamps is always going to deliver a wet Grand Prix. And for Jacques Villeneuve, this season started out pretty well for him. He looked pretty competitive, but very quickly got overshadowed by Hans-Charles Frentzen, coupled with a bit of bad luck. Pretty much since Monaco onwards. Yeah, Villeneuve has not had much luck inside this series either there. But finally, after the summer break, he has regrouped. He has refocused up. Although a championship charge might be highly unlikely, Williams at the very least will be looking to wrap up their 2nd straight Constructors' Championship inside this series as well. Through the final couple of corners, Jacques Villeneuve, it is going to be a well-returned trip to the top of the podium. Villeneuve will claim victory here at Spa-Francorchamps. Can we try and reclaim that fastest lap back off him on the very last one there, as we are again going to get a little bit lucky to end up in a podium position here. Schumacher annoying that he will only come through for P5. Can we nail these final couple of corners? Yeah, definitely Frentzen is getting held up behind Jenson Button. We will not improve.
What a great race then, and what a magnificent victory here at the Belgian Grand Prix. Tell me, Ant, how did they manage to achieve this win?
It's a heroic effort for any driver to race in conditions like these, and seeing them fight their way to the front was very special indeed. They were able to find all the grip, all the good lines, and had the confidence to get on the power to top it all off. That's what pushed them into first place here today.
Here come today's winners. The team at Red Bull have done a phenomenal job recently. It's clear to see that they've put in the work, and they should be proud of the victory they secured here.
Well, there we are then. Jacques Villeneuve, like we said, a dominant race victory in the end. Pole position, he would have had fastest lap. He led, I think, every lap of the Grand Prix as well. Nobody was able to come close to the Canadian here. Frentzen comes through for P2 in the end. I think, yeah, had Button obviously not been in front of him, we would have got nowhere near him by the end of the GP, but it would have been interesting to see if we've been able to close up to JB there. We come through for P3, denying Danica Patrick a podium again this season, from 17th on the grid. To be honest, after the early laps, I kind of forgot that we'd started so far back. Schumacher in P5 ahead of Jarno Trulli, Mark Webber there, and Ralf Schumacher finally gets Jordan's first points of the year. Annoyingly for Takuma Sato, that penalty actually cost him from making it a double Jordan points haul in the end. That would have been 6 points on the board for the team there. But Schumacher comes through ahead of Barrichello on a 2-stop strategy, with Anthony Davidson still able to pick up a point by the end of the GP there. Disappointment for Marc Genet way down the order there, with Button, Alonso and DC all failing to see the checkered flag. What does that do to our championship? Well, it means then Frentzen has a 20-point buffer once more at the top of the table. Villeneuve 61 back with 5 races to go. It's not impossible, but it is certainly going to be difficult for him there as he jumps Michael Schumacher again to P3 in the championship. Davidson still ahead of Coulthard there. You can see Jarno Trulli jumps back past Button and Mark Webber there as Schumacher for Jordan means that they are now into P8 as well. Constructors-wise, BAR now back ahead of McLaren on countback. We are 33 behind Williams though, so Michael is going to have to try and pull his finger out in the final few rounds of the campaign. Thank you all so much for watching though. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure you leave a like, get yourself subscribed, because next time round we'll be back for the team's home Grand Prix. Yes, we have a chance to win the Italian Grand Prix for Ferrari. Hello everyone and welcome back to a brand new video, and welcome to round 12 of the F1 2002 career mode. Yes, we're back this weekend here at Ferrari's home Grand Prix. This is the race we really want to win this season because we are back at the Temple of Speed at Monza. Of course, if you missed out on the last video that went live a few days ago from Belgium, I would highly recommend going back and checking it out. It actually ended up being quite a chaotic race out in the Ardennes, so hopefully we can try and have a bit of a cleaner run this weekend here. We are 20 points back behind Heinz-Harald Frentzen at the moment after Jacques Villeneuve took his first win since all the way back at the Spanish Grand Prix very early on in the campaign. Admittedly, 61 points back, it's still going to be difficult for the Canadian to get back into the championship hunt, but you never know what might happen late on in the year. 5 races to go though. It is still all to play for between myself and Frentzen. Both of us has finished on the podium every single Grand Prix apart from one each, which is quite a mad stat as well there. But I think what's even more mad is the fact Villeneuve, apart from the races he's DNF from, he would have been on the podium in every single Grand Prix as well. So certainly it's been an unlucky year for Jacques up to this point. Get yourself subscribed if you're new. We're trying to hit 140,000 subs, and if you want to get early access to all of these videos as well, you can click the join button for just £1 a month. Like I said, gets you early access to all the videos and a few other little perks as well that hopefully you guys will enjoy. But yeah, let's head out then onto the Italian Grand Prix circuit. Hopefully we can get the win. If ever there was a qualifying session where we wanted to try and get a good lap time on the board, surely here at Monza is gonna be that circuit. Very, very difficult to overtake around here in this game because of course everybody just spends so much time right on the red line then, so all the time it's probably gonna have to be made up through the corners. There is plenty of curbing through turn 1 and turn 2 then. I would expect this to be a good track for Williams, but also the likes of Sauber and Jordan I would expect to do pretty well here as well. Not sure how we're going to fare in our Ferrari car though, so we'll have to wait and see as we try and dance our way through the chicanes. Of course, the big thing as well is avoiding any kind of oversteer, because that will really, really cost us obviously down through the next straight section of the circuit. So right over the curbing on the exit of the second Lesmo there, but you can see already Frentzen pulling away at the front of the order. This is not what we need. If anything, I'd rather Jacques Villeneuve claims pole position. He had a pretty terrible run though last weekend in Belgium, and so far this lap doesn't really look like it's going in our direction either, as we're up to P5 then by the end of Sector 2, but it has been a ragged lap around this venue. Get the power down at that final corner. I think it's going to be P5 on the grid then, unless someone can pip us on the run towards the line. It is P5. That could have been better. It could have been worse. So then, I don't know how many times we've said it so far this year, but Williams with yet another front row lockout, although admittedly Michael Schumacher only 1/1000th of a second away from Jacques Villeneuve there. Button will split the Ferrari cars with both Saubers just behind. Wirtz ahead of Webber and David Coulthard. As you can see, yeah, BAR really struggling here for straight line speed. So was Jordan. I thought they'd be really good around this venue, but apparently not. And to the shock of maybe nobody, Minardi a second away from anybody else at the rear of the field.
Formula One on ITV in association with Texaco.
Welcome back to one of only 2 countries that has held a race every year since the very first Formula One World Championship in 1950. It is, of course, Italy, one of the great racing nations, and it's time to get underway for the Italian Grand Prix. With top speeds up to 215 miles per hour and an average lap speed of around 155 miles per hour, Monza's reputation as one of the fastest circuits in the sport is well earned. We have 11 corners on this 3.6-mile track, with the best overtaking chance coming into the heavy braking zone of the Turn 1 chicane.
Well, here we are then down on the grid, ready for the Italian Grand Prix, and yeah, this is going to be a race that we absolutely need to deliver at. I don't know how aggressive we can go on fuel, to be honest. I think obviously where we're sat on the red line, we do burn through quite a lot of it around this venue. I might also just take a little bit of wing out the front of the car, just so we've got a bit more straight line speed. I think ultimately everybody's going to be sat at 208 miles an hour. It's going to be a lot of battles on the brakes as we head into this one. But we need to get a good start here today. Frentzen, our rival in P1. It's 5 red lights. It's going to be lights out. Oh, and away we go then, trying to avoid getting too much wheel spin there, but we have not responded well on the run towards turn 1. Both those Saubers will try and get past me there. So does Alexander Wurz as well. So yeah, really not the ideal start we would have wanted there, as Schumacher trying to battle with Jacques Villeneuve as well, just up in front. We have only lost a couple of places though, which is not good, but based on this Ferrari standard so far this year, is not too bad either. As immediately then straight up towards the red line here. I'm just hoping that those Williams cars can't pull away from everybody else, as it already looks like Schumacher starting to come under pressure from Jenson Button, and this is not what we need already. Our teammate there really struggling. Wurz trying to look down the inside of Jarno Trulli. So we've got yellow flags out a little bit further behind. Could we now try and get a run on the Renault car then, as we make our way down the back straight? Nope, you get up towards that top end speed, and then nobody's got anything against anybody there. But yeah, for Williams, especially in Ferrari's backyard, this has been the dream start to the Grand Prix. We definitely seem to have a bit more speed getting up towards the top end. But yeah, definitely just obviously nothing more when we get there over Alexander Wurz. So we've just got to try and settle in, get into a rhythm here nice and early. I think Schumacher needs to do the same thing, but Frentzen then will lead the way at the end of lap 1. Are we going to be able to go for anything on Wurz backing towards that first corner? If anything, I think he's just got a tiny bit extra speed over us. But we will have a bit of a look to the inside there. I mean, he's got to expect it, hasn't he, surely? And up then back into P6. We can make overtakes. But I'm starting to feel like Jenson Button is just holding up Jarno Trulli and myself a little bit here. Of course, Jenson will want redemption for last weekend's Grand Prix back in Belgium. Of course, very unlucky. That mechanical failure ultimately cost him the opportunity at a big result then, as we will put alongside Jarno Trulli back in towards turn 1. Look at that, both of us just gaining a little bit on the BAR, sorry, on the Renault even, until we get right towards the top end. Down the inside of Jarno Trulli we will go, and up then back to where we started in this GP. So now, yeah, I'm pretty certain your top 5 exactly the same as it was. Even your top 6 might be exactly the same as qualifying, but Schumacher's starting just to pull away a little bit. But I think if we can get around JB, we have got the pace over our teammate. I mean, look at the run we're able to get on JB. Top end speed, definitely for that Renault. It just struggles to quite get all the way up to its top end at the moment, it would appear. As well, that is not the line we wanted through at the final corner there. But yeah, we definitely are able to get a little bit of a run on Jenson Button then back in towards turn 1. I know I've mentioned it before, but people do keep asking me. DRS does nothing with these cars, absolutely nothing at all. So I thought about a run in towards turn 1, but that's definitely not what we needed to do there. Both hands off the steering wheel, not ideal. Again then getting another big run on Jenson Button down in towards that final corner. We can almost put alongside, but just don't really want to go wheel to wheel through that final turn, especially we're going to be able to do something on the run back in towards turn 1 here. I mean, this Ferrari, it's so much fun to drive this V10. Sort of Button. Just want to try and give us a little bit of a squeeze there, but we will pull alongside. It's a very weird kind of racing in this mod at the moment, but we will make it through and up then into P4. Next up is going to be the Michael. But yeah, those Williams have just bolted free yet again. I always said, after Monza, hopefully we're going to be able to be more competitive against them because we head to more high downforce circuits. On these tracks of top speed, Williams, pretty much since I think 2000, have just been that bit quicker than everybody else. And I have no idea how. Oh, there we go. Michael Schumacher then. That's a very early pit stop in this Grand Prix. Not too sure why he's dived in then. But I guess that's going to promote us then up into P3 so we can try and work the overcut on our teammate here. Tyre wear feels absolutely fine, so I'm guessing he just wants to get it out of the way and then just kind of settle in for the second half of the Grand Prix. But my plan is to try and extend this first stint as far as I can. Maybe we get lucky with a safety car. Well, there we go. Villeneuve as well into the pit lane then, so he's opting for the hard compound tyre to get him through to the checkered flag. I mean, even when I absolutely nail it, our best lap is still half a second slower than what either of those Williams are able to do at the moment. So it's just another weekend of Williams having too much pace. But like I did think, Hungary, Monaco, obviously we won both those Grand Prix. Singapore up next, hopefully could play into our hand. Oh, safety car! Safety car! There you go, that's what I want to see. I mean, a little bit unlucky that Frentzen hasn't pit as well. Who's out of the race? I think this is Kimi Räikkönen then down at turn 1. He's clearly made contact with somebody, but I can't see who. I don't know whether it's the McLaren or whether it was the other Minardi in the Jaguar. But either way, yeah, Räikkönen, I believe, is our first casualty of the afternoon. And not surprised with the car left there that that's been a safety car. It does mean, though, we've got a race to try and get back to the pit lane here, because there is an opportunity to try and get between those Williams cars. Villeneuve about 11 seconds back then. Obviously, normally a pit stop here would cost you about 20. But as Frentzen into the pit lane as well. Make sure I don't get done for speeding on the way in. But make sure we're nice and aggressive on pit lane entry as well then. This will allow, obviously, the entire field to bunch back up, though. So it might work quite nicely for us having a chance to fight with Ferrari anyways. There goes Villeneuve, so yeah, not going to be able to get past him. Where's Michael, though? That's the other important question here, because I think he was getting held up a little bit behind some slower cars anyway. Ziano Trulli in the pits. I think there is Michael Schumacher, so we have overcut our teammate there. So I guess that means at least we can try and attack the Williams. But as we cross then into the second half of the GP, let's wait and see then whether we can try and get a jump on Villeneuve and Frentzen here. Going to be very, very difficult. Even if I can get around them, staying ahead of them is going to be quite a challenge in of itself. I mean, we basically need to just try and nail the restart timing, don't we? As Frentzen trying to make his way through that final corner. He's not given the safety car much room to maneuver. Just up in front. I'm going to try... Oh, didn't time that very well. There you go. Oh, we've absolutely messed that one up. I had to go for it. We had to try it at the very least then, as we're actually going to be vulnerable to our teammate Michael Schumacher back in towards turn 1 there. Will Villeneuve be able to do anything against Frentzen? So, cold tyres off the restart. Got to be careful with those. I cannot afford to let those Williams get out of sight. We've got more yellows. We've got more yellow flags out then as we get towards the end of 14. So no idea now who might be out of this Grand Prix or what's gone on a bit further back. We'll wait and see if we get any cars that retire from the race, or is it just someone ran a little bit wide off of one of the corners there. Frentzen immediately coming in with another new fastest lap. We were 2 seconds slower that time around. And yeah, Michael Schumacher, he definitely seems to have a little bit more straight line speed than me here. It's not much. But any extra speed around this circuit is a huge bonus. Oh, this is what I was worried about as well. The second half of the Grand Prix, that gearbox wear just getting a little bit worse, so this might now be a big issue towards the end of the afternoon. It's third gear that we've lost this time, so I guess it's not awful. Definitely see it's a little bit sluggish, obviously pulling through. Luckily, where the lower gears after first are quite short in this car, shouldn't make too much of a difference. The only problem I have also immediately noticed is third gear is the one that I use for a lot of the corners here. Second chicane, Lesmos, Parabolica as well. We often like to leave it in third gear there just to make sure we get the rotation through the front end. See, that lap we were only 0.3 slower than my best anyway. But it just completely ruins any chance of fighting with those Williams. I mean, I was optimistic anyway, but you never know. It's a good excuse. I've got to give him some credit as well. Michael Schumacher, it's been a very, very topsy-turvy campaign for the Ferrari man, but this weekend, though, now he feels like he's got a chance at the podium. Maybe still annoyed that obviously I was able to overcut him into this P3. His pace has been absolutely relentless against us in this fight towards the end. We were not losing much time to Villeneuve for a couple of laps, but that gap now seems to be opening back up once more. It's just such a shame. Williams, I mean, it's BMW is what it is. BMW know how to build an F1 engine. Oh, we got another one gone. Someone's gone late on in the day. We got a safety car. What's happened? Well, I think this is Alex Wurz then, making his way out of the final corner. Is that Jenson Button, actually? Either way, one of those Renault cars out of the Grand Prix. I believe that is... I think that's JB. I think, yeah, that might be Jenson Button for the second weekend in a row has had a mechanical failure. Okay, safety cars suddenly then through the final corner. Decided that it's going to be coming to an end at the end of this lap, so we've got to really try and time this restart against those two Williams cars. I think we're going about now then, and are we going to get close enough to Villeneuve before we get in towards turn 1? I think he's actually got a good run on Frentzen here, so look at this then, the Williams. Frentzen has absolutely dominated this Grand Prix up to this point, but now Villeneuve trying to attack him on the very final couple of laps here. We will try and defend from Michael Schumacher, actually loses a spot to Jarno Trulli in the process, but how good would that have been if we see Villeneuve finally make the move on his teammate there? Schumacher will come straight back past Jarno. No idea what's going on behind me with Michael Schumacher and Jarno Trulli. They are still battling wheel to wheel, and it is giving us a fair little gap as a top 3 at the moment, but I just want to see Villeneuve get the run on Frentzen. Maybe have those two start battling wheel to wheel. I mean, imagine if they come together down at turn 1. That would have been complete chaos. Frentzen, let's not forget, he has led every single lap of this race up to this point. He has absolutely dominated this afternoon's proceedings here from the Temple of Speed. But if there's ever going to be an opportunity late on, a late safety car to help swing things, surely there is going to be an opportunity. 2 laps to go from the Temple of Speed. Are we going to see Schumacher again try and get a run on Jarno Trulli? I don't think he's able to again this time round. But yeah, I am far more invested in the battle in front over the battle behind. Well, I know we spoke about it in qualifying and how I was quite surprised that Sauber, their pace wasn't as good as I was expecting. As we moved into the Grand Prix though, that car has really come alive. Jarno Trulli, let's not forget this is his home Grand Prix as well. Down at Sauber. Of course, the Italian driver there trying to defend from Michael Schumacher on the last lap of the Italian Grand Prix. For us, though, yeah, in a way that we've just had that a little bit more kind of high-end power over a lot of the other teams. That's exactly the kind of advantage that Williams have still held over us today. And ultimately, yeah, it's kind of between about 4th and 7th gear. Is where they've been able to pull away all their time as well. Heinz-Harald Frentzen, though, it really does feel at the moment that we are watching the making of a new Formula 1 world champion. He really just does not seem to put a foot wrong at the moment, despite late race pressure from his teammate, and of course 1997 world champion in Jacques Villeneuve there. But in our first time of asking for Ferrari, it looks like we are going to join them on the podium. It is not where on the podium I would want to be, I can't lie to you guys, but to get a podium here at the Temple of Speed in front of the Tifosi is a pretty special feeling nonetheless. Out of the final corner, up towards the line, Williams 1-2, we will claim 3rd.
Here we are then, a thoroughly deserved win in Italy after another excellent Grand Prix. Tell me, Ant, how do you think they were able to deliver such an incredible result today?
I feel like consistency was probably the key today. There's being quick, and then there's being quick lap after lap after lap. If you can do that, you can capitalise on other people's errors without making many of your own. And that's an approach that can push you a long way up the field.
Red Bull are our winners today after showcasing some incredible driving. There's been a huge push from them lately to stay competitive with the other teams, and they're certainly proving themselves.
Well, there we are then. Heinz-Harald Frentzen, pole position, fastest lap, race victory. That is the first genuine Grand Chelem we have seen this season there. Jacques Villeneuve in P2 ahead of myself. Jarno Trulli ahead of Michael Schumacher. It was Wirtz, not Button, that retired from the Grand Prix later on in the day. JB still able to come 6th ahead of Mark Webber, Zot Baumgartner, Danica Patrick, and David Coulthard as well come the end of the afternoon. 3 retirements from the Grand Prix. It was Wirtz, Alonso, and apparently Juan Pablo Montoya as well retired. I don't remember seeing that at any point in the Grand Prix, but disappointment there for the Colombian. What does that do to our championship, though? Well, it means Frentzen now, for the first time all year, the gap is up over 25 points. Frentzen with a 31-point buffer at the top of the table, so he now knows he could finish second to us every race between now and the end of the year, and that would be it. World Championship would go to the German there. Further down the order, though, Jarno Trulli gets the jump on Mark Genet. Jenson Button and Mark Webber get the jump on Rubens Barrichello as well. So still plenty of points battles going on right the way up and down the order. Constructors-wise, Williams now with a 52-point lead at the top of the Constructors. BAR still 3 ahead of McLaren, but Sauber now have really closed in on the pair of them there. Jaguar looking fairly comfortable in 6th. Renault looking pretty safe in 7th, ahead of Jordan, Toyota, and Minardi. Thank you all so much for watching. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back very soon when Formula 1 returns ready for the Singapore Grand Prix. Hello everyone and welcome back to round 13 of our F1 2002 career mode. Yes, we're back this weekend here for the Singapore Grand Prix. Of course, if you missed out on the video that went live quite a few days ago now from the Temple of Speed, I would highly recommend going back and checking it out. We have just 4 rounds to go of the campaign and things are still all to play for at the top of the World Championship. Heinz-Harald Frentzen has a 31-point lead. It's the first time, I believe, all year that somebody has held more than a 25-point buffer at the top of the championship. It's pretty simple now for him. All he needs to do is finish second behind us in every single Grand Prix and he will walk away as world champion there. He finally got his first win in the last 3 Grand Prix last time out. Then it was a very, very dominant drive from the German there, and yeah, now he's basically got one hand on the trophy. But as we've seen before, anything can happen inside this game, and it usually does. Williams with a 52-point buffer and the Constructors' Championship as well at the moment. They just have been a little bit quicker throughout most of the campaign, but I'm really hoping as we head towards these final 4 Grand Prix, all of them should start to play into Ferrari's hand. Of course, get yourself subscribed if you're new around here. We're trying to hit 140,000 subs on the channel. Also, if you want to help support us just a little bit more, you can click the join button as well down below for just £1 a month, and you get early access to all of the videos as well. But yeah, without further ado then, let's head out here to the Singapore Grand Prix. Well, last year's Singapore Grand Prix then was quite a weird one inside this series. Our first ever mechanical failure inside this game. Michael Schumacher's only win of 2001 as well. But yes, try and combat the reliability issues. I've actually opted to put a fresh gearbox in the back of the car. Take the grid penalty now. That will hopefully be our last one of the season. But heavy, heavy wet conditions here for qualifying. We've kind of got the opposite weather to what we did at Belgium. A wet Saturday here, but we're not meant to see any rain come Sunday afternoon, but we need to try and deliver a good time on the board because, of course, yeah, we're going to be starting a little bit further down the order anyway. The likes of Frentzen and Villeneuve, you know, if they're going to be right up towards the front, might make our life quite difficult this evening. You know, we need to beat Frentzen. That is just the big thing at the moment. Like I said, he can finish second to us in every race between now and the end of the year, but if he finishes third just once, then that will really, really change things up towards the end of the campaign there, is going through what used to be the Singapore Sling over the Amazon Bridge. So tricky to try and kind of keep the car, well, where I need it there is drifting through the hairpin, trying to get the power down on the exits. You just see off the corners, we've got nothing against those Williams cars in these conditions. The AI just able to find grip in the wet that I can. We kind of find that the traction control just works overtime And the AI really don't struggle with it anywhere near as much there as making our way down, obviously through this final sector that no longer exists around this venue. I've got to admit, I don't really miss it. I'll be honest, it was always just a bit tricky and awkward, this final sector of the lap. I much prefer the new version here at Marina Bay, but through the final couple of corners we go then. We are not going to be right up towards the front of the order, grid penalty or not. I think we're going to qualify P5 here. We do just scrape P4. Well, there we go. Frentzen will take pole position. But look at that. Jenson Button again having a really good time out in that Renault car in the wet conditions. He will actually split the Williams on the front row then. Villeneuve in third ahead of myself. Wirtz ahead of Danica Patrick with Coulthard and Schumacher. They're just in P8. Jarno Trulli, Rubens Barrichello will round out our top 10 then at the end of qualifying. So we'll be starting just a little bit behind Michael, but a very mixed up grid, ready for the second ever Singapore GP.
Formula One on ITV in association with Texaco.
Against the spectacular backdrop of the Singapore skyline, Formula One returns once again to do battle in what tends to become something of an endurance race, with the notorious sauna-like temperatures in the cockpit making for an extremely physically challenging Grand Prix. The Marina Bay Street Circuit then has 23 corners, 13 to the left and 10 to the right, taking us a total of 3.1 miles around the landmarks of downtown Singapore. An average lap speed around here, just 107 miles per hour. Anthony Davidson is alongside me as usual for the race today. Let's talk about Mr. Monaco. There's a new gearbox in the back of that car, which means a grid penalty, and hopefully some excitement as they make their way through the field.
Fingers crossed that's one failure they won't have to worry about today at least. There's not much of a silver lining to starting down the field with a penalty, but I think they'll be able to make some of that back up over the course of the race.
Well, we have ended up lining in P8 here, ready for the GP, and the team want us to go super aggressive on a set of the hard compounded tyre. Not sure I want to go with that. I think we'll try the medium and then maybe move over to the softs. Obviously, safety cars here, they can change up everything. So we just want to open up the strategy for ourselves that would allow us to try and box under a safety car if we get one. But only time will tell today as to how we get on. Lining up in P8 then by virtue of some other penalties. It's 5 red lights. And it's going to be lights now, and away we go then for the Singapore Grand Prix. Schumacher not getting off to a particularly good start, neither do myself or Jenson Button, I could see, or in towards turn 1 there. We just have to be really risk averse through turn 1 there, but we'll immediately try and fight back. Oh, against Mark Webber, a little bit of contact there as the Jaguar will get around our outside, but I think Frentzen has potentially held on. Yeah, Frentzen's gone. Up at the front of the order there. It was actually Button and Villeneuve I could see fighting a little bit behind. Let's look at how much straight line speed that Jaguar Mark Webber's got. Anthony Davidson much further down the order than he would have wanted to be come the end of qualifying there, as we're going to try and make it 3 wide in towards the next corner there. Make sure we give those other two on our outside a bit of room. Still 3 wide on the exit there, as we will try and now do the old up and under on Anthony Davidson. Again 3 wide off of the corner. As down in towards the Singapore sling, we will complete the move. We're back up then into P10, but as always, yeah, this Ferrari car likes to go backwards on lap 1 as we just nudge the wall slightly. That was quite a chaotic first few corners here to start this Grand Prix, but we have just about survived it, which I think is always quite impressive here in Marina Bay. But now we need to try and get our head down, try and make some moves and pray that, well, Frentzen, yeah, doesn't break away too much. Marc Genet then as we make our way down the Raffles Boulevard. That McLaren definitely hasn't got as much straight line speed as he would like. Clearly didn't spot me there, trying to have a look to the inside. A little bit of contact to be made, but no harm, no foul. And that time, there we go, we'll make the move into the very next corner. Yeah, Genet, I just don't think he quite spotted me in his blind spot there, but you know what, that's okay. Well, it hasn't taken us long before we've rocked up to the back of our teammate Michael Schumacher here, stuck behind what obviously at this point was his real-life teammate for at least a couple of years at this point, wasn't it? Barrichello, IRL, joined Ferrari in the year 2000, but still over at least Stewart, and now obviously Jaguar Formula 1 team. So I just see how much Michael struggles there over the Anderson Bridge. So we will get to the inside there, and again, you know, we kind of got to make these moves happen nice and early on. Schumacher, you know, if this was IRL, he'd be, you know, being given, you know, Fernando is faster than you instructions, things like that. Can't quite work, though, inside this game. But we are back to where we started. Well, looking at the pace Heinz-Harald Frentzen is sitting at the front of the order, I think we certainly have got the pace to not only keep up with him, but hopefully be a little bit quicker this afternoon. But we've still got, yeah, a lot of other cars that we need to navigate before we get to him. Next up is going to be Rubens Barrichello. So hopefully this Jaguar not going to be as quick down the back straight. Another big dive bomb coming in. Oh, again, that was a little bit maybe a day late and a dollar short there, but we did get it slowed down on the apex. Oh, Barrichello bobbles over that inside curve. These old cars, where they're so light, really do kind of bounce around over it a whole lot more. But we're through past another one then. We've got both Saubers next to navigate. Oh, Jarno Trulli again, a bit like Michael Schumacher over the Anderson Bridge. Oh, that was a bit more of a dive. And kind of couldn't quite get it slowed down there. So Jarno, he will say thank you very much off the exit of the corner. That Sauber, we've said it so many times this year, is a very, very quick car in a straight line, but definitely not as good as our own through more of the twisty bits. It's really odd. It's a great car in a straight line, but not that great through the corners. But the traction on that car as well seems to be fantastic, so I think that's what's carrying it along around a venue like this. Danica Patrick there, just following David Coulthard, who might be struggling a little bit more in his McLaren. So trying to attack the curbs through those final couple of turns again. You can see Frentzen at the front of the order just pulling out a little bit more time over us because we're stuck behind so many other machines. Can we try and get a run off of turn 3 there? Again, not quite able to. You can see how much we're fighting the back end of the car, trying to get it planted, trying to get the power down there, as almost slapping the outside wall out onto the Raffles Boulevard. Surely this time around we've got to again go for a bit of a dive to the inside of Jarno. I mean, I'm comfortably alongside there, if not slightly ahead. Engineer happy with that, therefore so am I. Next up then, we've clawed up to the back of Danica Patrick, so we might have to try and go for a similar move to what we did to Jarno just a couple of laps ago. Are a little bit closer to the American as we make our way down the back straight, but seems like her straight line speed even better than her teammates then. Really chucking the car though through that next corner will open up an opportunity to the inside. And up back into the top 5 then of this race. David Coulthard, Jenson Button just in front of us. But those Williams, yeah, are pulling away. We're finally able to set some times then that are pretty close and accurate to those Williams laps. So, yeah, I think once we can move past the rest of these guys, we're definitely going to be able to start closing in that gap. As David Coulthard then in the McLaren, what's his straight line speed going to be like? Sure, he potentially, you know, whether he was given an offer elsewhere this season, it has been a really, really disappointing campaign from McLaren there. Just not quite able to open up a move though just yet. I mean, this was one of their best tracks last season, but ultimately, yeah, weren't able to walk away with the victory. What are we going to see from DC then, as you can just look at how much we can close in through some of the twisty bits there, over the curbing, running into the back of him. We will get to the inside though, get it slowed down on the apex that time round, and up another spot then So we can finally see the gap to Villeneuve, 8.5 seconds. But hopefully that will start coming down. And there we go then, our first real clean air lap of the afternoon. And immediately we go fastest there. Half a second clear of Villeneuve and even quicker than Heinz-Harald Frentzen. We've only got Jenson Button left to navigate then before we can go in hot pursuit of our top two. Problem is, obviously there again, I've been kind of monitoring the delta. They're faster than me down the straights. Always quite difficult to make overtakes when the other car is quicker in a straight line. Well, I do genuinely hope that we see Jenson Button on the podium by the end of this season, because he has been fantastic right the way through the campaign here. But ultimately, yet again, we've got to try and get around him and move ourselves back up into P3. Don't know how many times it's been myself and both Williams on the podium this year. But it's got to have been kind of at least 8 or 9 Grand Prix. I believe it's still only both Williams, Ferraris and Rubens Barrichello that are back to podium yet this year as well. So it has been very much just kind of two teams dominating everything so far. So you can see again how much we wanted to risk it out onto the Raffles Boulevard to get the run on the car ahead there. Down the inside of Jenson we go. Oh, he actually locks up. Maybe in a bit of a panic there, but up into P3 then. And now we've got clean air. Now we can push. Problem is Frentzen, 14 seconds clear. Oh, okay. Villeneuve, that's a little bit earlier into the pit lane than I was really expecting then. So that's going to allow us to split those Williams cars temporarily. See, my plan is to try and go as far as I can on these mediums. But if those guys come out in a bit of traffic, that could really mix things up. Because obviously Button and Coulthard, they will stay out a whole lot longer. And there we go, Frentzen 1 lap later, also diving into the pit lane. So it might actually be Michael Schumacher that needs to help us out here as another new fastest lap of the afternoon. But yeah, Schumacher then still out there in P5. I think Frentzen will possibly come out ahead of him, but it is a very slow pit lane here. Frentzen, Coulthard gets ahead of him as well. Will Michael Schumacher be able to? Yes, he will. So that is really, really important for us then. Hopefully Michael Schumacher is going to be able to hold Heinz-Harald Frentzen up, and we can just continue to work this overcut. As we get to half distance then, things still looking pretty good at the moment for us. We're definitely pulling away from Frentzen just a little bit still, and setting good, clean and consistent lap times. I guess the only other thing, of course, is that whenever Schumacher pits, we're basically going to have to dive in on the very next lap there, as Button still only 8 seconds back. But yeah, looks like Coulthard though starting to hold up both the Ferrari and the Williams cars. But the gap to Frentzen, I'd love it to be up around kind of 20 seconds before I pit. Not optimistic we'll quite get that much though. Oh, Heinz-Harald Frentzen definitely starting to get a little bit impatient, stuck behind Michael Schumacher and David Coulthard here. Still neither of them opting to dive into the pit lane just yet. But yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if we see Frentzen try and get a run down the Raffles Boulevard on the Michael. I mean, our teammates doing a really good job here. I think, though, actually Coulthard might have some kind of issue on that car, because they're all really dropping back rather rapidly there. As actually, yes, Schumacher will make it past David Coulthard and up into the podium places then. So that's going to cost Frentzen even more at this stage of the Grand Prix. So all starting to get really, really interesting here. We've just got to keep stretching the margin as best as we can and hope that we've got a huge tyre delta against Frentzen towards the end. Of course, the other big unknown, where is Jacques Villeneuve? Oh, there we go. Oh, Coulthard and Frentzen still starting to swap places and things like that. I mean, there's no doubt in my mind Coulthard has got some kind of issue with that car. The pace in which he's dropped away from Schumacher over these last couple of laps has been crazy, and now Frentzen has made it through there, as I'm going to make a big hash down through that section of corners. So I think our best bet now, dive into the pit lane, don't allow Frentzen to kind of gain too much time back against me here before we move over to a set of the soft compound tyres. We've only got 12 laps left to go of the GP there, so I'll fire it in very aggressively on pit lane entry. Make sure I don't get done for speeding. definitely left a little bit of time on the table there. But I'm sure we're going to start seeing some of the other guys into the pit lane as well pretty soon. But are we potentially going to be out ahead of Jacques Villeneuve? That's the big one. Button dives into the pit lane then. Will we see Michael Schumacher also in, or is he going to try and stay in for yet another lap? Schumacher stays out there. So for the second year in a row, he's going to lead this Grand Prix. There goes Frentzen. There goes Coulthard, though. A little bit more annoyingly. But we've got the jump on Villeneuve then as we get a warning for jumping over the pit lane exit line. We've got about a 10-second undercut on Villeneuve. That has worked out massively. Well, almost immediately then, this soft compound tyre that we bolted on, giving us the confidence to really, really push around this venue. I'm hoping that Coulthard is going to peel in now into the pit lane. No, he doesn't. DC opts to stay out there yet another lap as Michael Schumacher, he's going to be into the pit lane then. But even on that out lap, we've taken half a second out of Frentzen. So Williams here, they will not be happy with the way strategy has gone so far this afternoon. We already got the jump on Coulthard once in this Grand Prix. I don't see a reason why we can't get another one on him. Just trying to put the power down there out of the Raffles Boulevard once again. Trying to close in to the back of that McLaren's gearbox then. Not quite close enough this time round to really go for anything. Just running a little bit wide on the exit. Coulthard, though, wise to us this time round. We'll try and go defensive. We'll get the old up and under on him, though. Around the outside, we'll go through the next corner. Right up against the wall. But we will make it through. And now we are back into P2 then of this race. We are now got to go in hot pursuit of Frentzen. The win today is critical for our World Championship aspirations. I mean, that should give you a rough idea of the pace we've got then, a 141.5. This is pretty similar to what modern Formula 1 cars were running around this layout here. The gap to Frentzen, 2.5 seconds. It is a question surely of when rather than if we catch him. Well, I don't know how many times we've said it then this season, but of course through the corners, this Ferrari car is an absolute machine. In a straight line though, see if we get a really nice run off of the corner, but still Frentzen able to accelerate away from us there. Michael Schumacher back a bit of P5 then of this GP, but it still looks like he's going to lose to Jenson Button in that Renault car late on. So yeah, really disappointing. I mean, it's been an okay recovery drive by Michael, but the fact that we've gone started behind him and are still fighting for the win today goes to show just how much more motivated we are at this stage of this career mode then. As you can see, this will be where we have to try and get a run on Frentzen. It might have to be a bit of a lunge off of the Anderson Bridge, but we are pretty much pushing him along. But Frentzen, like I said, it's not critical. This isn't a must-win race, but if he were to win this one, that would, like I said, he's already, it feels like, got one hand on the World Championship. That would mean he's probably got a hand and another couple of fingers on it. Oh, Frentzen. Oh, hello. I was not expecting to get a run on him that time there, but clearly vulnerable off of that sections of corners there. Just 5 laps left of this Grand Prix. Like I said, this is not a must-win for Frentzen. It absolutely is for us. Well, at Hungary and Monaco, the two other high downforce circuits on the calendar, we were able to claim victory ahead of both the Williams cars there. And again, I'm hoping today we're going to be able to get another one. Baku, of course, was a little bit different. Was more just down to kind of the safety car strategy that really played into our hands. But yeah, we need to try and actually get to the inside of Frentzen on the exit of the Anderson Bridge. Did try and get him out of shape there, but oh, come on, just slide in the rear end of the car, taking way too much curb. Come on, we can do this. Come on, we've got lapped cars now starting to get in the way as well, so we've got to try and find a way around him before it's too late there. You never know. One of the lapped cars might accidentally sit between us or something like that. Surely now has got to be the run, as down the inside we will go. Late on in the day, we get it slowed down on that apex. We've got to try and defend the position on the exit of the corner, as Frentzen will be able to get the power down in that Williams. Still wheel to wheel on the exit of the corner there, and Frentzen, he's not giving up on it just yet either. We will send it to the inside through that next turn as well. But we are finally up into the kind of the net lead and the actual lead of this Grand Prix then. It's taken us 27 laps this afternoon, but you've got to trust the process. You've got to believe as we nudge up against the wall yet again. Come on, let's just try and get away using these lapped cars. First up's going to be Kimi Räikkönen then.
24.1 seconds.
So just trying to position the car nicely through turn 1 and turn 2 there. Räikkönen's got to jump out of the way. Oh, which he will do. The only other thing I'm a little bit scared about, which actually that won't be a problem then, is Räikkönen will get in the way of Frentzen off the exit of the corner. That massively helps me because I figured we might be vulnerable down the Raffles Boulevard. On to the final lap then of the Singapore Grand Prix. Oh, I was aiming to try and get a sub 1 minute 40 lap time here, but it's not going to happen as we start this last lap. I think Frentzen, once we got past him there, actually both of the Bernardes really did get in his way. So I think he's just making sure that he brings that Williams car home in P2. Michael Schumacher actually still hounding Jenson Button a little bit further back as well here towards the end of the Grand Prix. But again, it's another race where we, not often this year have we had the pace over Williams. And it's felt like in previous years when we've had a car that's a little bit on the back foot, often we can kind of trade a few victories away from them still. This year that hasn't really happened, so it's kind of put even more pressure on us to maximise the weekends where we know we've got a car that can compete. We know we've got a car that can kind of beat Williams here. And although obviously it's still going to be a tall order in the World Championship, we've got to still try and maximise these results wherever we can. As long as we bring this home, we will bring the gap back down to just 24 points to Frentzen at the top of the table. So, of course, as always, the most important thing is that we get to that finale in Brazil, and we have mathematically still got a shot at the crown then. But through the final few corners here at Marina Bay, we are going to rewrite the wrongs of last season and all of the disappointment that befell us last year here with that mechanical failure at the final corner. It is going to be P1 here in Singapore. Get in!
Well, what a drive that was to take the win for Ferrari today. Tell me, Ant, how did they manage to achieve this win?
Well, Crofty, this was won through an abundance of speed and an abundance of skillful overtakes. Inside, outside, cutting underneath, we saw it all today. And it's really nice to see a Grand Prix won in that manner. A race, surely, that will satisfy the purists today, I think.
And here we are, a team that is no stranger to the podium, taking their place on top once again. A sublime race today, and a stunning win for Ferrari.
Well, there we are then. After nearly 55 minutes of racing, we take victory here in Singapore. And I mean, as you guys can probably tell by my voice, I'm still not feeling very well. I honestly feel like I've had the full Singapore experience this weekend. I feel so warm and sweaty. And honestly, I'm just happy to have survived that race when all is said and done. Frentzen P2 ahead of Villeneuve. Schumacher did actually get the jump on Button on that very last lap there, ahead of Danica Patrick and David Coulthard. Trulli, Barrichello, Marc Genet rounding out your top 10 there. Further down the order, Mark Webber, after a good start to the Grand Prix, misses out on points there. BAR, they just have no pace this weekend, so disappointment there for Anthony Davidson. And you can see right down at the rear of the field, Schumacher, Alonso, Raikkonen, that all got lapped. Montoya, the only driver not to see the checkered flag. What does that do to our championship, though? Well, like I said, the gap at the top now down to just 24 points. And with only 78, I guess, available technically, it does now mean that Michael Schumacher, I believe actually was already out of the World Championship hunt last weekend. Yeah, further just guaranteeing there. Michael Schumacher can no longer be your 2002 world champion. Button will get a jump on Jarno Trulli and Marc Genet, as Barrichello will re-jump Mark Webber yet again in the battle of the Jaguars. Constructors-wise, though, the gap at the top cut down to 48 points to Williams. I'd love to get to Brazil still with a mathematical shot at that Constructors, but I think that's going to be rather difficult. Sauber, though, now up into P3, 1 point ahead of McLaren and 5 points ahead of BAR there, as Jaguar still with a little bit of a buffer ahead of Renault as well. Thank you all so much for watching this video. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back very soon when Formula 1 returns ready for the US Grand Prix. Hello everyone and welcome back to a brand new video, and welcome to round 14 of our F1 2002 career mode. Yes, we're back this weekend here for the Japanese Grand Prix. Of course, if you missed out on the video that went live a few days ago from Singapore, I would highly recommend going back and checking it out. Just 3 rounds to go of the campaign, and it is all still to play for between myself and Heinz-Harald Frentzen at the top of the table. We finally returned to the top step of the podium last weekend with a P1 there. Singapore, we just were comfortably quicker than Heinz-Harald there. Had to chase him down throughout the second half of the GP, but yeah, took the victory late on, and it did not look back. So hoping we can maintain that momentum through these next couple of races as well there. Take a look, though, at the overall championship picture. It is officially a 3-car battle now for the World Championship. We should probably knock Villeneuve out of it as well this weekend, constructors-wise as well. Williams still with a 48-point lead at the top of the table. As I've said before, I think if we can get to Brazil, still mathematically with a shot at the constructors, we should be pretty happy with that as well there. But of course, get yourself subscribed if you're new around here. We are trying to hit 140,000 subs on the channel. 3 rounds to go. I'm looking forward to this. Let's head to Japan. Well, a similar weather setup this weekend as we saw last time out. Then rain on Saturday here at Suzuka, but it is meant to dry up, ready for Sunday afternoon. So let's wait and see what kind of time we can get on the board there. That was a little bit optimistic in towards turn 1. Luckily, we will scrub the speed off, though, and it won't compromise us too badly. We've got to try and get a good effort here this afternoon. You know, whether Frentzen will have to serve any grid penalties or not between now and the end of the year, I don't really know. But yeah, the important bit for us is that we get to Interlagos still with a mathematical shot at both World Championships here, because if we can do that, as we've seen before, anything can happen when you get to the season finale inside this game. This year, you know, these races, unless you Jacques Villeneuve, had been far less kind of about attrition and things like that. But yeah, Villeneuve seems to have struggled with as many mechanical failures and accidents as he did last year, which ultimately I think has cost him. But he's going to need a miracle if he wants to stay in the World Championship hunt in towards these last 3 GP. He basically just needs to win and pray that Frentzen and I come together in all 3 races there as well. A little bit wide down through Spoon, but luckily we'll gather it up. Racing here in this car has genuinely made me realise that, like we say with a lot of places, Suzuka, it really worked well with these lightweight, nimble cars of the early 2000s. Modern day Formula 1 cars do not work as well around this circuit, and well, it cannot be Suzuka's fault, because Suzuka is, you know, one of the best tracks in the whole world. So yeah, Formula 1 need to improve. Anyway, at the final corner, P3, honestly, I'm pretty happy. Well, Villeneuve just in control at the front of the order there, over half a second clear of Heinz-Harald Frentzen. We will line up P3 just ahead of the Michael. Coulthard gets the jump on Jenson Button in the end. I thought, you know, again, this would be happy hunting for Jenson Button in the slippery conditions. But P3 on the grid then. Hopefully, we can challenge the Williams into turn 1.
We come to you live today from the Mie Prefecture in the south of Japan's Honshu Island for a race that has seen many title deciders over the years. Some simple, some controversial, but all contributing to a legacy that makes the Japanese Grand Prix an indispensable stop in any Formula One season. We're southwest of the city of Nagoya today at the unique figure-of-8 Suzuka circuit. 3.6 miles and 18 corners make up a lap here, with average speeds approaching 136 miles per hour. DRS will be available, of course, into the potential passing opportunity at turn 1, although the best place for overtaking will be through 130R and into the final chicane. Alongside me to discuss all the action today is Anthony Davidson. Thanks for joining us, Ant, and tell me, you were down in the pit lane earlier. How do you think the track conditions are today?
Well, it's looking a bit cold out there, if I'm honest. These tyres have quite a narrow operating window in terms of the temperatures they need to extract the best grip. So with a cold track surface, it's going to be harder to keep those temperatures up, which will lead to lower grip and maybe more mistakes.
Only 3 races left. You still have a chance at the title, but we're going to need some special performances. See what you can do.
Well, here we are then, ready down on the grid for the Japanese GP. No grip penalties for anybody here, but interesting there, Anthony Davidson talking about the colder conditions, of course, before he gets into his car, so only time will tell as to how he gets on this afternoon. I could go for the alternate strategy again, but I'm not really sure I want to risk it here today. We could get a safety car, something like that is not uncommon here at Suzuka as well then, but Frentzen alongside us, 5 red lights up on the grid. Oh, it's a mighty long hole, but it is going to be lights out, and away we go there. Villeneuve immediately will try and cover off his teammate. We've not had a particularly good getaway. Jenson Button and Michael Schumacher having a look through in towards someone there as we just run a little bit wide. Well, through those first couple of corners, we're still wheel to wheel with Wirtz in the other Renault. So you can already see Frentzen there trying to make a move on Jacques Villeneuve. We're having to get the elbows out with the second Renault car there. We do get a warning for contact, but yeah, luckily Frentzen hasn't quite been able to scamper off in the lead of the GP then, off of the start there. But again, how many times have we seen it this year? Just unable to make progress up on lap 1. It's so annoying. But yeah, it just keeps happening inside this series at the moment there as Jenson Button got to try and find a way around him nice and quickly here. We've got to utilise these soft compound tyres as Michael Schumacher's actually on the hards, so our teammate, yeah, really trying to spice things up early on here, see what he can do. As you can already see, top 3 maybe just starting to break away just a little bit there. So we try and rotate the car through the exit spoon. Hopefully we'll be able to get a run on JB. So we make our way down in towards 130R. Of course, in the dry conditions, should be comfortably flat out. As we just start to gain in a little bit there. Didn't know if he was going to blend the throttle in that Renault, but apparently not. As to the inside, we'll go get it slowed down over the apex. And we are back into P4 then. Still not the ideal start, but it could have been worse. I'm already a little bit worried then early on in this race. We are not taking any time out of Michael Schumacher, who is on the hard tyre. We're still pulling away from Jenson Button, which I guess is good news. But yeah, Michael's pulling away from me. Frentzen's pulling away from Michael as well. So just starting to get a little bit worried here that Williams have got a bit more pace. And that would be really bad. You kind of forget, especially back in the day, just how power-orientated Suzuka was as a track. Nowadays, of course, it's a real test of downforce, but yeah, back in the day, of course, these huge straights, you can really gain a lot of time. Villeneuve and Frentzen just swapping fastest laps at the front of the order. Myself and Michael Schumacher just trying to keep up with them as best as we can. Don't know how many times I've said it, though, this series, but our big problem, as always, just seems to be straight line speed. I know it was an issue back in the base game of F1 2020 anyway, but yeah, we're going to have to take a load of downforce out of the car when we pit and just pray that we can hang on through the corners. We do take a bit of time out of Michael through the S's, but nowhere near as much as we're losing. Well, this is the other issue I've got. We need to pit at some point to try and obviously change the front wing angle, and obviously we don't want to take these softs too deep into the Grand Prix either. But the problem is I don't know how much traffic we come out into, and then how do we kind of get through that traffic We're able to get a run on Jenson Button quite easily. But there are some faster cars a little bit further back. I think at some point, though, we're just going to have to take the gamble here. If we can't do anything, then obviously we're just going to be in big trouble in the World Championship. Kind of starting to feel like we're damned if we do, damned if we don't. Well, I guess if we want to have a look at one positive then from this GP, it's that normally the tyre delta isn't actually that much at all inside this mod. The soft, medium, and the hard can often feel pretty similar. I'm just going to dive in at the end of this lap, but we're on for a PB at the moment, so I want to just lock that time on the board. Won't be anywhere near close to what those Williams were able to achieve, but a 130.4 is not bad going. We're still just losing 2 or 3 tenths a lap to Michael, and we even brought a big upgrade this weekend on the engine, and it just is not making a difference. Well, there you go. Our engineer's just radioed over me, telling that Villeneuve has got some kind of issues in that car, so maybe Frentzen now is going to get to move up into the lead of the Grand Prix then. The end of lap 9. Oh, we are going to dive into the pit lane there. Rear locking on the way in. But luckily we will just about slow it down, as we will take a few clicks off of that front wing. 2.5 second pit stop, though, was pretty good going, as we'll let the Saubers by. Anthony Davidson, Mark Genet as well, I'm sure will probably sneak through. So yeah, I've taken a lot off of that front wing, so through the S's first time round is going to be interesting. We're going to come out behind Zolt Baumgartner. But luckily, yeah, comfortably ahead of your backmarker cars. Let's see how this thing sits through the S's first time round. Hopefully we're still going to have decent grip. It feels alright. Oh, there we go. Zolt Baumgartner into the pit lane, not long after myself, so at least that gets one car out of the way quite nicely. Woo! 13th place in this Grand Prix at the moment. Hoping, yeah, we've definitely got a little bit more straight line speed now. It's just how far back behind Michael when he pits we're going to be. It's going to be the big question. Let's not forget, I've only finished off the podium once this year, and that was back in Australia. I do not want my second non-trophy of the weekend. Oh, there we go. A few more cars slowly trickling into the pit lane now. Anthony Davidson, next one in. So strategy here seems to be really, really odd at the moment. Kind of what different people are going with. We did set a new personal best that lap, despite it not being my greatest lap in the world. So let's just keep pushing on. Oh, there we go. Danica Patrick next up then. And Jenson Button. So at least, yeah, we should not have got undercut by Jenson. Sorry, overcut by Jenson in this Grand Prix. There we go. Finally dipping into the 129s. That's a bit more of a representative lap time that we need to be aiming for here. I mean, the Williams, pretty certain almost down into the 1:28 now. But definitely that front wing alteration has helped us out. I've got to remember that. Just be more confident with the lack of front wing on the setup. Well, on this game, it really does seem to suit this Ferrari car pretty nicely. As soon as I'm talking about that, though, of course, massive understeer through the first Degner. We've just got to try and find a way around these Jaguars nice and quickly here. Started to overdrive the car a little bit. Fisichella doing alright still up in P12. So he's still yet to see Toyota score a point since they bought out the Arrows team inside this series then. But can we get a run on Mark Webber to make our way down this back straight then in towards 130R? We've got to try and gain on him, but sensibly time the run. But when we get through 130R, I mean, look how much steering lock we had to run. Just try and make sure that we get it rotated through. But again, just like the move we made on Button at the start, get to the inside, send it through the first part of the apex, and up then into 9th place. 8th place because of Trulli, 7th because of Wirtz. That's okay. Ooh, we've got yellows out. Oh no, Michael! I think, that's got to be Michael Schumacher out of the Grand Prix as Villeneuve. Another new fastest lap of the day, and where was our teammate then? Obviously had that mechanical failure back in Austria, and our first retirement of the day, Michael Schumacher. That is not what we needed here at Suzuka. I mean, that, I think, is probably our Constructors' Championship hopes gone in that moment then. But poor old Michael Schumacher, it really has been a year to forget. Well, that does massively help us out in terms of the Drivers' Championship, because I'm not convinced we will have pace over Michael Schumacher today. Had he not had that retirement, I was interested, though, to see whether we'd taken anything out of him on the undercut strategy there, but trying to get a run out of the final corner then on Rubens Barrichello here. So you can see a few more cars into the pit lane. Can we get close enough in towards turn 1? No, we can't there, both of us. Whoa, we're up at VMAX there as well. Barrichello, definitely not the confidence in that Jaguar. And it's a good job this is 2002 and not 2001, because that probably would have been us out of the GP. Oh, finally, Barrichello is going to jump out of the way then. So does Marc Genet. So we're back up to P3 then of this GP with 10 laps to go. The thing that's really annoyed me though, obviously because of Villeneuve's slight mechanical gremlins earlier on, it's meant Frentzen now up into the lead of the GP, and I don't think he's going to relinquish it. Villeneuve is running faster, but I don't think it's going to make a difference. Well, I tell you what, no idea what Williams have done to that car this weekend, because that thing is in a completely different league against our own car there. How we can go from Singapore, where we look so fast and so competitive against Williams, you know, sometimes being kind of 3, 4, half a second a lap faster than those cars. Do we come here to Suzuka? It's probably a better all-rounder circuit for Formula 1 machinery, and they're upwards of 2 seconds a lap faster. I mean, Schumacher was trying his best to keep up with him. He was still losing over a second a lap. But Villeneuve's almost into the 127s, and we're still in the 129s. We're going to need some kind of miracle between now and the end of the year, because at the moment, it's just looking impossible. Well, as Williams then start the last lap of the Japanese Grand Prix, I'll be honest, I'm starting to wonder whether it's been as much of their car being rapid as this Ferrari just being a bit terrible here. Jenson Button's actually been going quicker than me throughout the second half of the Grand Prix, and I'm still pushing, trying to set new personal bests and things like that. But yeah, Button's actually taken a good sort of 2-3 seconds out of me since he pit later on here, so I think it's been a combination of Williams absolutely nailing their car this weekend, but also us down at Ferrari absolutely not. And, you know, it just is a reminder as well as we head towards 2003 that there are going to be more and more threats coming from other teams as well there. But very, very overcast here at Suzuka as well. And I'm trying not to sound like a secondary school English teacher. Maybe the skies above a metaphor for our championship hopes right now. Things are not looking great. 2 rounds left to go of the season. And Frentzen is about to open up, I believe, a 35-point lead at the top of the table. We are going to need a miracle as we head to Texas next weekend there. But through the final couple of corners, Frentzen, you cannot knock him. He is going to take yet another victory this season. He will win here in Japan. Villeneuve a little bit unlucky with some mechanical gremlins, ultimately cost him a shot of victory, but Williams orchestrated that very, very well at the front of the order. 30 seconds clear come the end of the afternoon for Frentzen. That is a ridiculous winning margin. One hand firmly on that World Championship trophy. For us, it is P3.
That's it then for another fantastic Grand Prix here in Japan. A brilliant victory that has thoroughly earned the applause from the sellout crowd here today. So Anthony, what made the difference out there today?
Well, time management probably played quite a large role in the outcome of this one. As ever, it's not just about speed, it's all about maintaining that speed consistently over a stint, over a race distance. So being able to keep up the lap times while still being smooth on the controls and gentle on the tyres, that's really where the race was won today.
Red Bull are our winners today after showcasing some incredible driving. There's been a huge push from them lately to stay competitive with the other teams, and they're certainly proving themselves.
Well, there we are then. Heinz-Harald Frentzen, like we said, one hand on that World Championship trophy now. He takes victory here in Japan ahead of Jacques Villeneuve and myself there. Both Renaults P4 and P5 though. Very, very good race by them. Beating out David Coulthard, Jarno Trulli, Danica Patrick, Mark Genet and Anthony Davidson. What has happened to BAR later on this year? They were the absolute kind of best of the rest so long this season. And now suddenly, yeah, they're barely scraping points on a good weekend as well there. Only Michael Schumacher, though, who failed to see the checkered flag. What does that do to our championship? Well, like I said, that means Frentzen now has a 34-point lead at the top of the table. So we need to win next weekend and hope that he finishes P3 or worse to keep the World Championship alive as we head towards Brazil. It is now officially a two-horse race, though, between myself and Frentzen, with just 2 Grand Prix to go. Any of the movers down in the drivers' table? Looks like Wirtz jumps Baumgartner for P13 overall. Constructors-wise, Williams now, yeah, again, pretty much now have guaranteed that they are going to be Constructors' World Champions, as Sauber jumped both McLaren and BAR. Renault jumped Jaguar, though, and could actually get to BAR by the end of the season as well, if they can continue on that good form. Thank you all so much for watching. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back very soon when Formula 1 returns ready for the US Grand Prix. Hello everyone and welcome back to a brand new video, and welcome back to round 15 of our F1 2002 career mode. Yes, we're back this weekend here for the US Grand Prix. If you missed out on the video that went live last week from Suzuka, I would highly recommend going back and checking it out. Just 2 rounds left of the 2002 season, and I'll be honest, we need a bit of a miracle. Heinz-Harald Frentzen now has a 34-point lead at the top of the table, so even if we win the race this weekend, he just needs to finish P2 behind us, and he will walk away as our 5th world champion in 5 seasons inside this series. Obviously, last season, we had a bit of a crazy end to the campaign. We were able to claw back against Jacques Villeneuve and win the championship by just a single point, but Williams seem like they're desperate to learn from their mistakes from last year's campaign and desperately want to try and bring this one across the line. Of course, if you're new, please do make sure you leave a like, get yourself subscribed to the channel. We are trying to hit 140,000 subs at the moment as well. We can just do what we can do this weekend. If we head to Brazil, still with a shot at the crown, I will be very, very happy indeed. If you want to help support us as well, just a little bit more, consider hitting that join button for just £1 a month. You get early access to all the videos and a few other little bits and pieces. But yeah, without further ado then, let's head here to Texas. Well, here we are then, ready at the Circuit of the Americas, and qualifying going to be very, very important today, but there is the chance for some changeable conditions as we head into the race tomorrow, so we'll have to wait and see as to what happens with that then. But yeah, this circuit really does test all aspects of a Formula 1 machine, so hopefully we can try and get a good lap time on the board as well. Into the S's we go. I mean, you're just trying to send it through, keep the car between the curbing. And already you can see Frentzen, Villeneuve and our teammate Michael Schumacher all battling up the front of the order. They're really trying to tap the curbing off the exit over the top of the hill. Of course, we can use the curbs back in 2002, so that's exactly what I intend to do as much as we possibly can. There is rain potentially heading towards the circuit towards the end of the Grand Prix, so that'll make things very, very different and difficult with how we kind of judge strategy ready for tomorrow afternoon. But of course, yeah, the big thing first and foremost, of course, is that Villeneuve, for my sake, needs to go quicker than Frentzen here. We aren't too far away, but we're definitely not quite getting the lap time that I would have wanted there. We're struggling a little bit through some of the more high downforce sections of this lap. We're still kind of in and amongst that top 5 there as Frentzen finding some confidence through the Turkey S section towards the end of the lap. Penultimate corner there again, just a little bit wide on the way through. One more corner to go then. We are definitely going to have an advantage through that final sector. Up towards the line though, P3 on the grid again. That didn't work out that great for us last weekend though. Well, there we are then. Frentzen will claim pole position there, just 0.02 of a second faster than his teammate. We line up P3 just ahead of Michael Schumacher there, only half a tenth between myself and the German. A big gap back then to DC there, just ahead of Jenson Button and Anthony Davidson there. So there's a lot of great British drivers in the sport right now. But yeah, we need to basically invert the positions with Heinz-Harald Frentzen in this Grand Prix. So let's just pray for a miracle.
With Texaco.
Well, here we are then down on the grid, ready for the US Grand Prix. 2 races to go with a campaign, but luckily for us, it does look like that rain is predicted towards the end of the afternoon. So, obviously, this is F1 2020, so you still actually have to start the Grand Prix on your qualifying tyre, which will make our life just a little bit more difficult, but hopefully we're going to be able to stretch that set of the softs. You know, if that wet period does arrive, then we can try and make it work as well then. But waiting on the grid then, 5 red lights for the US Grand Prix. On the day Frentzen could become champ, it is going to be lights out, and away we go there as immediately Schumacher and Jenson Button will get past us up the hill in towards turn 1 there, but we will immediately try and go back around the outside of everybody we possibly can. There we go, hanging on to P4 then. Off the start is a little bit wide through turn 2, but we had to send that. We had to try and make sure that we're not going to spend our early laps fighting with some of the slower cars here. We cannot afford to let those Williams get away, as Frentzen already just pulling away a little bit from his teammate Zach Villeneuve. I really don't know whether Villeneuve today will just play the team game to help his teammate out, because of course, like I said, Frentzen only needs to finish second to me here, and the gap would be 27 points heading into the finale at Interlagos. Of course, anything can happen in Brazil, and it normally does. And every single season so far in this game, it has hosted a World Championship decider, if I remember correctly. Will we get another one this time round? Will we see our 5th different World Champion in the 5 seasons we've been doing this series so far? Only time will tell there. It's just trying to roll the car through those first few corners. Let's have a look on the weather update.
No rain expected. No rain expected for the time being. Dries seem like the best tyre for now.
Well, that's not reassuring then. Mark at the moment, or Jeff even I should say, does not see any rain on the radar. Whoa, Michael Schumacher there. A little bit of a wobble down at the hairpin. I was just about to start talking about the fact that it seems like we're pretty evenly paced with Williams today. But yeah, Michael definitely just struggling a little bit here in the early laps, as we've seen so many times before inside this series. We cannot afford to have an accident, though, with our teammate. We need to just try and get around him as sensibly as possible. And this is something Ferrari have not done enough of this year. They need to kind of call the shots, because it could really help us out in the bigger picture. I understand early on in the season not doing it, but since then it has really been a necessity. Well, we talk about Ferrari potentially needing to kind of call the number 1 and number 2 driver roles here. Let's be fair, Michael Schumacher, if he was in this situation at the moment, what do you guys think? Would he actually let me buy in a Grand Prix? I certainly don't think he would anyway, so yeah, it might be completely irrelevant for Ferrari to be trying to, you know, kind of call this between their 2 drivers too early on. Lap times, though, we are very similar to Frentzen when I'm not stuck right under Michael's diffuser, so he's definitely costing us time. Oh, I'm really having to start trying to throw different lines at it just to see if we can throw Michael Schumacher off or find any more time against him. You can see into the slower speed stuff just how much we gain under braking there, so we've definitely got some confidence in this car today, and that's something that we haven't been able to say every weekend so far this year. It is this final sector though where hopefully we can try and make an impact against the German there, just trying to get a little bit closer. You can see how willing we are just to kind of throw the car in. You know, we have got the confidence that it'll stick on the exit. It's all down the inside. That was never going to work. Contact between the pair of us there. And that was more me just trying to see if I could throw Michael off ever so slightly. Yeah, it was definitely a bit of a day late and a dollar short on that one, but we had to try something. So we are just, I mean, it's how bad the dirty air is as well in this car. You really, really notice it on the exits of corners. Are we close enough this time to potentially have a look for something? We've got to try and go for it to the inside of Michael Schumacher. Oh, we just might get it slowed down there, but we're going to be drag racing off the corner. And our teammate there able to put the power down a whole lot earlier than I was able to. Again, though, we will have the slipstream down in towards the next braking zone where, again, Schumacher has struggled with confidence, but again, we just try and send it in a little bit too aggressively there and cannot quite make it happen. This was the joy of obviously these lightweight Formula 1 cars though, was you could afford to really try and fling it in a third time. We will go for it there, and it's still not happening for us. Michael Schumacher there, able to read us like a book through the entirety of that section. Really, really frustrating. I'm just getting more and more fed up at this stage of the Grand Prix as Frentzen just stretching his legs at the front of the order. I know I can match his pace. I know I can, but we're just not getting an opportunity. Oh, Michael Schumacher there just had another bit of a wobble as we try and thread our way through this final sector of the lap. Can we just try and get it parked this time on the inside? Yes, it will. And there's contact between us, and I think Michael Schumacher, he's out of the Grand Prix. I mean, we were down the inside. He knew we were trying to go for it there. But Michael Schumacher out of the race, and Ferrari tempers flaring to the extreme. Okay, so team definitely do believe we are going to get rain before the end of the afternoon. 10 to 15 minutes from now would be about lap 20 or so. But yeah, I mean, Michael Schumacher, I get it was an aggressive maneuver, but we were down the inside. We had it slowed down on the apex. And, he, you know, at that point, he's got to try and just give us the room. You know, he could have probably got the power down and gone back around our outside. But he was so committed to turning in. And we were lucky that it didn't take us out of the Grand Prix as well. Frentzen, another new fastest lap. Sort of Villeneuve will dive into the pit lane then. But immediately, our first lap not stuck in traffic. 7/10 faster as Team won us into the pits. That is not going to happen. There we go. Frentzen also into the pit lane then at the end of lap 11. Williams got a big advantage over everybody else still out there running at the moment, as we will find another 0.3 of a second. And now our lap time's pretty much matching those of Heinz Harald. But into the lead we will go then for the first time this afternoon. Now I'm just kind of hoping that the rain will start to fall fairly soon, because the gap to Frentzen still less than 9 seconds. Well, the skies are definitely getting darker here above the Kota circuit, but still Frentzen is taking time out of us at the moment. The gap now down to 7.5 seconds against the German. You can see he's running a 34.8. He's running almost a second a lap faster than what we can do right now. So we need this rain, and we need it very, very soon there. We've got good grip through the S's. It just seems that Frentzen, that Williams car, is just a better all-rounder here, and it is so frustrating that we really don't seem to be able to do anything against it. Oh no! Mark was just about to tell me.
In around 10 to 15 minutes. Dries seem like the best tyre for now.
Oh no, so team's still not sure when that rain's going to arrive. We will just stay out here until it arrives, and if it doesn't, well, I guess we're going to be boxing on the penultimate lap of the GP. Kimi Räikkönen then, again, is going to be the first car that we lap inside this GP. Oh, a little bit wide there through the penultimate corner. Oh, Kimi, please don't dive bomb me. Thank you very much. Some of you guys have been asking me, you know, the likes of Alonso and Kimi and Juan Pablo Montoya for next season. My plan is to do a bit of a reshuffle again with some of the drivers, of course, to try and, you know, some of the big names of the early 2000s to get them into seats that they deserve. But I do still like to run a different timeline to IRL. I don't want it all just to be identical. No! No! Fernando Alonso! What was that? He's just completely crashed into me. And we got a safety car late on in the day then. I mean, we cleared him, and then he just put his foot back down. Well, team reckon there is going to be rain pretty much any time now. This might be the biggest gamble I make inside this game. But into the pit lane will come. The rain hasn't even started yet. But we're going to have to try and make the switch over into the intermediate tyres here and just pray that the rain starts falling. Come on, let's just get out there again. And, I mean, we've just got to do a rain dance now. There's not a lot else we can do. We're going to lose the World Championship if we don't try and throw something different at this at the end of the GP. Alonso has no idea what he's potentially just changed up in this World Championship. There is no grip on these tyres in the dry. Please start raining. There we go. There we go. The rain. The rain is here finally. I've just got to hope it's heavy enough over these next few laps. But that is fantastic news for us. Well, 5 laps to go then here from Texas. And now the intermediates, I mean, they're still not looking potentially like the tyre to be on. What's the team saying?
For at least 20 minutes, maybe more. Light rain is here to stay. Dries seem like the fastest tyre at the moment.
Oh no, they still think dries are going to be the way to go towards the end of this. But can we prove the game and everybody else wrong? We are the only car out here on intermediates. Frentzen might be 5 laps away from winning the Formula 1 World Championship. And look at that through the final corner. We have got nothing against those Williams cars. Here comes David Coulthard, potentially for what I think might well be his first podium of the year. And up then into 3rd place for the McLaren man as we just try not to slide around too much through the first couple of corners. I mean, it's just, we have not got enough in this car at the moment. Danica Patrick will get past us. Oh, I think one of the, that was Jenson Button, almost went into the back of me as we make our way in through the S's here. But unless it just starts raining a whole lot more, I don't think this is going to work for us there. Wirtz now makes his way through and up into P6. We got yellows out, though. Someone, that might be us that's causing those yellow flags. No, there's a car going slow in front. Is that just Raikkonen trying to get out of the way? I think it is. Oh, Jarno Trulli there down the inside. Zolt Baumgartner, Mark Genet, everybody is trying to go past us at the moment. I mean, it says everything you need to know. We can't even keep up with Kimi Raikkonen in a Minardi here. As Barrichello now will make his way around Zolt Baumgartner as well. Potentially having a look to the inside in towards the next corner. Anthony Davidson goes around our outside as well. And although the grip is definitely getting there, it is still definitely not enough at the moment. We basically need the AI to box for intermediates before the end of the GP. Fisichella goes past us. Montoya now as well, trying to look down the inside. Oh, in towards the final couple of corners. I tell you what, they're definitely getting closer and closer to that switch then, as drifting our way around the final turn. There goes Ralf Schumacher as well then. So we are now only ahead of Kimi Raikkonen in this GP. The rear tyres are absolutely cooked. Oh, we've just got to pray that it just gets worse and worse this rain. We had to throw a gamble out there, but it might be an agonising way to lose a Formula 1 World Championship. Well, about to start the last lap then of this Grand Prix, and annoyingly, I mean, we've stuck at it. We've had to try and stick at it towards the end of this one, and it finally actually looks like the pace is starting to come back to us here, but I can't help but feel it's probably going to be a little bit too late here. I knew we had to try and throw something different at it. I knew we had to gamble the other way against those Williams cars if I wanted any shot, but I think Frentzen now, honestly, could dive in, bolt on a set of intermediates, come back out, and still be ahead of us here as we start the last lap of the US Grand Prix. Now, it has just turned into how many spots could we potentially recover by the end of this. Just not enough left at the end of the afternoon to make this worthwhile for us there. But we are now definitely going quicker than the AI as well. DRS has been disabled, but it is just too little too late in this Grand Prix. I mean, I'd love to just be able to get back to the points. I would love to try and keep our podium streak alive, but I don't think either of those things are going to happen here on the last lap of the GP, as Kimi Räikkönen, he's going to be a lap down on everybody then in this Grand Prix there. Admittedly a little bit unlucky with the timing of the safety car. But Heinz Frentzen, though, I mean, fair play to him. He came into this season as a little bit of an outsider, but he has just found an all-new level behind the wheel of that Williams Formula 1 car there. Villeneuve, I thought, was going to be the big championship threat this campaign, but ultimately the German has stepped up and will become... I mean, how many different world champions have we seen across kind of this timeline and beforehand? I genuinely don't think we've seen a repeat world champion since Michael Schumacher in 94 and 1995. But making our way in towards the final few corners, though. Oh, contact with Takuma Sato there in the Jordan. Frentzen is going to win the US Grand Prix, and in doing so will become a new Formula 1 world champion. Williams back on top yet again here through the final corners. Can we try and jump Ralf Schumacher again in towards this final turn? We'll go for it on the young German there. Give it another couple of laps. We could have had the victory today, but I think either way, it was not going to keep us in the championship. P15 here at Texas.
And so the celebrations begin, and well-earned they are indeed. It may have looked simple at times, but as any racing driver will tell you, competing at this level, at the very top, is anything but simple. There's no catching them now then. We have a new World Drivers' Champion. That's a spectacular victory then, and with it, the championship is secure. It's been a magnificent season, and they thoroughly deserve the cheers of the crowd here today. So Anthony, what made the difference out there today?
Well, this was a real team victory. They put together a solid strategy today that appeared well suited to the conditions out on track. The driver did everything that was expected of them in the moment to really execute the team's plan to perfection. A shining example of how F1 really is a team sport.
Well, there we are then. Heinz Frentzen, pole position, fastest lap, race victory. You know, he can't complain with that, can he? And what a way to win your first Formula 1 World Championship. Jacques Villeneuve in P2 there ahead of David Coulthard, who I believe that's McLaren's first podium of the year. Danica Patrick in 4th ahead of both Renaults there. Jarno Trulli, Marc Genet, Zolt Baumgartner and Rubens Barrichello will round out your top 10 at the end of the afternoon. Just Alonso and Schumacher, they both failed to see the checkered flag when all is said and done. Championship standings, though, you can see a 60-point lead for Frentzen at the top of the table, so it's at the end of the day actually going to look like quite a dominant campaign by him. Luckily, though, we have mathematically wrapped ourselves up P2, so we have nothing to gain, nothing to lose as we head to Brazil there. With that result, Coulthard now back ahead of Anthony Davidson. Danica Patrick just 10 points back behind the pair of them there, and Jenson Button just a further 9 points behind her. And you can see there Jarno Trulli and Marc Genet rounding out your top 10 at the moment. Constructors-wise, McLaren now tied there with Sauber as well. Renault continuing their march back up the order. And I tell you what, BAR, they were best of the rest so long this season, and they might end up finishing all the way down in P6 as well. Thank you all so much for watching, though. Like I said, I'm a little bit disappointed. Not quite the end of the season we would have wanted, but Williams, they have just been the quicker team this year. Faultless from Frentzen as well. We will still head out to Brazil for the season finale, but yeah, thank you all as always, and we'll be back very soon with more Formula 1 content. Hello everyone, and welcome back to a brand new video, and welcome to the final race of our F1 2002 career mode. Yes, we're back this weekend here in Brazil for the season finale. Of course, if you missed out on the video that went live back at the start of the week from Kota, I would highly recommend going back and checking out. It kind of sets up this final race of the season because Heinz Frentzen has already wrapped up the World Championship. Yes, he's got a 60-point lead as we return to Sao Paulo this weekend. Nobody inside the top 4 can change positions. Williams have bagged the Constructors' Championship as well after we made a late race strategy gamble in Texas that didn't pay off for us, annoyingly. Meant that we finished for the second time all year off of the podium. And yeah, Frentzen, pole position, fastest lap, race victory, dominated at the Circuit of the Americas, and a very well-earned first World Championship for the German, it must be said as well there. Michael Schumacher, back-to-back DNFs though, late on in the campaign. Ultimately, he just never quite has been as quick as myself or either of those Williams cars throughout the course of the campaign. But there are still a few other battles going on to look out for here. David Coulthard, Anthony Davidson are tied heading into the season finale. Danica Patrick only 10 points back ahead of Jenson Button. McLaren and Sauber tied for P3 in the Constructors' Championship and just 8 points in it. Between BAR and Renault as well, so there is still a lot to fight for up and down the order from a lot of other teams. For us though this weekend, we can just go out and try to enjoy ourselves and hopefully have a bit of fun with it. Get yourself subscribed if you're new. We're trying to hit 140,000 subs at the moment. Also, if you want to help support the channel just a little bit more, you can click the join button down below for just £1 a month. And you get early access to all of these videos. I'm already working behind the scenes on everything I want to see and sort out for the 2003 season. But without further ado, let's try and finish 2002 with a big result. Well, here we are then, one final time in the F2002 car here for qualifying. And hopefully, like I said, despite the fact there's nothing we can gain or lose in the World Championship, I still want to try and prove that we can compete with Williams one last time over the course of this campaign as well. They've definitely had the car advantages this season. There have been weekends where we just could not even get close to them. But I think for probably one of the first times ever on this game, we've come to Brazil, and it doesn't look like it's meant to rain this weekend, which is quite nice as well. I'm pretty certain as well in this series, it's the first time ever we've come to Interlagos and there isn't a championship decider. Maybe the same thing happened in 1998. I can't quite remember off the top of my head, but every other season there's been a World Championship decider heading to this circuit, because I've been in every single one of them. Obviously back at back at Jordan even in 99, obviously BAR for 2000. We won the World Championship with McLaren in 2001. And of course now, yeah, 2002 as well there. Qualifying is going to be absolutely terrible though. P10 on the grid. I'm just not convinced we've got much pace here. Well, Frentzen will continue his impressive form then with another pole position here. World Championship might be wrapped up, but he is still trying to get everything he possibly can out of that Williams car. Williams get another front row lockout there. Michael Schumacher not far away though, so that's quite an impressive sign. Everybody else is a second back or more, so we weren't actually that far away from P4 come the end of qualifying, but still a very disappointing effort.
With Texaco.
Formula One returns to Sao Paulo once again with the stage set for what promises to be another classic Brazilian Grand Prix. Sebastian Vettel famously clinched his third championship here in 2012, and in 2016, Max Verstappen treated us to one of the finest wet weather drives of all time. We're racing today then at Interlagos, a historic 2.7-mile circuit and one of the few anti-clockwise tracks on the calendar. 15 corners in total, 9 to the left and 6 to the right, with a technical middle section opening up to a flat-out Sector 3. And that gives us our best passing opportunity down into Turn 1. And I'm joined once again by Anthony Davidson to bring you the lowdown for today's race. Now, let's kick off our conversation with Alexander Albon. What a season they've had. A well-deserved championship victory, and the pressure now surely off with the title already in the bag.
I agree it's been a truly impressive season, but championship or no, I don't think they'll be gently cruising around to the finish line. In fact, with points no longer a concern, there's a lot less to risk, so we may even see a more aggressive approach.
We line up P9 then, virtue of some others' grid penalties, but we've still got a lot of work to do as we make our way through the afternoon here at Interlagos. It is just meant to be an overcast day though, so hopefully, yeah, no chance of rain or anything like that. Basically means no chance for me to bottle the strategy again, like we did last weekend. But waiting on the grid then for those 5 red lights here in Sao Paulo. It's a ridiculously long hole, but it is finally going to be lights out and away we go there. And it's actually our teammate Michael Schumacher that has taken those grid penalties there. And there's Fisichella in the Toyota. Clearly wants to score some points just for the second time this season for Formula One's newest team. They're diving his way straight up into P9 then off of Turn 1. We will try and get around the outside there. Mark Webber, who down into the Escudo de Lago is going to try and have a look for a move. Jenson Button, I think he might be just up now into the podium places as Anthony Davidson and David Coulthard wheel to wheel just behind him up into Ferradura there. I can see one car running a little bit wide. That was the BAR of Anthony Davidson, as now into the tight technical middle sector. We're going to start trying to make some moves on other drivers there, straight back around the outside of Zolt Baumgartner, and then we'll send it to the inside of Giancarlo Fisichella as well then. So making a little bit of progress in the early laps of this GP, which is exactly what we need to be doing at the moment there, but just trying to get the power down. Over the back then of Alexander Wurz again, and this is probably the first time all year I've remembered to go really aggressive with the fuel to start the Grand Prix. We probably could have underfueled the car, but not going to do that. Just don't want to risk it just in case. But past then, the Renault car will go to make our way down in towards the center S there. It really does invite overtakes, but it's always, I've said it on every F1 game, the AI are really confident on the brakes in towards Turn 1. I think ultimately the goal today is to try and get up into P3. I've got no idea how many times this year Frentzen, Villeneuve and I have shared the podium in random orders, but we are kind of the new Hambot Ver. See if we can get a run then. Oh, we definitely can get the power down through that final corner there to the inside of Rubens Barrichello. Now we're just drag racing against the home hero here, back in towards Turn 1, still wheel to wheel with him. Because it feels like, yeah, every single car on this game, you know, with the exception of the back markers, is very, very similar in straight line speed. Apart from the Williams, it's just always got a little bit more oomph out of the corners, which is really, really annoying. But yeah, after a rough qualifying though, we've definitely got a much better race car here. We're just starting to pick cars off one by one. Oh, DC! Big mistake there down in towards that first corner, having a bit of a lock-up, and that might leave him a bit vulnerable on the exit of the center S there. We'll try and dive to the inside of Anthony Davidson, as we're both going to get a run on the McLaren car in towards Turn 4. Just trying to time the run as best as we can there, a little bit robust against the BAR, and annoyingly for him, Rubens Barrichello has also been able to sneak his way through. Like I said, obviously DC and Anthony Davidson, probably one of the fights everybody is still watching at the end of this campaign. But yeah, Coulthard there made a mistake, and he's actually benefited from it. Still wonder whether Ron Dennis regrets his decision to get rid of us after winning the World Championship at the end of last season, because it's safe to say Marc Genet has been absolutely useless in that second car. I'm pretty certain he qualified about P16 here in Brazil, and I will be astounded if he keeps hold of that seat ready for 2003 there. But yeah, David Coulthard, as always, had to try and steady that McLaren ship over the course of the season. But as we're going to get a huge run on my former teammate there, he just like gives us the room back in towards turn 1, and we have got the straight line speed. Oh, over him. He's going to ram into the back of us, though, down at turn 1. Not sure how I feel about that one. We'll try and squeeze him out on the exit, and I think... Is he gone? No, he's still running there. Schumacher now is up into 7th. I think we got a Jaguar gone. Well, this is absolutely not what you want to see, especially here at Interlagos. Rubens Barrichello, we've always heard about his Brazilian GP curse. I mean, David Coulthard there trying to get back on the road after that huge aggressive manoeuvre on myself down at turn 1. Just see there, left it on the apex of turn 2. Barrichello just did not have time to avoid him, and he is our first retirement of the day. Well, we are going to dive into the pit lane then at the end of lap 8. Whenever you get a safety car on this game, you kind of have to take the opportunity to peel into the pits there, unless your name's Danica Patrick, apparently. She's opted to stay out. Jensen Button's opted to stay out as well. I think everybody else has opted to stay out then. Giancarlo Fisichella's already got a 5-second penalty. I guess for the hard compound runners, they can't afford to pit in this GP. But I believe, yeah, we're going to re-emerge them right at the rear of the field here. So we're going to have a lot of work to do in the second half of the race. But without having to make a pit stop, though, they're going to hopefully be in quite a good position. Can we get out? Oh, they need to deactivate the pit limiter. That's always helpful. Hopefully, I think, yeah, we're just going to beat Kimi Räikkönen back out onto the circuit. So that's one less car to have to navigate. Well, this has been a really short safety car then in this Grand Prix. By just the end of lap 10, we're all ready to get going once again then, as we've got to try and time this run back towards the start-finish line there. I think we've just about managed it. So we'll try and immediately have a look back past Fernando Alonso, back towards turn 1. I think we just about nailed it there, but Alonso goes steamrolling in against Takuma Sato in towards that first corner. Of course, this ended up being the cars we were battling with at the end of the GP last weekend. There is all getting out all over the curbing as we try and get a run there. Alonso's got nothing as we make our way down the Esquina del Lago there, so we've just Ricardo zonted him alongside Juan Pablo Montoya. I tell you what then, we're pretty much at 1/3 distance, and this race so far has just been overtakes galore for us. I don't know how many cars we've already had to go around, but we're going to try and get past another one. How on earth Takuma Sato there can try and turn in on me while I'm on the apex curve down the inside there? I mean, we were wheel to wheel. He should have always expected that move was going to happen. Next up then going to be Ralf Schumacher. So we try and put the power down through the final couple of corners. And again, when did Eddie Jordan remove his driver's eyes inside this series? Not too sure how I feel about all this defensive driving from those Jordans, especially, you know, Jordan up against a Ferrari. This isn't 1999. Those cars aren't competitive anymore. So we will absolutely slam the door shut in Ralf Schumacher's face there. And back into P14. I tell you what, with the exception, I would say, of Williams this season, we really have seen the entire field kind of bunch up when it comes to overall pace this campaign. You know, Ferrari for us, it's really cost us ultimately, you know, because the likes of Renault, McLaren, even BAR are still on their, you know, good weekends, and Sauber as well can really challenge us for pace here. You know, even, you know, it's the fact though, things like Giancarlo Fisichella up in P9 there, the fact that that Toyota car now is able to hang on to some of the other machinery. I think the only other exception has got to be Minardi down the other end of the field. Alonso and Raikkonen, two obviously future world champions in Formula 1. They're not going to be able to do it in that machine though. Like I've said before, some of you guys have been asking me to put those two in better cars next season. I do intend on doing a bit of a driver reshuffle to kind of get a few more semi-realistic moves. Marc Genet there, very, very slow down through those final couple of corners. It has been a terrible year for him in what should have been his big opportunity at a front-running Formula 1 team there, as Frentzen sets a low 109 this time round, so he's still got some very good pace. Marc Genet trying to go defensive in towards turn 1. Just about able to defend from us that time round at that first corner there, but we're really trying to tap the curbs through the Schumacher S, the Senna S even. Hang on to the apex of the corner as you make your way off the exit there. Genet, trying to have a look for a move now on Zob Baumgartner. And BAR, their straight line speed at the start of the year, has absolutely disappeared. That will allow us to try and get a run on Genet. So we make our way back up the hill and up then into P12 we will go. So we're definitely still able to make good progress here at the moment. And of course, unlike anybody else, I don't have to pit again. I was really hoping this season that we'd see BAR be a lot more competitive as the campaign went on, as now we're starting to get a few cars into the pit lane there, down the inside of Zolt Baumgartner and up into P7 then. So Frenson's still staying out there trying to set some PBs. But yeah, we're going to be a long way ahead by the time he does box. It's then going to be a question of how much time will we lose. I think, honestly, I would have been a bit disappointed if we'd come into this season finale still with a shot at the world title. Because Williams' pace here has just been relentless. Webber and Fisichella are up next, though, on our hit list. That Toyota car is really hanging on well. You got Michael Schumacher into the pit lane then, so that is going to be interesting to see where he and Frentzen re-emerge. Of course, for the likes of Webber and Fisichella on their hard compounded tyres, they will be in for at least a few more laps then. So again, unless we're kind of pretty much alongside there, we're not really going to do anything against the AIs. Here we go. This is a pretty historic moment then. Giancarlo Fisichella for Toyota will lead the Brazilian Grand Prix as we make our way down the Esquido de Lago there. I believe that's Toyota's first time leading all season. Mark Webber makes a little bit of a mistake just behind him, and again we will squeeze out the Jaguar as we make our way back up the hill. But yeah, Fisichella obviously going to hang on to that back round to the start-finish line. It will officially register as a Toyota lap led, and we said, you know, this season was more about kind of development for that team, buying the old Arrows outfit and trying to fix it up there and, you know, kind of give it the love it deserves. There is still some Arrows DNA in this first Toyota car, but yeah, is he going to be able to hold on back round to the start-finish line? Are we going to spoil Giancarlo Fisichella's party here? I'm sure Toyota are just going to be happy to have their car at the front of the order, you know, get the screenshots in. But as we make the run back around towards the start-finish line then, he is officially going to have that lap led in this Grand Prix there. He's now going to go wheel to wheel with us down at turn 1 there. And look at that, Fisichella actually getting the elbows out. We can do anything in towards that first corner. So fantastic to see. And Toyota, they're going to hang on. I kind of need to move my way past Fizzy and hope then that Frentzen struggles to find his way around some of these cars as well, if he even closes in on them by the time they all dive into the pit lane here. Oh, come on, Fisichella just passed a break about 10 meters earlier than I'm expecting him to through those final few corners, but hopefully we can get a run back in towards turn 1 then on the Toyota car this time round, able to use more of the slipstream, as again he really wants to try and move us to the outside line there, and again Fisichella will defend in towards turn 1. Why is this the first car that I'm struggling to make a move on in this Grand Prix? Is Frentzen now not a million miles away as we will force ourselves to the inside of that Toyota car there, and finally up into the lead of the Grand Prix. How long will we hang on to it though? Oh, there you go, Frentzen now just pops up on the relative here, so he's still got to try and find his way past all those other cars. Already pulled like 2 seconds on Fisichella in the space of a lap, so these are going to be the critical ones in this GP before all those AI pit. We've just got to open up as big a lead as we can. It really hasn't taken Frentzen long to kind of move his way up through that gaggle of cars there. I think now he's going to get the run on Fisichella back in towards turn 1 then and inherit P2 in this GP. 16 laps to go. The gap just 4 seconds there as Villeneuve now popping up on the relative as well. I also don't believe Michael Schumacher's that far behind, so despite his grid penalties, he's done a really good job to recover in this GP. There you go, I feel like I'm setting pretty good lap times in this GP in the high 109s. Frentzen, he's running high 108s, and I've lost a gear as well. This is not going to be fun towards the end of the afternoon, as I've no idea which gear we've lost. I think it's 5th, I want to say. Is it 4th or is it 5th? Yeah, it's 5th gear there, so we're going to run into more and more problems towards the end of the afternoon. Luckily, these, you know, the middle gears are so short in this car. doesn't make too big of a difference. Real goal then at this stage of the afternoon is just try and hold Frentzen up as best as I can. Oh, there you go. Frentzen immediately is going to get the run on me, though. Backing towards turn 1. My plan, like I said, was going to be try and hold him up and back him into those cars behind. Frentzen will make it through, though, but we will not go down without a fight. Back to the inside through turn 1. And we will hang on through turn 2 there. And again, just give myself a little bit of breathing room here. It is Ferrari versus Williams at the front of the order. But that's a real good sign that we can potentially defend from him. Here comes Frentzen again then. I think this is going to be a reoccurring story towards the end of the afternoon. As there you go, the Williams will try and have a look to the outside that time round there. But again, just able to get on the brakes a little bit later. Villeneuve now has joined this fight as well. So could he potentially try and look for a move on his teammate? Schumacher still 6 seconds back. But he is closing in as well. I genuinely do not understand how these Williams cars are so quick in a straight line there. Frentzen will try and get around the outside down in towards turn 4 there. But again, we will try and defend it. And Jacques Villeneuve that time round will squeeze through then. And up into P2. Now he's going to try and have a look around outside. Up towards the top of the hill there. I can't remember when the last race... Oh, Villeneuve won in this series. I don't think it was that long ago. But yes, certainly has not been the campaign he would have wanted there, as both Williams absolutely hounding us with a quarter of this race still yet to run. Anything can happen by the end of the afternoon, and if this year is anything to go by, it most likely will. Oh, this time around then we've gone and lost second gear here, and although it's not the most important one yet again around this venue, it really does allow us to kind of carry a bit of extra speed off of the corners. Just see, though, Frentzen, if he's more than about half a second back at that final turn, he can't really do anything by the time we get back into turn 1 there. Is now really sending it over the curbs through turn 2 and turn 3 there. But again, we can try and go defensive on the Williams, but he's just got so much more drive up towards the top end of the gear ratios. We are still hanging on for now, as Schumacher has pretty much joined this fight. Oh, no. That was a big moment there. And Frentzen again then. He's going to get invited by. We would only just keep the car down the inside there as we nicked a wheel on the grass through the final hairpin of Sector 2. And that could have been game over for us if we just oversteered a little bit more and slapped the wall on the outside then. But Frentzen again is going to try and look for it back in towards turn 1. We will again try and sit defensive from the Williams there. But you can see all of his advantages on the drive up towards the top end. He doesn't actually have more top end speed than us. It's just getting there. That Williams is so much more efficient than this Ferrari, and we've seen it so many times. You know, it was well documented back in the early 2000s. BMW were building the best engines in Formula 1. It was simply the fact Williams couldn't build a car around it there. As look at the confidence from Frentzen trying to look round the outside through Ferradura. But again, can't make it happen. 5 laps to go after this one. Could we hang on? I believe Jacques Villeneuve still has the fastest lap of the day with a 1:08.6. So there we go then. I know we're holding up those guys now so they can't go any quicker. But a 1:08.7 goes to show that we have still got some pace in the car towards the end of the afternoon there. Is again not really getting the run out of the Center S. And Frentzen now is starting to try and line up moves at various parts of the circuit. One of his new favourite ones is to try and have a look around the outside up in towards Ferradura, because again, this is just the perfect place for Williams to use all of that power in that engine there, as Frentzen again tries to make it happen, and again we will just slam the door shut. Both Williams, both Ferrari now nose to tail here, and we might still have to deal with lap traffic. Well, you know that thing I said earlier on in the GP about had we come here to Interlagos, we wouldn't have been able to fight with Williams anyway if we still had a shot at the World Championship? I've really gone and eaten my words towards the end of the afternoon. When we've been put in a position where we have to defend, we can get the elbows out, and we can try and keep those Williams cars at bay. 1 lap to go then, here from what has been a very topsy-turvy 2002 season. It started out fairly well. We got a couple of wins nice and early on in the campaign, but it was clear that more than ever before, this season was going to be an uphill battle for us. And I tell you what, Heintal Frentzen, I've said it before, he's basically not put a foot wrong all year. He deserves to be Formula 1 World Champion this season, becoming our 5th different winner in the 5 seasons of this career mode. I believe now this extends a streak of 8 years of 8 different world champions as well, which is rather impressive. But as we make our way through this final lap, I'm hoping Kimi Räikkönen will get out of the way for us in that Minardi car for the 2nd weekend in a row. He looks to be the only driver that is going to go 1 lap down here, but just a few more corners to try and navigate them here at Interlagos. This sends a message for 2003. Williams might have had it this time round, but we down at Ferrari will never give up. Through the final corner, we should just about get the power down there. I think we've got the gap. Out of the final turn, I think that's going to be win number 4 of the year. We will take victory here at Interlagos.
We've had a very strong season this year, very strong indeed. Well done, and thank you on behalf of the team for a fantastic effort.
And with that, another year of Formula One draws to a close, and the new World Drivers' Champion is declared. Another entry added to that prestigious list of the sport's most incredible drivers. That's it then, they've taken the win here as we wrap up another fantastic Formula One season. Anthony, tell me, what was it that helped them achieve this success?
Without a doubt, the safety car changed everything today. The key to their success was keeping calm and reacting to the situation quickly. We've seen teams in the past throw away wins because they were too hesitant, but here they were decisive, and that's allowed them to take the advantage.
Here come our winners now. A thrilling race and a tremendous effort by Ferrari. Their history is well known, so it's no surprise to fans the world over to see them come out on top once again.
Well, there we are then. From 9th on the grid, we will take victory away from Williams there to finish off the year. And I tell you what, I didn't think we were going to have the pace to do that this weekend, but very, very happy that we were able to walk away with it there. Frentzen in P2 ahead of Jacques Villeneuve, Michael Schumacher, probably my driver of the day, to be honest. A fantastic recovery from 13th place there after some grid penalties. Danica Patrick in 5th ahead of Anthony Davidson. Wirtz, Trulli, Button and Mark Webber will round out top 10. McLaren, after looking so strong late on this season, they will walk away with absolutely nothing there. And I'll tell you what, Giancarlo Fisichella, I know it's not as simple as this, but had he not got that 5-second penalty, he would have picked up a point or two from this GP as well there. Disappointment for Zolt Baumgartner down in P15 when all is said and done. And of course, Rubens Barrichello, the unluckiest Formula 1 driver ever when racing at home. He is the only man to fail to see the checkered flag. What does that mean, though, for our championship standings? Well, it means that even if we had another 2 races left of this season, Frentzen would still be a champion there. We come through for P2, though, ahead of Jacques Villeneuve, so happy once again that we're able to beat the Williams man. Michael Schumacher, a bit of a distant P4, a campaign to forget for our German teammate. Anthony Davidson does beat Coulthard, though, to P5 overall in what has easily been one of the best rookie campaigns we've ever seen in the sport. Coulthard hangs on, though, tied with Danica Patrick at the end of the year there, with Button in P8, Jarno Trulli and Marc Genet rounding out your top 10. Just ahead of both Jaguar cars there, Alexander Wirtz in P13 ahead of Zolt Baumgartner, and those 4 points for Ralf Schumacher and Jordan were absolutely critical for their entire season there. Able to beat out Juan Pablo Montoya and Giancarlo Fisichella there, as well as Sato, Raikkonen and Alonso. Never really looked like they were going to be able to challenge for points. Williams take their 2nd Constructors' Championship in a row ahead of Ferrari. Sauber come through for P3 with McLaren in P4 there, so they'll be disappointed to finish behind one of the Ferrari kind of almost junior teams inside this game. BAR just hang on ahead of Renault there. I think Renault ultimately deserved a lot more than P6. Jenson Button showed great pace throughout a lot of the season, but just too many races completely fell apart for them. Jaguar in a bit of a distant P7 in the end, and like we said, Jordan with those all-important 4 points will hang on to 8th ahead of Toyota and Minardi. thank you all so much for watching. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure you leave a like, get yourself subscribed. 2003 is not going to be too far away. Like I said, I'm already working on a few bits and pieces behind the scenes, ready for the new season. But yeah, we'll be back very soon when Formula 1 returns, ready for the Australian Grand Prix.